centuries of humanity. For hundreds of years, the median life expectancy was lower than 35.
For centuries, the
reason?
average life expectancy
Unsanitary conditions.
32 years.
Эпидемии чумы, или как ее называли «черная смерть», эпидемии оспы, холеры, тифа и гриппа были постоянной угрозой существования городов и целых стран. Только после промышленной революции человечество начало по-настоящему...
Following the Industrial Revolution, humanity began overcoming disease using vaccines and antibiotics. As a result, quality of life improved thanks to the modernization and development of medicine. The 21st century saw significant progress in defeating infectious diseases, allowing modern urban development to shift its focus to creating comfortable spaces for recreation and communication. However, the COVID-19 outbreak reminded humanity that the risk of global pandemics has not disappeared. Under new threats, megacities adapted with the understanding that major changes were necessary. Public spaces were converted into temporary medical centers, and new hospitals were constructed. Medical materials and medicines were transported to regions with high infection risk. Work, school, socialization, and leisure were all moved online. The pandemic, lockdowns, and other consequences reminded us of our priorities. Thus, cities were once again presented with the challenge of keeping their citizens safe. Urban health was born, not just as a concept of urban planning, but a way to care for and express gratitude for each citizen. 80% of a citizen's health is determined by the socio-economic development of their environment, such as living conditions, social climate, and quality of life. Therefore, the well-being of residents must be the central goal of all urban transformation. COVID-19 showed us how connected the modern world is. Matters of health should always be at the center of attention. They require constant monitoring, new management decisions, and new ways of thinking. Welcome to the Moscow Urban Forum's Second International Urban Health Congress, a conference on human health in the city.
Panels of the plenary session, Cities Against COVID-19, Effective Solutions Amidst the Pandemic. We would like to invite up to this stage the head of the Federal Service for Supervision of Consumer Rights Protection and Human Welfare, Chief State Sanitary Doctor of the Russian Federation, Anna Popova. Deputy Head of the Mayor of Moscow in the Moscow government on the issues of social development, Anastasia Rakova. President and founder of the International Community for Urban Health, David Vlachov. And joining us online today, we would like to invite the General Secretary of the Médecins Sans Frontières, Christopher Lockyer. And the moderator of this plenary session, the Senior Vice President of the Skolkovo Foundation, Kirill Kayem. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kirill Kayem, and I'm the Senior Vice President of the Skolkovo Foundation for Innovations. I would like to welcome everyone here at this Second International Forum. Cities Against COVID is the name of our session, and we'll be speaking about efficient solutions to counter the pandemic. In this intro video, you've seen these awful pandemics which mankind have been experiencing for centuries, and it came as a total surprise in 2019, this pandemic which has totally changed our lifestyles and completely changed the population's behaviors and those great initiatives which we've had in urbanism and when we're trying to take good care of the public health. We have to change those systems, and we would like to discuss those new measures and new capabilities which cities have right now as they are counter and fighting the pandemic. We would like to evaluate the trends and to see what will be the effect of these trends on our future protection and trying to shield ourselves from the potential risks due to possible new pandemics. And as a part of of sharing best practices, I would like to invite Anastasia Rakova to share with us of how Moscow is working in this situation and what are the future plans about this epidemiological situation. Please. Well, today it's the 10th Urban Forum. We're holding the forum in this kind of format and situation we could not even imagine some 2 years ago. We are wearing masks, we are having sanitizers, and we keep social distancing. We have half-empty auditoriums, something which would be unthinkable a couple of years ago. Back in 2019, we had been discussing the issues of public health care at the forum. We've been speaking about many things, about the stress and ecology, transportation, about the need to popularize healthy lifestyles and fighting cancer diseases and cardiovascular diseases. But I do not recall that even for once we would mention the virus, pandemics and infectious diseases. Yes, of course, this has always been one of the topics for discussion. However, it was not the top of the agenda of the experts. And indeed, in 2019, we've been saying that we were building new digital medical healthcare, not because we were so insightful, simply the older infrastructure for the classic infectious diseases was outdated, and in 2020 everything has changed. In the matter of months, this pandemic covered the whole world, and again the main vector of attack was absorbed by the megapolis, and Moscow was not an exception. It is Moscow which had to deal with a big blow of the pandemic in our country. As of today, we have official numbers. Over 10% of the residents of Moscow have been through the COVID, and Muscovites are about 25% of the total population which had the coronavirus. If we look at those populations and cohorts which have the symptom-free disease, we have to multiply this time by the factor of 3 or 4. We in many other cities have been dealing with the pandemic, but I say this is not quite correct to say so, because pandemic is not a big blow. It's an ongoing stress which we have been enduring for about a year and a half. Yes, sometimes the pressure is stronger, sometimes it is weaker, but the impact of the pandemic we are all feeling, we have been feeling for about a couple of years. And in this slide we can see what we have been through all these 1.5 years. The very first stage, it was the spring of the last year. We've had a totally new virus and exponential growth of the cases of disease and lack of the capacities, medical capacities, and lack of the knowledge and experience from the medical personnel. And the only right option to keep lives was the lockdown, and such a decision had been adopted in Moscow. Basically, for a month and a half, Moscow had been isolated and closed down, and all possible movements have been drastically limited. It provides very quick, however very expensive result. Back in the spring, we had seen the decrease of the number of cases. The city was returning to the normal life, but still we understood that the virus was to be back, so we were making a huge efforts to identify the new technologies and build new structures for the public health care, and also to get ready for the next ever more difficult stage, which was long in waiting. And since September, we've seen the increase of the incidence of diseases, which lasted for 4 months. It was not a simple period of time, but we did not impose any additional lockdowns. The city had been living with minimal limitations. It was the normal day-to-day activities and life. And we had been hoping that this trend, which we had felt back in February, those peaks in the cases will be something to look up into the future. We had been believing that this vaccination would enable us, in view of these trends, to overcome the virus once and for all. And like we are aware right now, this dream was not realistic. However, the world was very, very close, and Huge multitudes of people in transportation are moving about around the world, and this is happening when, at the same time, throughout the globe, we have hundreds and millions of people having COVID-19. Hundreds and millions of people have been vaccinated, they have immunity, and the huge number of people have never dealt with the virus yet. All of this creates very favorable environment for mutations of the virus and the spread of the virus all over the globe. And since the month of June, we are all becoming the witnesses, because we are witnessing yet another big outbreak of the disease of the coronavirus here in Moscow. And the reason being, it's not just one reason, but the whole set of reasons, but the one dominating reason is the new strain of the virus. It's an Indian strain, so-called Delta strain. And we feel a huge pressure, and the city and the whole managerial team is being pressured, especially the medical wing. Everybody's worn out by this situation. But I would like to say to you confidently that Moscow is managing with this situation, and I'm really hoping that we're doing even better than many other big metropolises of the world. I would like to emphasize once again that despite the situation has been very severe, the city continues to live and operate in a normal lifestyle with some minimal restrictions, which is not very often. You cannot see it very often elsewhere. How come we're dealing with this situation so well, and why things are under control, and what we're doing for that? Well, first of all, this would be the managerial system, which in the last 10 years has been built by our mayor, Sergei Semyonovich Sobyanin. In the matter of weeks, all areas of the urban economy, after his direct command and direct impact by the mayor, have been able to reconfigure themselves, and they began serving the COVID, so to speak. Or no healthcare system of the city of Moscow would be able to do it on its own unless all services would be plugged in and connected to this issue, and like builders were able to erect new big hospital and had provided all the amenities and all the necessary things to it. The public utilities sector have been working with the medical personnel, and they've been providing the oxygen pipes and different units and Bagrov, units which we had been using, and the transportation industry of Moscow on the very first demand would provide us the transportation and vehicles. It was quite an unprecedented. Like today we need 300 vehicles, and then 1,000 vehicles, and then 500 vehicles. We've never heard no from them. And even the sector of services, you would think what it has to do with it. But it is very important for doctors to know that every day they'll be provided with a good catering, good food. It boosts the morale. And once again, I would like to thank the federal levels of authority, federal governmental agencies. We've seen that all the decisions have been made in favor. All of our initiatives would be immediately supported and endorsed on the federal level. I think never before, prior to that, we would make such a big, serious decision on the level of the city and the country, not in the matter of days, but in the matter of hours. The second important factor was the well-developed medical system, public health care system of the city of Moscow. Moscow, unlike many other mega cities of the world, has much more accessible medical services. And plus, in later years, we have seen very big overhaul and infrastructure change, enabling us to build multi-profile inpatient hospitals and outpatient centers, which would be able to deal with this kind of onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is not enough to have certain capacities. These capacities should be fitted with a high-class and high-level medical equipment, and it would be very difficult to do during the pandemic. And this whole work to equip the medical facilities with the top-notch equipment, it should be systemic work. It should be streamlined, not like you do it in an emergency situation, like in the last day they bring up some kind of a CT unit and nobody knows what to do with it. All of this had been done in Moscow even before the pandemic. But However strong and robust medical services you have, it doesn't matter how many beds you have in the hospitals, to deal with this kind of big wave of the pandemic without right management, without very flexible approach, without the right routing and sorting, this would be impossible even for such a big city as Moscow. And had we not been planning all these volumes and distribute the workload between the inpatient outpatient facilities, had we not been relieving the doctors from doing unnecessary administrative workloads, would not be able to deal with this situation. And in the very beginning of the pandemic, like I've mentioned, it's thanks to efforts of the Anna, who is here with us today, we were able to build a unified laboratory service all across the city of Moscow, meaning all the organization, doesn't matter whether the municipal, urban, or some one-off clinic or laboratory, they had to accept the PCR tests and the COVID tests and provide the results to the unified citywide database. And this was the first key of success, because throughout these 1.5 years, every day in the 8 a.m. in the morning, we have the unified database and we get all the information of the people who contracted the virus the day before. Name by name, there are no doctors, only administrators, but they get the full information, real-time information. They call to people, letting people know that you have the virus and you you have to leave your premises, your facilities. And so we optimize the work of the ambulance, and they are sorting out this list, and they know where we should send the ambulance and who can go to the nearby hospital and who do not need the medical assistance, because we have a lot of symptom-free patients. But we cannot leave people one-on-one with their fears. We have to provide them the support, including psychological support and medical support, because today this person may be without symptoms and tomorrow they may have the very first symptoms, and we should not miss this very narrow window. And if we give it all to the medical personnel, this would be very irrational use of resources when the resources are limited. So we have the special administrative center of the Moscow multifunctional centers. They're using special checklists, and they are working on that. On a daily basis, they would contact the patients, would ask how they were doing, and with any slightest indicators that people are moving into the active stage of the illness, they would immediately pass on the information about such patients into nearby hospitals. And to be able to organize this kind of system would be impossible if by the first onset of the pandemic we would not have the fully deployed, the unified information medical system, or a platform. We can call it different names, but in this platform today, we have the overwhelming majority of the doctors working with this platform, and all Muscovites, they have their own electronic medical record. And having this kind of platforms where we identify all the actions and all the stages, we were able to identify all the patients and to provide them support throughout the whole stages of the illness, and to provide just the right medical assistance that people may be needing in each moment of time. The next important aspect would be the laboratory services, like I've mentioned about this before, and I would like to elaborate. We would never be able to deploy such a big and strong system of medical testings unless lab service would be ready for it. As soon as the Russian regions were able to do their own medical testings, we have increased the capacity of the testings up to tens and thousands of capabilities. And this was able because we had reorganized the service. We built the competence centers, which had the right staff in them. You can buy the equipment, but you cannot quickly prepare the personnel. And thanks to that, since the spring of 2020, we have been able to do the PCR tests to all the patients, not to lose the infections, not to oversee, but also we do this PCR tests, and we've been doing the PCR tests to anybody, irrespectively whether people were sick or they just want to double check and make sure that they're fine. Again, most of the patients have been treated in Moscow and in their homes, and this was quite a risky step which we had undertaken in the spring of 2020, but we simply did not have a choice. On the other hand, to be able to assign the public medical services this kind of volume of working with patients, it would simply be impossible. And to make sure that we provide the high quality in-home treatment of patients, we had to build a very important tool, the so-called KT or CT centers, and this would be our know-how, which was deployed on the country-wide level. We have built the full-scale diagnostic centers with the full scale and scope of the tools and laboratory diagnostic measures. And these KT centers are working 24/7, and basically they have become the backbone or the backbone of system in terms of routing our patients. And they have increased this outpatient level. They do not need to see the patients. They make a decision who can stay at home, who needs immediately to be taken to the hospital, and those people who are staying at home, they provide the full scale of these medicines, and then transfer the data to the laboratories. And also the local outpatient hospitals are overseeing thousands and thousands of the new identified cases. And in assistance to them, we have built the telemedicine centers, which are working 24/7, along with those outpatient hospitals, and with them also supervising the patients with the coronavirus infection. They have more time to talk to patients and to help provide them psychological support, provide some new corrections in therapy, and then to maybe make some changes in terms of changing the tactics of the treatment. And this also made our medical services stronger. Another thing, we have made a decision in the spring of 2020 that everyone who was identified as a patient, due to the Moscow budget, we decided to provide all the medicines, the whole range of medicines, beginning with the antivirus, anticoagulants, and antibiotics. I guess everybody is knowing these terms right now, and it's something which prevents the blood clots. And if people with the lung diseases, they have the disease in the lighter stage, sometimes we had the patients with the second stage and they had to stay home, we would provide them the pulse meters, so we would help us to oversee these patients remotely. And we have issued over 100,000 of such pulse oximeters, is the name of the machine. And again, our ambulances, even in pre-pandemic time, during the pandemic time, in the post-pandemic time, will be the not only the fast service but also the most efficient service. We gave them a huge workload because they would see patients to these KT centers, even though it is not their direct responsibility. They're providing medicines in very short periods of time. They are taking tests, and even for those patients who are saying, no, I'm not going to the hospital, and we know that in this case we need to take the patient to the hospital, they are providing injections and organizing basically like an in-home care, and thank them for that a lot. And also, not only for us, but all for the other cities of the world, a big challenge was the absence of the enough beds in the anti-infection hospitals to fight the pandemic, because we've seen the big increase. Nobody could foresee such a big demand for such a number of beds, and decisions were different to either to rearrange certain capacities and providing additional beds from the other medical services, or to provide some temporary hospitals. We've tried all of these strategies, and at the very first stage we did not have any other choice. We won't be able to provide enough spare capacity for such a limited time. Or actually, I'm probably wrong, we would be able to create it. I know that our colleagues would be able to provide this temporary number of beds, but I guess our healthcare would not be able in the matter of days to identify and to dedicate thousands and thousands of doctors. So we decided to change the profile of the inpatient hospitals. When the first wave of the pandemic came down, we began to build the spare capacity, because it enables us to fight the pandemic and sometimes to provide more capacity in terms of the number of beds, or to decrease this capacity depending on the activity of the virus. And on the other hand, we begin to build this kind of spare hospitals, trying to think through that all the systems and like logistics and providing medical equipment and identifying the size of these facilities and ventilations. We provided everything, and all the way to the services which are very important for people when they are sick, especially because people have sometimes to be in hospitals which may have up to 1,500 patients in one hospital. We have built these kind of temporary hospitals, and in the spring, in the autumn, we were dealing with the capacities of these specially prepared hospitals. And now that we got this kind of explosive growth of the COVID cases, these capacities are not enough, and for a short period of time, hopefully for a short period of time, again we are engaging other hospitals to fight with the coronavirus. We know that in the summertime we have the less demand for medical services, and as soon as the virus will be overcome, we will return these hospitals into the normal mode of operation. But we will keep these additional capacities, which will enable us to deal with any potential outbreaks of the disease. I guess I've been dedicating this conversation, this talk, to the medicine. I also would like to mention about some other areas which are no less important. In all major megacities, we have a lot of children, and these children attend public schools, and they cannot stay without education for long. Should the virus be of protracted nature, I guess we can keep the kids at home for 1 or 2 weeks, but you cannot leave them without socialization and education for a couple of years. And every city would find their own solution. And of course, the whole previous year of 2020, most of our school-age children were learning in a remote format. The same was the case in many other cities. What is important is how each particular city would organize this kind of distance learning, distance education. And because we had the Moscow electronic school project, which had been developing very proactively, even before the pandemic, we were able very quickly to use this tool and to build in the video conferencing as one way of education, so we could minimize the costs on the side of the students and teachers and schools. We were able to migrate to the online learning with over 9 million classes. And I think most of you have seen this system. You've seen how it is working. You've seen the very simple button. You can push this button and you move into your online class. And this kind of system, which had been connecting hundreds of thousands of children, it's been working. At first we had some malfunctions, and then it was okay. But some people were saying, hey, you want to move to this kind of online learning, you're doing this on purpose. This would not be possible. We did not have it as a kind of pre-planned strategy. And as soon as epidemiological situation enabled it, we returned kids to their brick and mortar offline schools. And actually, for half of the year, kids were attending the school. The pandemic is still here, in this kind of IT technologies enabled those kids which could not attend their offline schools not to quit studying for a couple of weeks when the quarantine was imposed. And for all the 2 weeks of the lockdown, they had been studying at home. You may ask me, how many classes did they have during the quarantine? And I'll tell you that throughout the whole pandemic, during the lockdown, we had over 70% of the whole school population. And in certain moments of time, in each second class, we had like one sick child, and the whole class would be sent back home. And well, previously they were just staying home, and now they were still learning online. And this tool will stay with us for the future in case we'll have some future incidences. Next would be the Moscow transportation, Moscow transit systems. I guess all the doctors would agree with me that this would be the main hotspot of the incidence of diseases, the outbreaks of the diseases. And this is the case. Because many cities of the world would totally shut down their bus transportation, their rail transportation systems. But if you stop the subway, that means that the city will not be functional, because we have a lot of organizations and structures which cannot stop their daily operations. We simply could not shut down the Moscow metro system. So the Moscow decided to, by the decision of the mayor, we decided to pursue the different strategy. We have decided to increase the capacity of the rolling stock of the Moscow transportation systems. On one hand, we've done that. On the other hand, we had attempted to decrease the number of passengers using the mass transit systems, because we imposed 35% of the people working remotely. Sometimes we would block the transportation card of the retiree population. It was a difficult decision, but we were able to decrease the amount of people using the public transportation and decrease the risks of contracting the disease. Sure, you have to wear masks. It is mandatory, and we do everything we can so that people would be wearing masks not only when they are in the subway, but when they're actually riding the tram or the subway. Another difficult choice we had to make, speaking about the economic department, is who we should help and who we should not help. And we had been guided by the federal guidelines, and we have focused on those fields which were hit hard by the pandemic. This would be the services and industries, recreation and culture facilities. And I think that those companies have been provided some deferral in paying taxes, subsidized rental rates, the governmental orders, and as a result, we were able to help to over 57,000 organizations and companies, meaning that this is the 10% of the total working population in the city of Moscow. And we have tried to keep all the development programs intact. And we would stop some constructions or the subway system or the hospitals for the matter of days, not weeks, or the capital repair and overhaul. And it may be a paradox, but in the second half of 2020, we were able to finalize the mass procurements to upgrade medical equipments. We bought over 4,000 units of the big medical equipment for the life cycle contracts. When you impose such huge limitations and restrictions in a city, usually citizens and residents of the city, they split into two uneven groups of cohorts. The group number one would be people who understand the danger, people who know that these limitations are forced, and they conscientiously stick to these limitations. The second group of people, this is the smaller group, people who do not recognize this danger, and they demonstratively even violate these rules. And so this smaller group of people may actually nullify all of your efforts and offset all of your good things that you're trying to do of ours and our colleagues from the Rospotrebnadzor agency. But sometimes we have to introduce some measures of responsibilities and do some control systems which we did not use before. And we and our colleagues from the Russian Consumer Well-being Watchdogs and we spent many sleepless nights and days to be able to build this kind of control or supervision systems and to make them fully digital. And I guess all the residents of Moscow, they know well the terms such as social monitoring systems, digital passes, and the QR codes, and so on. These type of systems sometimes evoke some negative emotional response, but unfortunately we do not have any other ways to deal with these kind of responses, and it's choosing between the good and evil. Unless we impose these measures, we have to impose the lockdown, which would be much more painful for the city and each of us. But we're seeing that due to the social monitoring system, the number of people who had been in isolation simply because they were sick, officially sick, and they were violating this kind of a lockdown, had decreased by the factor of 8, and that means that we've saved, I think thousands, if not tens of thousands of lives. And the new challenge is the mass scale vaccination. All the epidemiologists and doctors are saying that this is the only true way to ensure the recovery and prevent this kind of outbreaks of the disease is vaccinations of the overwhelming majority of the city dwellers, like 60+% in the very short period of time, meaning that millions and millions of Muscovites have to be vaccinated in the matter of months, not years. And today, again, the whole system of city management is building vaccination points to make sure that as many residents as possible would be able to take advantage and to protect themselves from the coronavirus. And hopefully, sooner or later, I'm fully confident that the pandemic will go down, will be overcome, and this experience will stay with us forever and will help us in the next periods to be able to overcome similar threats. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rakova. And I'm telling you thank you not for your report, but because I had COVID-19 myself, and I know firsthand how your system worked effectively. The very next day, I got an appointment with the doctor. They called me after my test showed up positive, and the whole system worked seamlessly. Me and my family, we received medical assistance in a very timely fashion. And you're right, the federal government played its part, so I turn to Anna Popova now, head of the Consumer Rights Protection Agency, the Chief Sanitary Doctor of Russia. Anna. Thank you. Good morning. I'm happy to welcome all of you. Right away, I would like to thank Anastasia and Mayor Sobyanin for organizing this event. Thank you for choosing this subject. I don't exaggerate when I say that you really saved Moscow. Let's give a round of applause to Mayor Sobyanin for what he did. I think this was extremely important. This is the second time we have the Urban Health Forum. The first time we talked about social protection in a big city, healthcare, infectious diseases, but that's different. We have been saying for years that we need new regulation, maybe another kind of regulation for bigger cities. What happened over the last century? The risks changed dramatically. You can see those risks here on this slide. I'm not going to go all of them in detail. I'll just mention one. Man-made factors. And this slide is at least 3 years old, so we've been talking about this for a very long time. Once a virus gets into an urban environment where you have a high concentration of people, and the way an epidemic works is the virus gets transferred from one person to another. There are different ways it can be passed, but anyway, the difference is huge. 100 years ago, people would live in villages, and they would only meet maybe 1,000 different people in the course of their entire life. But today, if you go to the subway during the rush hour, you will encounter up to several thousand people. So it's very easy for the infection to spread under such conditions. It all started in Wuhan. So this is the airport of Wuhan. We made an estimate right away in January 2020. And we anticipated certain risks, and it all happened as we expected. You see those countries, those hotspots that have direct communication with Wuhan. As soon as we shut down our border with China, this is what happened. We were able to contain the spread of the virus somewhat initially. But we know that the virus spreads with the same velocity as the airplane travels around the globe. And just like Ms. Rakova said a minute ago, this is our estimate for 2017. You have 170 million people a day traveling by metro. And of course, we did a lot. The federal government played its part. The president got involved from the very first day. And then we set up a task force. And Mr. Sobyanin was appointed head of the working group under the State Council of Russia. All the level of governments, and actually all the people of Russia, all the NGOs, everybody got involved. And because of that, we were able to cope with the situation. You see this chart. It's not our chart. It's not us who made it. You see the attribution at the bottom of the screen. It's Johns Hopkins University. So you can see the curve that represents Russia and other curves which represent other countries. This is the diagram that gives you numbers per 1 million residents. Of course, you can't compare the Czech Republic, a small country, with the Russian Federation, with its population of 140 million people. So, what you see here, what happened to Russia is because of our efforts. It's because of what we did. Now, let's take a look at the urban factor, how it affected the COVID-19 situation. First of all, take a look at the charts representing the situation in Moscow, in St. Petersburg. This is a very vivid example of how the epidemic spreads depending on the density of the population. And we should definitely take this into account as we make plans for the future. This chart shows you intensity in various capitals around the world compared to their population. Of course, we need to study these numbers in more detail. But we all know that Russia is a large country, and the density of population varies greatly. We have Moscow, we have St. Petersburg, we have some other major cities, and they were hit the hardest by the coronavirus. Various megacities tried different approaches around the world. You see London, Stockholm, Madrid. In Stockholm, they had no lockdown at all. You see Singapore, they suspended all their activities for 83 days. And then there is Moscow. We had the lockdown. We introduced the lockdown at the right point in time, and we were able to reduce the number of cases all the way until September. You can see on these charts that several capitals had several waves of the epidemic regardless of the lockdown. So anyway, we were able to slow down the process, to control the curve. Of course, nobody can have absolute control. It's just impossible. When you deal with a new infection in the early stages, it's impossible. Nobody has done that. We would love to be able to do that, but it's impossible. Our primary objective was to slow down this process, flatten the curve, and find the proper compromise between shutting the economy down and controlling the epidemiological situation. And I'm really grateful to the Moscow government for what they did. We issued over 50 regulations. This slide says 59. Actually, there were more than that for various industries, various sectors, describing how this infection works, how to control it. We had to set up a proper algorithm for people to follow that would help them stay safe. Some factories continued working even during the lockdown. They just followed the rules, they just followed the guidelines, and thus they were able to continue their operations without getting a large number of cases. The economy kept on running without creating additional risks for people's health. You just need to have proper knowledge. You need to know how the virus works, how it spreads, and what needs to be done to stop it. You need PPEs. You need to control social contacts. You need to have strict rules for public transport. So, like I said, all the branches of government worked together effectively, and we were able to resolve this problem. Of course, we face a new reality today. Like I said, big cities were on the front line. They were hit by the virus the hardest. And this required new skills, new knowledge. But there is one more factor which we did not appreciate enough as we prepared, something that we did not expect. Infodemics, a lot of pseudo-scientific publications, fake news. Because of that, there is a lot of mistrust. Some people don't trust the government, its preventive measures. So what we need to do is learn new communication skills, ensure openness and transparency. Despite all these fake news, there is this virus video. People all turned into virologists these days. Every person has an opinion on the issue. But, of course, they're not professionals. Their opinion may be harmful. And they influence other people. So this is something that we definitely have to do now. We'll have to adopt new response formats. The President has instructed us to create what he calls a sanitary shield. He mentioned this in his latest State of the Nation address. And here on this slide, you see the list of measures that we plan to implement for the future. When we face a new virus, we want to protect the population of Russia while keeping our economy running without a lockdown. Now, let me say a few more words about Moscow. I think Moscow set a very good example of resolving issues in a very timely fashion, promptly, when facing a new challenge. When we face a new challenge, something that we're not familiar with, what's the key thing? Not to panic. Epidemiologists were at a loss. They didn't know what to do. But the key thing is not to panic, to remain constructive, to continue caring for people. That's extremely important. And that's what we did. And of course, it's very obvious, as megacities develop, you have to consider and review sanitary requirements from time to time. You have to create models. You have to anticipate things, make plans for the future. We need to review our regulation, considering the special situation we have in bigger cities, mega cities, cities with over 1 million population, cities where density is very high. And this is certainly not the last pandemic. We need to be prepared for challenges like that. This is our top priority today. So we are going to develop a special mechanism for that, and I'm pretty certain that we will be able to protect our people. Anyway, today we are in Moscow, and I want to commend Moscow for what the city did. We do not appreciate enough what Moscow did. Moscow's experience is extremely important. We should learn from Moscow's experience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. Okay, you mentioned Moscow's experience, and I talked about my personal experience. It's very obvious today that your agency and Moscow have to aim for herd immunity. So either you have to have had COVID-19 or you have to be vaccinated. And we have all kinds of dissidents. First we had COVID dissidents, and now we have anti-vaxxers, and still we have a large number of people who have been vaccinated. And even though I have had COVID-19, I monitored my antibodies, and when my antibodies went down, I got vaccinated. So what is the percentage ratio that we need to reach herd immunity? And my second question, since we have new strains of the virus, it seems like we are playing catch-up. We are developing new vaccines, but the virus keeps mutating, so it's like we're always lagging behind. If you don't mind, let me start with your second question first. It is a new challenge, it's a new virus, and during the first 12 months, from December 2019 through December 2020, all the scientists, all the researchers said this virus did not really mutate. They were just some minor mutations, and they were regarded as insignificant. And now, so this was the situation in 2019, 2020, and then we learned from our British colleagues that there were some major mutations, and eventually this virus learned to mutate. It's a natural attribute of a virus. Viruses mutate. They adapt. So this will continue for a couple more years, according to researchers. And experts have been saying that this would be a seasonal virus. This was before what we saw in June. And Ms. Rakova mentioned that we have 4 people without symptoms per 1 person with symptoms. Our Chinese colleagues say the opposite. It's anyway. We need to reach herd immunity, but there is no fixed number. This will change depending on the mutations of the virus. And this new Delta strain has now affected a large number of countries. Every day we get updates, and we see more and more data coming in. This new strain spread around the world very quickly. It's now more spread than the British strain. The British strain initially replaced the Wuhan strain. Now we have this new Delta strain that has replaced the British strain. And it happens, it's only natural for the virus to do that. Now, on the vaccines, as of today, every new strain is a little stronger than the previous one. The virus changes. It wants to target more and more people. And at the same time, it is still the same old virus. So when researchers develop a vaccine, they take the parts of the virus, they don't mutate as much. That's the basic principle of vaccine development. If there are any changes in that particular part of the virus, that would be a different virus altogether. Anyway, this means we can still use existing vaccines for new strains. So all the vaccines we currently have in Russia, and international scientists tell us that the same applies to vaccines existing in other countries. They still work with the new strain. British researchers tell us these vaccines are effective against the virus in that the effects will not be as powerful. You will not have to be hospitalized. You may get infected, but it will not be severe. So people need to get vaccinated with the vaccines we have today. The last contact we have between the virus and the people, the last opportunity, the virus will have to mutate. The virus does not mutate on its own. It mutates as it is passed from one person to another. That's the way mutation works. So if you allow the virus to pass through many people, you offer the virus more opportunities for mutation. We have to stop it. We need to stop the spread of the virus. We need to stop its mutation. It's extremely important. I need to get vaccinated because I don't want to let the virus into my organism. I don't want to afford it an opportunity to mutate. So get vaccinated today. Get vaccinated with the vaccine that is closest to you, that your doctor would prescribe for you. Don't wait for anything. Don't pick and choose. We have to stop the virus. If we don't do that, we vaccinate people today. If the risk of encountering the virus is high, you get a weak response during the first or the second week. You can still get sick during this time. But the virus will encounter a small number of antibodies. It will learn to deal with them. If you're not protected, if you allow the virus into your body, you help this virus to learn and adapt to our antibodies. We can't do that. So if you got vaccinated right now, you need to stay away from the virus for the time being. Stay safe. 1, you need to get vaccinated. Number 2, protect yourself against the virus during the first few weeks. Now, you asked me whether we'll see new strains that will require new vaccines. We don't know this at this point, but our researchers who produced the initial vaccine, they have several options they're looking at. And they may be able to produce a new vaccine if necessary. But the vaccine we have at the moment does work with the current strains, especially with the large cities. With agglomerations when virus quickly travels from one person to another. But that's the world we live in. We made it possible for viruses to travel among people very quickly. This means we have to protect ourselves against this reality. And we know how to do that. We have everything we need. We have the guidelines. It's just a matter of following them. I hope I answered your question. You know, I have to ask you something. Everybody wants to know, what do you think about, how do you think the situation will unfold in Russia within the next couple of months? Well, it will all depend on whether we follow the guidelines. If we all get vaccinated, the best way would be for everybody to get vaccinated in one day. That would be perfect. Or within 1 week. If we all get vaccinated, we'll stop the virus very quickly. So that's number one. And number two, it all depends on whether you follow the guidelines. The virus does mutate, but it travels from one person to another the same way as initially. So you need the face mask. You need to protect your nose, your mouth, your hands. Don't get close to other people. Keep social distancing. If we do all that, we will put an end to it very quickly. If we neglect the guidelines, if we ignore them, you know, people, unfortunately, they are no longer afraid. They got used to this idea. They are no longer afraid of the virus. And that's a shame. I talked to some people, you know. They're afraid of not getting a QR code and not being able to go to a restaurant. They're not afraid of getting sick. Yeah. People in Moscow got too comfortable going to nice restaurants. Okay, let me clarify something. People still want to know. We need a number. Let's say all those COVID dissidents have been defeated, and what you're doing is you're explaining the actual situation to people. Let's say all these explanations work. We vaccinate our population. Let's say in July and August we have the herd immunity. Can we... will the situation improve within the next year, say? Well, based on what we see today, I don't like this word wave. Right now, it only has affected the 10 provinces of Russia that we have an increased number of cases. On the other hand, we have a number of provinces where we were able to reduce the number of new cases. Of course, the density of population is very different there from Moscow. That's why they were able to reduce the number of cases. So it's very clear. But we do have a good number of provinces in Russia where they were able to reduce, and they have a steady decrease in the number of cases. So I hope they just they can keep this trend going. So they should get vaccinated right now, right? Because they can get people vaccinated before. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. They should do that. So it varies from one province to another for a variety of reasons. Different provinces have different situations, but we need to maintain this positive trend. So face masks, clean hands, and vaccination, and social distancing. Thank you very much. Let me go back to Ms. Rakova, our deputy mayor. Early in 2020, you have always been at the front line, but early in 2020, you were pressed from every direction because of the pandemic. I know you were personally involved. You helped set up the task force. You helped mobilize the healthcare system in Moscow. But let's go back to late 2019, early 2020, and let's take a couple of steps back. Let's go back to 2017, 2019. Let's say you knew the pandemic was coming. What would you do differently? What would you do to be better prepared? So what are the lessons that you learned in Moscow after the pandemic hit? Well, that's what I was talking about in my report. The changes that we saw happening in Moscow in our healthcare system and our social system over the last decade really helped us. So I don't really think we had some major shortages or deficit or mistakes that we made. No, I think we were prepared pretty well. And even during the hardest period, our healthcare system continued operation. We all pulled together as a team. Of course, we need to intensify our work. Of course, we need to take advantage of all the advanced technology. We need to put more emphasis on prevention to minimize the spread of the virus. What about the resources, the assets that you have in the healthcare system? It took extraordinary effort to boost the number of the beds and create new beds in hospitals. Would you agree that this is one of the lessons that you learned? Yes, you're right, of course. We definitely need some kind of reserve, a reserve pool of beds, just in case. Of course, under regular circumstances, you don't need as many beds, and they will not be used. But we do need a reserve. So we'll definitely keep some beds in reserve. We will keep those ready, and if there is a need, we will deploy them. And I have another question. Innovative technology in Moscow's healthcare system, like artificial intelligence, face recognition. You even set up a special center for innovation. Yes. We do have, the silver lining with this pandemic situation is that we expected it would take us much more time to implement AI and innovative solutions in healthcare. We thought it would take years. It will be a very long time. We will have to explain to doctors how these systems work, that these systems are not going to replace them, make them unnecessary. You know, doctors are very conservative people. They don't like all those IT things. And I personally believed it would take us 5 years, but because of the pandemic, we were able to do it very quickly. It's now a routine thing. All the medical institutions in Moscow have this new system for image processing, and we use AI for processing our scans. We have voice recognition systems for doctors, and this allows us to save a lot of time. We have a special system helping doctors with the preliminary diagnosis. We have tens of thousands of doctors using this new system. So this proved very, very effective. This worked really great. And it's really important to introduce these new technologies, these innovations quickly. And of course, I know that developers have various opinions about the situation. But anyway, I think this is a very good tool. It's ready to go. It's just, like I said, the system is quite conservative. This is what developers say. This is what innovation people say. When I talk to doctors, they say something different. They say that these new IT solutions are too raw. They're not ready. They're not what we need exactly. They need to fix. They need to be adapted, and it will take a lot of effort to do so. So who should pay for that? Anyway, so there's a little bit of contradiction between developers and doctors, and we are somewhere in the middle. So we set up a special center that would help reconcile these two opinions and help adapt existing innovations for doctors' needs, for practical use. And this center started its operation already. Thank you very much. One more question for you. All the people in Moscovites want to know that it's not just about QR codes and being able to go to a restaurant. I want to ask you about the economy. What are the risks of introducing a new lockdown in Moscow? Is it probable? Well, in my entire speech, I tried to convey one message. The lockdown would be the last measure that the Moscow government will use. We will do our best to avoid imposing a lockdown. People hate QR codes. People hate our social monitoring system. We need all that so that we don't have to impose a lockdown. It's not like we are choosing between using QR codes and having no QR codes. We have to choose between QR codes and a lockdown. And I'm really grateful to the government that made a decision to introduce mandatory vaccination for certain areas of business. Right, vaccination. So we will do our best to avoid a lockdown. We will do our best. We'll do everything we can, and I really hope that the people of Moscow support us and help us with that. Please follow the guidelines. So it's up to the people of Moscow whether we'll have a lockdown or not. Thank you very much, Ms. Rakova. I now turn to David Vlahov, who is the president and founder of the International Society for Urban Health. This is a huge problem, and it doesn't just affect the healthcare system. It requires a comprehensive effort to confront the current challenge and future challenges as well, future epidemics. So what should be included in this comprehensive plan? Transport, housing, other things. And Moscow does something like that. So can you share with us this comprehensive preparedness policies?
First of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me into Moscow and to see such a beautiful city and to talk with people doing some really amazing work. It's very, very impressive. I think to start into the topic, I've got one slide that will contain almost all the elements of what I want to share with you. The first thing is really having what we call situational awareness, right? Can we tell that something is going to be happening and be prepared for it? So that's going to require a number of things. Number one is the international scientific collaboration to be able to exchange information that's happening in real time, right? We want to learn from each other new cases that are happening. What do you know now? And to be able to prepare and react quickly. I think the second thing in situational awareness is what we call syndromic surveillance, right? And that is you can have points of information collection. One of the things, for example, in New York that we developed after the anthrax incident, now almost 20 years ago, was to have a system within emergency rooms, within laboratories, within pharmacies, to be able to say, here are some things symptoms of the flu, for example, that you would report to the health department. And then that way you could begin to see where were areas where it was elevated. And then you could localize to be able to do the interventions. So that's an example. The veterinarians also very much a part of this. So the communication between the scientists, the cooperation of the community health settings and laboratories to be able to have that quick information exchange. Now, the upside is that sounds very good, right? The difficulty is for people to build that into their habit of reporting cases daily, into a system. It's one more thing to do. And so it is something that needs to be part of the planning. One of the issues that was just raised was the introduction of technology, right? The adoption of innovation. And again, that's not something where we say, oh, we have technology, everybody do it and we all have it together, right? We know this. But there are periods of time. You have people that are early adopters, some that take longer, and some people that'll just be resistant overall. And so now the question becomes, how can you make that happen? We know from medical research, for example, there will be 17 years on average between the time a clinical trial is finished and it becomes part of practice, right? So adoption can be very slow. And I think having the Innovation Center to be able to work not just on the innovation, but also on the implementation, right? How is it that we get this into the field, I think is going to be important. The second area that I have here is the critical mass infrastructure and the essential workers. So who are the critical workers? And we've talked about that a little bit, right? The long-haul transportation, the public transportation, the grocery workers, the delivery people. We can say these are beyond what we're talking of the healthcare workers, right? When we think essential workers, that's who we think of. But it's all these other groups as well. And so how is it that we work to make it people who are at high risk, right, in terms of their exposure to people and the virus, while everybody else is staying home, right, and in lockdown. And so what do we need to do to protect these people? That's what we want to know. And one of the things my colleague Robin Gershon and I did a study of the New York subway workers from the beginning of the pandemic and then following them on. And we saw that 90% of the subway and the bus workers were very afraid. 25% of them had reported that they had symptoms or a doctor's diagnosis or a test, right? 130 had died. And so everybody knew who those people were. And so the question becomes is, will you show up to work, right? Or are you so afraid? And what about protecting your family? So these are issues that we need to deal with. Then what are the personal protective equipment needs, right? The mask and so forth. So those are important to set. But it's not just the virus transmission. If you're on public transportation, then you have to tell other people you need to wear masks. And there are other people that may not want to. And so there's a fear of violence against the public transit workers. And that happened in a few episodes, and it spills over onto other people. So we need to have that critical mass structure. Now the rapid needs assessment is next, yes. And for the rapid needs, we really need to be thinking about not just having the healthcare workers and the hospitals set up to be able to do what they're doing, But what are the backups, right? We can say we need more hospital beds. We need, the workers to work extra time to be able to do this, to be prepared. But also, one of the things that we've seen are medical reserve corps, right? And the idea of the medical reserve corps is you have people that have retired, right? And can they be trained and on call to be brought in? There are also the citizen emergency response teams. Can you organize people and train in communities? And I think that's also, another strategy that one can have. We also have to think about what's the death care sector. In other words, if there are many deaths that are happening, are you, got the right staff to be able to do that? How many are you going to need? Being able to have the epidemiologic modeling and projections, that's going to help the planning. The other areas here, the matching needs to available supplies, that's really looking at what is the unification of hospitals and healthcare within a city. So, for example, in New York City, there are 54 hospitals. They're part of a partnership together. And so if supplies are needed one place, staff other, you can make rapid shifts to be able to adjust to that. Addressing mental health, burnout of essential workers. This is a tremendous stress, particularly early in a pandemic, where you don't know how to care for people. And so being able to have mental health services, spiritual care when you see moral injury that happens through the death. And I can't emphasize the idea of being able to have those services in the work environment. There's been quite a bit of conversation here already about economic and social issues with distancing and shutdowns, and so I won't repeat what others have been saying on that. We certainly need to make sure everybody has income to be able to survive and be secure in their housing. So you put all of these elements together, and what I talk here is about intersectoral policy review, and that is from a municipal perspective, being able to get that information to go beyond the epidemiology and to think of what are the different complexities of the people aspects, and that will help with the decision making and then also the communications. And I want to stop here so there's time for questions, but there are a few other things that we can come back to. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, David. We're seeing that this is indeed, it's an integrated approach in speaking about the municipal level and the federal level. They should be involved in that, but all of us are acting amidst limited resources, and this type of external assistance, when you have limited resources, to make sure that we sort of deal with these challenges, it is important. And my next question addressed to Christopher Lockyer, the Secretary General of the Médecins Sans Frontières. I'm sorry for my French. Mr. Lockyer, right now, those people who are working in Doctors Without Borders, they're working in over 45 or even 50 countries, and usually your organization has always been present in the hotspots, in the areas where we have certain incidences, and it looks like the whole globe has become such a place on fire, so to speak. How come that having a certain number of doctors, you distribute these human resources? How do you make your decision? Where should we go first and send our resources first? Thank you. Over to you.
Well, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation, and don't worry, my French is not much better. So just a bit of a introduction of MSF and the response that we've been doing. I mean, like with the rest of the world, and it's been mentioned here a couple of times, the pandemic took us by surprise. We were, as you say, and I guess in some ways, looking at it a little bit fortunate over recent years. We do have quite a lot of experience in terms of emergency response, often in very resource-poor settings, but also epidemic response as well. So what we had to do essentially was to set some global priorities for ourselves, and you see those listed here. In English, I'm afraid. The first was that we wanted to keep essential medical services running, so keep going what we had and that was life-saving as a first priority, but also then looking at individuals and protecting those who are most vulnerable at risk, largely around where we already had programs, but not exclusively. And then thirdly, looking at how we could support authorities to provide care for COVID-19 patients in local areas. We have a great deal of experience of working in very remote, often rural, often resource-poor settings. But what we have witnessed, and we've heard it through a lot of the other presenters as well, is that several advanced healthcare systems have been extremely negatively impacted with the pandemics. This is in countries that do have a social safety net, and in countries which often do have, where people do have access to running water and basic hygiene conditions. But our first concern has always been for those people who are impacted by the virus in areas where there are limited or no healthcare systems. What we've done practically and as a first step is essentially to work initially on infection prevention and control measures to protect staff and patients, to be able to enable us to continue these essential medical activities that were ongoing, and to ensure that the health facilities themselves, crucially to ensure that health facilities themselves are not themselves sources of spreading the virus, so that we can essentially try as much as possible to ensure that health facilities themselves remain safe places. The doors can be open to allow treatment for COVID-19, yes, but also the other ongoing activities that are so crucial for many people in the places that we work. It's not all medical, and this has been mentioned previously, but the impact that the pandemic has had on the global transport and supply infrastructure has been huge. This has impacted how we can respond, but it also has a knock-on effect in terms of everyday activities for us. The babies are still being born, people still need treatment from diseases like HIV and TB, and in many cases these severe knock-on consequences, so what is happening behind the scenes when it comes to COVID-19 responses, has left people with very little or no life-saving assistance. So the knock-on consequences for other medical interventions have been huge as well. But when we look at vulnerable people, what are we talking about? Well, there are many people around the world, often in big cities, in urban settings, that are living in overcrowded settings, on streets, in makeshift camps in some cases, or even just in substandard housing. These vulnerable people often suffer from poor health themselves, and are often excluded from the local healthcare system, if one exists, and they struggle to implement some of the social and physical distancing measures, some of the basic guidelines that we've been talking about. If you're in a very vulnerable situation yourself, can be hard to implement, and therefore some of the most vulnerable people need specific distinct strategies to enable their protection and then treatment in the situation or the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's an example, a very quick example. We have a patient called Seko. He's originally from Gambia. He lives in Paris. And like many other homeless people, he has his own health conditions. He has a skin condition, and his only option has been to visit an MSF mobile clinic in Paris. This is not a fancy thing. This is not. It's very basic. You see it here. It's composed of a doctor, 2 nurses, a logistician that helps things to keep running behind the scenes, and a social worker. We've heard a few times over the last hour or so the importance of mental health, both from a patient perspective, but also from a staff and a service provider perspective. So even just very simple, basic interventions can help with individuals' access when it comes to the most vulnerable people, particularly in urban settings. As we've also heard, protection of healthcare workers is a key element in this from the very beginning of the pandemic, particularly when PPE and personal protective equipment was very scarce. But still now, putting that within the broader context of developing various tools for treating COVID-19 and responding to the pandemic. One of the messages that we are seeing to be able to support people in their immediate needs, but also in terms of getting this pandemic under control, which we hear is a crucial factor in cities like Moscow, but also in rural areas as well, is that we need to ensure that as tools, as drugs, as vaccines are developed, that we're not profiteering, that companies aren't profiteering from these drugs, and that actually they're being distributed as equitably as possible. We find that the profiteering on vaccines, on tools, on specific equipment for treating COVID-19 is unacceptable. What do we mean by this? Is that we think that these tools should be available for all, for the protection of healthcare workers on the front line, but also to allow proper patient care. We're still in the situation where getting vaccinated is crucially important to end the pandemic, or to help to end the pandemic, one of the key factors in helping the pandemic, along with guidelines such as social and physical distancing. But the availability of vaccines remains scarce in huge areas of the world. We need to have more dose sharing. We need to ensure that we're not just putting money into a system, but actually doses of vaccine, ensuring that we're scaling up the production, and that we're resourcing the delivery of vaccines to people. It's often that last mile, that last step in terms of getting the vaccines into people's arms that is the most resource-intensive bit, and is often missed out in terms of the planning of a vaccination program, particularly in rural settings. There's also a big concern, and we've heard comments in terms of disinformation and concern about vaccines, but vaccine hesitancy and educating people in terms of the benefits of having a vaccine and the risks of not being vaccinated are huge. It applies all around the world, this important topic. And we need to also ensure that when we're talking about risks, particularly when it comes to vaccinations, that we're looking at who is holding the liability there, and we're not pushing the liability and the risk of these vaccines onto the people who are necessarily operationalizing and implementing the vaccines, but keeping them with the manufacturers, which is the norm, which is the case for most vaccines as they pass the qualification stage. That's a very quick rundown of our priorities and our concerns, and again, thank you for having me. It's been a really interesting session that I've been listening into, and back over to you.
Спасибо большое, Кристофер. Анастасия Владимировна, в качестве...
Thank you very much, Christopher. Anastasia, as the way to wrap up the session, could you please say that Moscow is in an ongoing situation where we're trying to collect the best practices from all the big mega metropolises and megapolises to make sure that we contain the infection and have effective counteractive measures. But we have an ongoing analysis, and today we've seen very interesting scenarios about, new policies, and Christopher gave some examples of how MSF is working today. What else? What else may we expect from the government of the city of Moscow in counteracting the virus? Maybe we'll have the in-home vaccinations, and what is your thinking about these issues? Well, we are already doing the in-home vaccinations. I've heard many interesting and very important statements. I fully comply to what David has said, that situational awareness plays a very, very important role today. And we are monitoring the latest publications all over the world on these topics, and it's a big help. And many measures which we are introducing today, we do so because we use the best practices and those best effects which we may have in different regions, and we believe it is very important indeed. And we are going to press forward. And today, the Department of Healthcare has made a decision in view of the fact that the Delta strain, which appears to be dominating in Moscow today, it is much different from its predecessors, so to speak, and as it has been mentioned, it has the shorter incubation period. Only 3 to 5 days is much more contagious, and what's more importantly, we have a change of symptoms of this strain. Basically, it's nearly unidentifiable on its initial stage from just a regular cold, which you may catch in the form of just a light cold and slightly increased temperature in some sore throat. And this kind of early dominating signs which we had previously seen, like the loss of taste and dry cough, we can see these symptoms they have become more rare, which means that we have faster in diagnosis, in isolating those people who may have contracted these strains. So the Department of Healthcare has made a decision that everyone who may have the cold, people with the cold symptoms will be equated to the COVID patients. So we are beginning an experiment in line with which, additionally, if the doctors are visiting such patients who may have the cold or flu symptoms, and when the doctors are visiting them, we'll be doing the so-called express antigen testing, and this to the PCR testing. It takes only 15 to 20 minutes, and this will give us the higher degree of probability in knowing what is the actual disease. If we can find this protein with a high degree of probability, it may indicate that the person is infected with the COVID-19. And of course, this kind of quick express diagnostic will be followed up by the PCR testing, and we'll be able to isolate patients and provide them the faster treatments. We are going to launch this kind of initiative. It's not even experiment. It's quite a serious countermeasure. And as we are finalizing our discussion, I would like to extend my request to the city of Moscow, and on the federal level, I suppose we have to do this. Why we have all this fake news about vaccinations? Why the fake news seem to be winning in the world today? Because you always have some kind of pseudo-scientific, quasi-scientific explanations, and people reading this supposedly justification, they believe that the risks are very high to get vaccinated whenever they believe this kind of fake news. So if we'll provide this type of communication on a solid scientific basis, we give the real risks, we give the real numbers about of being vaccinated or non-vaccinated, or sometimes even have the certain extreme cases of death. So I think those doubters, those people who are sitting on the fence, they will make up their minds and they will go vaccinated. So I believe we need this kind of positive propaganda. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. It was a great discussion indeed, and hopefully these plans and facts and deliberations which we've heard today will help us to do away with the pandemic. Thank you.
Спасибо участникам пленарного заседания. Через 10 минут нас продолжит панельная дискуссия «Использование индекса городского счастья в управлении мегаполисом».
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
1. Один, два, три, раз, два, три, раз.
Уважаемые участники Moscow Urban Forum, начинается панельная дискуссия «Использование линий мегаполиса». Москвы в правительстве Москвы по вопросам жилищно-коммунального хозяйства и благоустройства Петр Бирюков. Вице-президент, исполнительный директор кластера энергоэффективных технологий фонда Сколково
Олег Дубнов. Deputy Mayor Pier Francesco Moran. Former mayor of Bogota, Enrique Peñalosa. Alexander Tsimailo of the Tsimailo, Lashenko and Partners Bureau. And our moderator of journalist, radio and TV host. Hello. Good morning. It's not even noon yet. Is simultaneous interpretation working? Can you? Okay. We'll talk about happiness today. Happiness. Happening over the last couple of years. The coronavirus and everything that happened that they discussed in the previous session. People get anxious. And you have this kind of atmosphere in cities today. Were built for protection, not for happiness. The objective was to protect people, help people survive. But then you had people like Leonardo creating their own models for cities. And then there were people like in Milan, they would say, we don't need all those canals, we want to have streetcars instead, so they lost in happiness. Now it's time for happiness again. I think Moscow is a very unique example. It used to be an industrial city. It went through different periods. We all know that we had all sorts of times in the history of our country. And Moscow's history reflects that. And now it's a city for happiness. I have a request for all of our speakers. Unfortunately, our time is very limited. So please, don't be offended if at a certain point I remind you that we are running out of time, okay? And later on, if you want to ask a question, if you want to ask other speakers a question, feel free to do so, and I may help you with that. Okay, let's get started. Our first speaker is Petr Biryukov, Deputy Mayor of Moscow. I've known Mr. Biryukov for many, many years, and I've been following your career. I visit some of your construction sites. I just want to make sure that you keep me happy. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, all of our sessions start with comments about how unhappy we all are. Moscow, our entire country, and the entire world. And even today, Moscow and the rest of the country, we're facing these terrible challenges because of the new coronavirus. And this affected the way that the Moscow authorities operate. For example, last year, we had to adapt quickly. We had to make sure we do everything we can to help the people of Moscow cope with this disease. All the different departments worked together as one team. We had to adapt 80 clinics in Moscow. We built 5 new modern temporary hospitals from scratch. We did everything necessary, and all this work went on as we had so many people sick with COVID. And yet, we were able to prepare the city for the winter season. We were able to resolve all the infrastructure issues. We were thinking about the future. We were thinking how to make people happy, every person in Moscow. And to make people happy, we keep working today in line with global trends. There is the happiness index, but for Moscow, this means whether you feel comfortable living in this city. So in the run-up to this forum, we identified 14 criteria. These are key indicators that affect people's happiness in Moscow. And the initial results show what matters the most to Muscovites. Number 1, clean water, heating, lighting, comfortable environment, landscaping, trees, and security. And this is what we always focus on. Municipal services are like a huge organism. We're talking about 500,000 people involved in the utilities sector. And today we're doing things that 10 years ago nobody could even dream of. The way we work today is it's not like we just sit in the office and issue commands. We need a center for managing all the utility companies, all the utility services. We need to know who our people are, what skills they have, how everything, maintenance, etc. Why do we need such a control center? We need to have a complete database that would cover everything. For example, we had a revolution happening in this sector in recent years. We were able to rearrange the entire energy system in our city. We were able to have major improvements in energy efficiency. with natural gas consumption, we were able to achieve a 30% optimization. Initially, we consumed 35 million cubic meters of gas, and we expected the number to grow to 45 million. But even though Moscow kept expanding, today we consume much less natural gas, 30% less natural gas than we used to. That's because we were able to optimize our engineering networks. So today the whole system operates efficiently. It's reliable. There are no failures, no blackouts. It's hard to imagine that we have temperature rising up above zero and then going down below zero again 82 times a year, and still we were able to work without any failures. Our electrical networks, our grids, we're not wasting any electricity in transmission there today. Our water supply system is much more efficient today than it used to be. People got used to a reliable supply of electricity, water, heating. They feel safe. They know there will be no failures. And this is what makes people happy. They feel safe. This is why people are comfortable living in Moscow. This is what makes people happy for years and decades. Muscovites know what it means to live a comfortable life in Moscow. And it's not just about public spaces. You have to fix the building you live in, your entrance, your floor, and then you have to improve the situation on the streets around you. And we have certain standards in Moscow for improvements. And these standards cover everything, a lot of details. For example, when we work on our streets, it's like Lego. We have many different elements that we need to put together. Today, we have 2 million people who have moved to new housing since we launched our housing program. In 2011, we had major problems with our elevators. The mayor made a decision to design a special program for elevators. We had to replace all the elevators that were obsolete, and we had 26,000 elevators like that. In 4 years, we replaced all of those old elevators. And today, we don't have a single elevator that would be obsolete, that would have its warranty period expired. This means we are able to make progress in all the different areas, making the people of Moscow happy. As we prepared for this session, we ran a poll on 14 criteria of happiness. And now we can tell you which matters people care about the most. Having a comfortable housing, safe streets, and, of course, the environment. These are the matters, along with some others, but these are priority too. Actually, though, all 14 indicators are important. People want to live in 30 parks in Moscow. And then we made a decision to launch a special program for developing smaller parks. Today, we have 732 parks in Moscow. These are parks that are close to where people live. They have lighting, they are safe, there are playgrounds. You have these parks close to where you live. This is what Mayor Sobyanin talked about yesterday. All the parts of the city should be comfortable. We shouldn't just have Gorky Park or Sokolniki and people from all over Moscow would travel there because there's a nice park. No, you have a nice park right where you live, next to your home. We turned these deserted areas into nice parks. And everything we do is coordinated with the people of Moscow. The people have to say what they think to people. We have a special website where people can make their voices heard, and we have face-to-face meetings with the people of Moscow as well. People get involved. Let me give you a small example. You all know about we worked on the port in northern port in Moscow. This was a unique project. We spots along the embankment. We created swimming areas, swimming pools, etc. So the people of Moscow were involved directly. Let me give you just one example. Mr. Solovyov. He knew I was involved in this work, so he put on his Wellington boots and he came to the construction site. My people told me, Solovyov's here. I said, who's here? Solovyov? I felt awkward. So anyway, we decided to show Mr. Solovyov around. He spent a whole year helping us to monitor the construction project. It's not a joke. Many artists do something like that. High-ranking officials, people who get involved in these projects, help us to oversee them. So I would like to thank Mr. Solovyov and all the other people who do this kind of work. This year will continue. We have 112 today. In all the overall, we have about 10,000 projects going on right now. Some repairs, minor repairs, and major projects like the Yauza Park, renovating our embankments. If we want people to feel comfortable, in addition to all that, we need to consider lighting systems. And we are proud of what we did in Moscow. Over the last 10 years, we increased the number of lighting units by a factor of 1.6. The number of lit facades doubled and tripled in Moscow. We used to have 600 lit facades. Today, it's close to 2,500. In the past, people would dream of going to Paris and see those nicely lit streets of Paris. But today, Moscow is on par with other world capitals. We are among top 5 most lit capitals: New York, Tokyo, Paris, and Moscow. We know how nice Moscow is during the winter season. You have all those compositions, and all Muscovites enjoy walking these nicely lit streets during the winter season. Let me just give you an example. About 6 or 7 years ago, the mayor asked us to do something about lighting, and we looked at international experience. We learned from China and other countries, and then Paris reached out to us and want Moscow to hoard everything that there is available in the world. Now, a couple of words about security. It's very important to maintain security in public spaces. I mentioned how many parks we have. 10 years ago, Moscow had Arbat Street. Today, we have 420 streets like that. Excellent streets. Basically, the entire center of Moscow and all the key streets, all the major streets are like that today. And we've got a special program. We plan that within the next 5 years, the entire city will look like that. All the important streets will look like that. We also have a special program for the Moscow River, for its embankments. Currently, we were only able to renovate 75 kilometers of embankments, but pretty soon, within the next 3 years, we will renovate the entire bank of the Moscow River. Everything we do contributes to Moscow's capital, and we'll get a return on this capital in taxes. Once you renovate a street, the rent, the cost of buildings there goes up immediately. People are attracted, they visit restaurants. We are rebuilding Moscow. We lay pipes underground. And we make sure we won't have to do any major repair within the next 40 to 50 years. We do all the construction work with extra care, so we have some cushion. We don't need to fix it anytime soon. And I can tell you that we are ahead of Hong Kong, Shanghai, and a number of other cities in terms of how nice and convenient Moscow is. We believe Moscow is one of the top 5 most appealing cities in the world today. As far as investment is concerned, in 2019, Moscow ranked first. And it even received an international reward for urban development. We were the #1 city. We were the only European city that took part in this competition. And then this week, a Boston consulting group published its report saying that Moscow is one of the top 3 most appealing cities in the world. We also received awards for environment and emergencies protection. Within Russia, Moscow has long been #1 in various areas, including the quality of urban environment. And of course, happiness also means having good roads. Let me just give you one example. We increased the number of paved surfaces over the last 10 years by 25%. The city has everything it needs, all the equipment it needs to maintain and repair its paved surfaces, to keep them clean on a weekly basis. Several times a year, we clean all the pavements. We do it 4 times every spring. We have 2,500 special cleaning vehicles. The city is no longer dusty. We had Anna Popova speaking in the previous session. I talked to her briefly, and she said we do the right thing by using water during hot days. We sprinkle water, and this helps to keep the dust down. This keeps bacteria from spreading. We repair our roads regularly every year. We use advanced technology to make sure that Class 1 roads like Leningradsky, Prospect, Kutuzovsky are only repaired once every 3 years. It used to be once every 5 or 7 years. But we use new advanced technology, and we make sure that our roads don't need repair as often as they used to. We used new pavement repair technology, seamless technology. We used this when we repaired Garden Ring and Arbut. So gradually we were able to do it seamlessly, and we would use up to 1,500 vehicles working at the same time. It's pretty unique. Nobody else in the world does that. One more point. It's really important to repair bridges, and we have about 1,500 of those in Moscow. So we learned to maintain them properly. Let me just give you or top 30 cities in the world in terms of air purity, ahead of Prague and many other world-famous cities. In the past, we were not even part of this contest because we didn't have any equipment to measure our air purity. But in a very short time, we were able to install this automatic air quality monitoring system. It works 24/7. This year, we'll build 15 new stations around Moscow, because we want to know in advance what will happen within the next 2 or 3 hours. And once we learn about some problems coming, we will let the city know. We know ahead of time whether rain is coming or a thunderstorm or strong wind. We need to know ahead of time, and then we'll let people of Moscow know that difficult weather conditions are coming. And we have increased the number of protected green areas. We created about 30 new preserved areas. we joined the WHO Regions for Health Association. Moscow is now part of the G40 organization. Moscow is the only Russian city that is part of this association, and we are quite active in this organization. One more point. Moscow is beautiful at all times. Environmental issues are extremely important. In a city like Moscow, the environment has a psychological effect on people. If the city looks nice, the crime rate goes down. You know, there is a theory of broken windows, and it really works. Like I said earlier, we were able to get the people of Moscow engaged in all of our work, in all of our processes. Let me just give you one example. The whole world knows about waste sorting, and Moscow is no exception. 5 years ago, there was nothing. Today, we have a waste sorting system. We set up new waste collection units. We purchased these new vehicles, and we said blue containers will be for recycling, gray ones will be for waste management. In 2019, we, the people of Moscow, were able to sort 425,000 tons of recyclable waste. And then, over the next several months, this number went up to over 500,000 tons of recyclable waste. Unlike other capitals, we did not introduce penalties or fines for unsorted waste. Instead, we use promotion, we keep our people informed, and the people of Moscow respond. These are the things we do every day. But in addition to regular business, you may have some disasters and unforeseen events. In Moscow, we have a powerful system for emergency response. About 30,000 people work in this system. We have purchased new fire engines. Sometimes we convert civilian equipment for fighting fire. We have equipped some vehicles with fire hoses, and they're now capable of putting out fires even in very tall buildings. For example, when recently we had wildfires outside of Moscow, we were able to send 400 of our vehicles to help them. There were fires in the neighboring provinces, and again, we sent our fire vehicles to help them. We even have our own group of 10 helicopters to fight fires. In 10 to 15 minutes, we can dispatch a helicopter to any location, evacuate people, provide medical assistance, and put out fires. Just recently, there was a situation. We had a fire at a warehouse where explosives were kept, and we were able to put out this fire within minutes. 5 years ago, there was an incident in the city of Moscow, and again, we were able to respond very quickly. At times, we help Moscow Oblast to put out their fires in case of emergency as well. All this added together makes people of Moscow happy. What we have to do is to make their life comfortable, make them happy people. Difficult times will be over, and once again, we will all be living in a nice, beautiful city. We will all be happy. We will all be smiling, because Moscow is a city of happiness. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? If any, then I'll ask the short question. How about the money? Money spent on happiness. Do you think they will be coming back to the treasury? Or they have been irrevocably spent on happiness. What I'm trying to say is that everything that the city is investing, within 1.5 years, you can get it back in terms of tax revenue for the treasury. Why? Well, because our restaurants are, beautiful and great, and people enjoy going to the restaurants. Our retail outlets are profitable because, again, people come to shop in them. Next would be museums are being visited because it's very nice, it's pleasant to be there. Because today you can go to any park, let's say Kadinka Park, which used to be just a desolate place, and now people spend hours, if not days. You can swim in the water, you can go and bike and ride, you can go to the sports facility, both adults and children. So everything Moscow is investing, it comes back. Yes, we get ROI, so we know how to spend, we know how to make money. And I would like to give the floor now to Pier Francesco Maran. Please, Pier Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, some consideration about it. You started before telling about what we did in the last century in Milan, because we had, well, not two fantastic channels to be true, because we closed them not just because of traffic, but because they smell. And then we closed, and now there is a big debate on reopening that is connected to the fact that the idea of a city has changed and is changing in this year. You were saying before, Milan, Moscow, we are part of the C40 network. It's an important network of cities. And more or less, all those cities, we are doing quite the same solution on how to reimagine the city. I think that everything starts on the idea of job. In the 19th century, in the 20th century, we had the idea that first we had to focus on creating jobs. And of course, it is still a big problem. But now we have also another matter. How is the job? How is the relationship between the job and the rest of our life? Definitely, we could say that if we don't work and live in a good environment, we can't also work very well. And it is something that some cities started to learn first. Here we have Peñalosa, that is a sort of icon for us, not only because of what he did, but because it is part of a cultural revolution. And I think that the most important things I learned in the 10 years I'm in charge of my role in the city of Milan is that you have to involve citizens in the idea of change. Cities, if we go back to the previous speech, I'd say that there are two main solutions. One is the fact that we have to create day by day a most efficient city. But we can create a most efficient city even if we work on change, even if we work on a conservative system. Of course, if we do recycling, it's a good thing in every case. On the other side, we are working to change public space. I think that for a city, these decisions connected to public space are the most important. And after pandemic, probably it's possible an acceleration of change that is something we were working even before. Milan last year was the first city to publish an adaptation strategy to COVID. It was easier to be the first because we were the first to have a lockdown, and then we were the first to reopen last spring, even if we had not an easy winter too. But what we did, what we said and what we did, because it's interesting, we just didn't write a strategy, but we realized it. First, we have to change public space. So it's more dangerous to stay in a closed area. Okay, so let's create public space for restaurants and bars. Before the first to fight against new pedestrian areas, etc., where restaurants and bars say, how can our clients arrive if you close the street? Now, please, let's close my street. I want to make tables. So it is important to create alliances to change. We said biking. In 1 year, we doubled the number of people that goes by bike. It was important, and probably we would have needed 5-6 years to make the same bike lanes we made last summer, because it's not just a matter of works, but it's a matter of courage to change, and this is a moment to have courage to change. We put kids on the center of our activities, so we said for more or less 20 schools, we created pedestrian areas around schools because we need to create a safe place where they can also play, parents can wait for them, not just the previous areas with the cars. Sometimes money is not the biggest problem. For example, for us, more than money, the problem is bureaucracy. If we decided to make a big for a park, etc., you need years because you have to make the project, the tender, etc., etc. So we invested a lot on the concept of tactical urbanism, making trees with vase, benches, in 10 days you can change an area and start a change. It also helps in the relationship with citizens, because you say, if there is something wrong, we can easily fix in the next months before we make the definite change. So, what I learned from this experience is that there are some moments in the history where you can accelerate and risk. Pandemic is a tragedy, but it could be also a way to accelerate change. Second, we were used to work in a way, now we can work in a different ways. Of course, I don't think that smart working is everybody will stay home. It's crazy. We become crazy to stay home. But if we go to job just 4 days instead of 5, we have 20% of traffic less, 20% of people on subway less, and comfort on public transport is decisive. Everybody should have the opportunity to use public transport in a good way. Me too, I go to work every day by public transport and not by cars. And third, you have to convince people that change helps, starting from kids, starting from parks, starting from the fact that you have to create a 24-hour change. Of course, you have also to face the fact that not everybody is happy that somebody has to use the car for job and has no alternatives. We have lots of sending to home for more than before, Amazon style, and so we have to manage all this. But it's a big moment to change, and it's a moment where the idea of urban happiness has changed, and it has changed in the direction we worked for 1 decade. So we are ready, I think, to realize it.
Спасибо. Grazie.
Thank you. Grazie. Do we have any questions to Pier Francesco Marano? It's a very, very modest audience. They're not keen to ask any questions. I do have a question, Pier Francesca, if I may. Milano, for a year without Russian tourists, this would be a tragedy. And, you know, Monte Napoleone missed it. Are you expecting Russians to come back to the city?
I confirm it's a tragedy because as much as I love, I think Moscow and Milan center, they are quite similar. In fact, I feel very well in Moscow, and I think that is why Moscow citizens feel so well in Milan. We miss them a lot. We worked on the idea of 15-minute cities and of boroughs. Something interesting is that other areas of Milan has grown up in the last year. In fact, we are making also a communication strategy to see citizens, Italian and people from abroad. Actually, they came more from France, Spain, Germany, because it's easier from the European Union, to discover other parts of cities. Monte Napoleone and the shopping area are in crisis because we miss Russian, we miss Chinese, we miss American, but we think and we are working to give a better city when you can come again.
Grazie, dottore.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Enrique Peñalosa, the person who is representing absolutely unique city for me, as the one who, despite of my weight, I love running, and I think it will be a special pleasure to once to jog and to run among these amazing public spaces, because your city is famous, that you've created a miracle in your city. Over to you, Enrique.
Thank you. Will I be able to make the presentation?
Sure.
Okay. Can I go up?
Please, go ahead.
We politicians have a problem speaking sitting down. Thank you. I wish we had such a wonderful city as Moscow. It will take us a few decades to approach, or Milano, I wish. But Mayor Sobyanin has emphasized the importance of quality of life for economic competitiveness. In the past, for thousands of years, land was the source of wealth and power. And that's why societies used to fight each other to take each other's land away. And later, capital became the main source of wealth and power. And over the last few decades, we've seen something very new and very fascinating, that with cities, really the source of wealth is people who are so good at what they do, because they are creative, well-educated, that they are the source of wealth. And so we are competing for those people who are so good at what they do that they can choose where to live. Now, I'd like to talk about happiness, which is, some reflection, quick reflection about happiness and cities. Happiness, of course, is difficult to define, and it is impossible to measure. Yet, it is the only thing that matters. It is what we ultimately seek with everything we do as individuals or as society, since we wake up until we go to sleep. This is not working. Happiness has to do with the realization of the human potential, and cities can do much for that. A good city helps to realize such human potential, and thus a good city is very fertile for happiness. Music or sports facilities and sports lessons, music lessons, are an example how a city can help people be happier. Another thing, we are pedestrians, we are walking animals. We need to walk, not to survive. We could live all our life and survive inside an apartment, but we are happier if we can walk. This is not working.
Если нас слышат технари, то кто-нибудь может
No. You were kindly asking technical service to help us. It's a magical tech support, magical word tech support.
Now, like birds need to swim, or fish, like birds need to fly, or fish need to swim, or deer need to run, we need to walk, and we need to be with people. One could almost say that bicycling is a more efficient way of walking. So a good city is good for walking, is good for bicycle riding. I think what Mr. Piotr Burukov mentioned is fantastic, and I wish we had such efficient operation in our city. But beyond those things, beyond those which I would call basic things, there are some things which are also important. Quality public pedestrian spaces, such as parks, greenways, plazas, are very magical, such as those that are being made in Moscow. Why? Because, for example, something we buy in the shop, after we buy it, like some clothes, they make us very happy when we go out, walk out of the shop, but they very quickly. A few months later, they don't produce much happiness at all. But a good public space, if we live in front of a park or a plaza or a wonderful public walkway, it is magical because it never diminishes its capacity to yield happiness. Another thing a city can give us, such as, again, Moscow is giving, we need contact with nature to be happy. We need contact with water, with trees. But I like to refer mostly to this over the last couple of minutes and finish. An obstacle to happiness is feeling inferior or excluded. A good city constructs equality. Vulnerable citizens, such as children, the elderly, the handicapped, in a good city are particularly protected. A good city is good for those vulnerable citizens. Inequality is an obstacle to happiness, but what happens? We have all adopted all over the planet private property and the market as the best way to manage society, and that needs inequality. For the market to work, some people must make money, more money, others less. Some companies must be successful, others must fail. So what can we do about equality then? Can we forget about equality? I don't think so, because for thousands of years we have sought equality from Christ, the Greeks, the Romans. Hundreds of millions of people have died in revolutions over the last 300 years in independent wars of independence. Now, I believe cities can be very powerful in constructing equality. Not income equality, but I would propose these two kinds of equality. Quality of life equality and democratic equality. Quality of life equality is what I would say that beyond the obvious, such as health, nutrition, or education, or good roads, we should have access again to music, sports facilities, access to green, even if we don't have money. And democratic equality. All constitutions say that all citizens are equal before the law. I don't know the Russian constitution, but I'm sure, like all others, it says that. If all citizens are equal before the law, then a bus with 200 passengers has a right to 200 times more road space than a car, even a Bentley with one person. A bicyclist or a pedestrian have the same right, or have the right to the same amount of road space that somebody in the Bentley. If we have democratic equality, there should be no private waterfronts, either in rivers or lakes or seashores. This should always be public. In a good city, low-income citizens and high-income citizens meet as equals in public transport, in public spaces, in cultural events, in sidewalks. For example, somebody in a luxury penthouse, they meet the doorman and the building, but they meet separated by hierarchies. If the penthouse owner and the doorman meet as equal in the public space. They meet as equals. So a good city has at least one and hopefully several public spaces which are so wonderful, so fantastic, such as perhaps the waterfront that you are building here, that even the wealthy have to go there. The wealthy try as much as possible never to meet with the poor as equals. This is why they use private planes and they have all kinds of fancy things. But in a great city, there is a central park like New York, where you can have billionaires walking next to the doorman of the building as equals. Over the last 10 years, and this is what you have mentioned, and I am very, I congratulate you. Moscow has been doing wonderful things to be a happier city, and I came here a little bit about more than 10 years ago, and now that I come back, and it's really becoming, as you say, an example, and congratulations, a wonderful city that is seeking not to be just efficient, but very happy. So I am very happy to be here again. Thank you.
Gracias, Enrique. Wow.
Thank you for such a strong burst of energy. I felt equal. We're all equal, and this is great. Any questions, please, if any? It looks like now all of us would like to immediately purchase our tickets to fly to Bogota. And now, Alexander and Nikolai, with your permission, I would like to give you the floor, and you have to decide. Are you going to speak two of you, or just take turns? Yeah, we're going to take turns, but there'll be two of us. Oh, however it goes. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, and thank you very much for a great presentation. We'd like to say a couple of words, since we are the architects, and this would be our topic. And again, we believe it's a very, very important component of any urban landscape. And lately, we see that the city has made a lot of efforts, and like we've heard these great presentations by Pyotr Birykov, and we realize that the city has changed. We've seen great efforts in this respect, and Moscow is morphing into a great city indeed. And speaking about this urban happiness index and its perception by the city dwellers, you know, we're happy when we are outdoors, when we can see great landscapes. And in this sense, in the city of Moscow, the architecture would be these kind of landscapes, because the cityscape is perceiving our perception, or forming our perception of this environment. And if these are great and wonderful, this would define the level of happiness, and we think we have to do our best. Well, another consideration is that this personal perception, like it was, be a part of it, and they have to reflect on what is going on. While the city's architecture, it is not an easy language. It's not a one-dimensional language. And I think that we have to popularize this profession of being an architect, and to educate people to make sure that these people would have a good grasp on this. And I would give the floor to Nikolai to give more details about that. Yes, absolutely. The feeling of comfort is stipulated not only by the public spaces or service sector. You feel comfortable when you like the architecture you're surrounded with. And in the last, let's say, 10 years, we've seen high intensity, and the focus of attention has been shifting towards architecture. And we believe that it's important to make this profession, this occupation, more popular in terms of getting people to understand what's going on in the city. And we can see many things happening in this regard, but I guess much more focus could be placed right here, and possibly to increase the intensity of architectural training and education. We do not have as many architectural schools and colleges, and we see increasing demand by the day. People would like to live in very comfortable dwellings and housing, so being able to make this profession more popular and involve people even more, so that they would understand what is going on in the city, what kind of works are being done, and what kind of events are being offered. And I think it is very important, and we believe that we can intensify and provide even more spotlight on this, so that people would have a feeling that we are actually the co-participants of this architectural process and changes taking place in the city. And we believe that this sort of educational program for the city dwellers of Moscow, and generally educational programs provided by architectural community, would play a big role in this kind of enlightenment. Well, when you speak about architecture, what do you mean exactly? Because while previously speaking about the Barcelona, this would be Gaudi, and speaking about the city of Moscow, it's been famous Russian Orthodox churches and Baroque style and the Stalin's area kind of buildings, and then we moved on to quite a chaotic, I would say, development. What is the current Moscow architectural style? Because you remember there was an idea, let's invite the most renowned world architects, but after working with Norman Foster, it looks like we kind of calmed down a little bit, and we changed the strategy. Well, the modern Moscow urban style, it is, what does it look like? Like any big mega city, I would say it means involving best world's architects and best Moscow architects. It's an absolutely okay that we have a lot of architectural competition and contests. And I believe that Sergei Kuznetsov, the chief Moscow stars, and now the best for different projects in Moscow. I'm not going to give you specific names and titles. They're very famous as it is, but they're like cream of the cream. They're very top. And this is the way it should be. What we're trying to communicate is that when we say about polarization here, I mean that sometimes it is difficult for people to, to comprehend and perceive this architecture, because it's like in modern arts, you have to be knowledgeable to be able to understand it. Yes, and the tragedy that those people who seem to be knowledgeable about that actually is kind of a self-deception. Sometimes people think that they know architecture and they do not know. Pyotr Biryukov would like to step in. Yes, if I may, please. I would like to support my colleagues in the sense that we need to do this educational drive. We need to study of what we had before, and we need to make it more popular. Just to give you one example, about 8 years ago, we began to do this kind of My Street program. It was about landscape and improving the streets of Moscow. And we invited very famous international architects, and they assisted us in renovating Tverskaya Street and gardening. And back then, we had only one architectural design institute organization. Today, in our urban economy, in the city of Moscow, we have 35 architectural specially designed bureau and organizations. All that you're seeing right now has been done by these modern architectural schools of design, planners and designers. And it's not a problem, because we've built our own standards, and today this experience has been extrapolated across Russia. And this is what we need today to make sure that someone later would implement it, and we would be happy campers in this city. Thank you, Peter. We are really over time, and of course they'll blame me for that, but organizers are very anxious that sometimes we may be cut off from the live streaming. But even if they'll do, it will be done, because you absolutely cannot move into the next session's time. Please go ahead. Vladimir, thank you for inviting such a high-profile discussion and for such a high-profile lineup of speakers. It's a huge honor for me. It's a very positive thing. I'll be speaking about innovations. Innovations is my theme, and when Pyotr Biryukov was speaking, I was counting how many times he mentioned innovations or new technologies. He mentioned this phrase 12 times, and I'm optimistic, because in this kind of engineering revolution that Pyotr Biryukov has been speaking about, I'm speaking about his urban economy. And Skolkovo residents, our school's residents, have been a part of this technological revolution. It's about 40+ companies who have been the part to help to make this engineering revolution in the city of Moscow. And speaking about all these kind of very promising business lines and activities, we do have some experience, some new technologies and innovations. We can increase the efficiency of generation related to the urban transportation and the last mile deliveries and next ecological issues which are coming to the fore lately, and more attention we give to the ecological agenda, and this is also a challenge sometimes when we do and implement our urban projects. If I may go back to the main topic of the discussion, I would like to give you just the main bullet points. Well, in our world today we have about 150+ different research. And as for us, we're trying to analyze these global researches, and we split them up in 3 parts basically. And this would be some objective, the so-called objective, subjective, and exclusively subjective research. And obviously the city of Moscow is among the leaders here when we do this kind of objective research. And yes, we are taking up the best spaces, and we get the prizes. And as for the subjective research, there is International Happiness Index, as it has been calculated back in 2016. Costa Rica, Mexico, and Colombia have been among the top 3 locations for this kind of global happiness index, and Russia has taken 116th place. It makes sense why the Latin America countries have been in the top of the rank in terms of subjective evaluation in this index. But as for us, we're also part of the city of Moscow, obviously, and we have quite a big community in Moscow. We have our own urban environment, and we're also trying to look into both objective and subjective factors. And we are collecting feedback from the residents. We are providing certain internet channels like Telegram channels for the community, to make sure that we have a two-way communication, not only between them but also to being able to get some feedback from them of what would be the effect of many solutions which we implement on the territory of the Skolkovo. And in this sense, Skolkovo has become the pilot location for many ideas, and it's a very unique environment for living, I would say, because many people in Skolkovo sometimes have to be, I guess, certain like a guinea pigs in terms of experiencing some innovations and new developments. But however, they're very positive about this, and if I'll continue this discussion, I would say the following.
One more thing that I would like to add. As far as being proactive is concerned, of course, we try to anticipate the future. What else can we propose for the city based on some global trends? But it's also very important to get feedback. It's really important for us to get a review from the city. Once they implement an innovation, it's really important for us to get some feedback from the city. How did it work? How did it affect the happiness index? Vladimir? Thank you. Thank you very much. See, with innovation, we were able to communicate with Oleg. I'm sorry we ran out of time. We don't have time for questions. Yekaterina, I will go straight to you. Of course, there is something sexist about that. We let the lady go the very last. I apologize for that. Well, I think this will be a nice wrap-up. We started with Mr. Biryukov talking about the happiness index. I think this is a very good initiative. It's daring, but this will give you the biggest response on investment. Can we upload my deck of slides? Can we put it on the screen? I will make sure it's short. Well, the director is telling me in the earpiece, don't go to slides, just let her talk without slides. Okay, let me get started. We created a master plan of happiness earlier this year, and our goal was to make sure that the urban development program improves the happiness index, the level of happiness in the city. And like Deputy Mayor Birikov said, my clicker doesn't work, happiness helps cities develop. If we consider priorities over the years, you will see how things changed from decade to decade. Jobs, roads, housing, and now people care about health, accessibility, inclusivity, etc. Cities attract talent, talent creates jobs, jobs bring in taxes. It's all very obvious. Again, it doesn't work. I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe I'll just tell someone. Next slide, please. Okay. The situation gets increasingly complex year after year. Special strategists for skateboarders, for bicycle riders, for older people. Cities start caring for smaller, specific groups of people. And the city acts as a kind of coordinator, resolving clashing interests. Because Mr. Birikov mentioned parks. Within a park, you have all sorts of people. There are jogging people, there are roller skaters, there are bike riders, there are moms with strollers, and they all have different interests. So the city authorities have to reconcile all those interests. Which means you have to transform your city management system. And cities like Moscow first learned to do something good for everybody, but now we move on to a different stage. You don't do something just for everybody. You do something good for some specific categories of people, different categories specifically. And this is what we did based on our analysis of current trends and strategies. These are solutions that could help you resolve these clashing interests. What should we build? For example, in this particular spot, a parking lot or a park. We analyzed the situation. Next slide, please. And we saw that Moscow has been doing that already with the way it develops its transport system. It's pretty accessible and inclusive. Deputy Mayor Birikov mentioned some of these things in his speech. And our study shows that 60% of the people in Moscow approve of what the Moscow authorities have been doing in terms of urban development. Another interesting point about our study, we used, you know, that businesses, they have this concept of customer experience, customer paths, and we try to do something similar as it applies to a city. We looked at the situation in Moscow, what people in Moscow think about their experience and whether they're happy compared to other cities. So you can see that we are behind other cities in terms of entertainment, outdoors entertainment, but on 4 other criteria, Moscow is doing quite well. Next slide. What else do we need? jobs. 24% of Moscovites spend more than 1 hour traveling from home to work. In other cities, people don't accept job offers if it takes them more than 30 minutes to commute from home to work. This is an important consideration. And one more point, involvement, engagement, community, being part of local initiatives. This is another thing that's missing at this point. We identified 10 types of boroughs in Moscow, and this is actually quite helpful when you plan and develop territories within the city. We have 5 different types of residential districts on the outskirts of Moscow. Amazing. This slide shows you an example. It's a profile of a borough. That's an area on the outskirts of Moscow, residential area. And this is our analysis of this particular area. What people living there need for happiness and how satisfied are they are with their current conditions. We did a study and of different types of people. 30% of the people in Moscow are focused on their career, on their professional careers. 23% of the people are hedonists. They want to enjoy life, and they're very different. They want to go to restaurants and enjoy life. And then different areas around the city have a different mix of these different kinds of people. But we want to make everybody happy, right? So if we consider this particular area, we can see that we don't have enough opportunities for career-oriented people in this particular area of Moscow. Well, anyway, this is all from me for now. And I'd just like to say that everything that the Moscow authorities do through their My Street project and other projects as well, this will make people in Moscow happier, but we need to focus on smaller groups specifically. Yekaterina, I'm panicking right now because I'm an active person. I'm a career-oriented guy who is a hedonist at the same time. Anyway, this was amazing. I would like to thank all of our panelists, all of our speakers. It was great, and I was very happy to be here to help you have this discussion. Thank you very much. This is all for now. Thank you.
Спасибо участникам панельной дискуссии. Через несколько минут мы продолжим международный диалог. City as a Service – экосистема сервисов для создания человекоцентричного города. Уважаемые участники Moscow Urban Forum.
Dear participants in the Moscow Urban Forum, we start our panel discussion, City as a Service. The ecosystem of services. Our speakers for this session are Evgeny Kozlov, First Deputy Head of the Administrative Office of the Mayor of Moscow, Center for a Livable City, Executive Director Hugh Lim. Vesam Luta, CEO of Smart Dubai Government Establishment. And our moderator is Senior Partner of McKinsey & Company, Shanghai, Jonathan Watzel.
Welcome to the forum and to the panel on City as a Service. I'm looking forward to it, and I know we have three of the smartest city people in the world here today with us to share with us a new approach to thinking about how a city develops and delivers services in a human-centered way. The essence of this is that cities have to rethink how they are delivering their services to enable the citizens to more fully participate, to think, if you will, as companies do, from the customer back. What is it that the citizen wants and needs, and how do we reshape our services to deliver that? And that would include everything from the operating services to the way in which we design and develop the city to the management of the city itself. I think this is a very fascinating topic. It's a topic which is very, very relevant today. Obviously, the pandemic and its crisis has accelerated this, has required cities to become that much more citizen-focused and citizen-centered. So the city as a service is a new concept, but it's one that is incredibly important for changing how we think about cities and to take, as we said, a more human-focused approach. And with that, we have, again, three of the leading practitioners, I should say. The first, as was mentioned, for the Deputy Head of Administrative Office, Evgeny Kozlov, is replacing Mr. Ganina. Is unfortunately not able to be with us today. Mr. Kozlov is responsible for the development of Most.ru with over 200 services enabled for Muscovites. And he's been coordinating that development for the past years. And I know that many other important projects as well. We have also, of course, Mr. Wissam Luta, the CEO of Smart Dubai, the leader of Dubai's services for the people. We were just talking about how Dubai is opening up now for the World Expo, and I'm sure that he will share many examples of how this leading city, Smart and Services, is adopting this approach. And then finally, Mr. Hugh Lim, a good friend and the executive director of the Center for Livable Cities of Singapore, of course, one of the smartest cities in the world, and also one of the most livable ones. And I look forward to hearing the secrets from Hugh of how Singapore is adopting this approach. So with that, let me turn to Mr. Kozlov to introduce and present the Moscow story. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's really nice and really a great pleasure to be with you. And I really am sorry that my boss cannot be here with us. Unfortunately, she is ill, and I'm responsible to be after her with you. So thank you again. We are here from all over the world, and I hope we will have a really nice professional discussion. I will speak from my heart in Russian in order so the audience can understand us, and I hope the translation will be okay. And if you want, I will repeat it with you directly, personally, after all this COVID infection will be finished. So, добрый день, дамы и господа.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching this discussion. I hope you enjoy it. We'll be talking about the citizen-centric city. What does it mean? We believe everything that happens in a city, the way the city develops, everything should be done for people. People should be at the center of everything. This is the concept that Mayor Sobyanin declared at the previous urban forum, and Moscow has been following this principle for a number of years now. I would like to cover a number of aspects. First, digital technology, digital services, and then physical services, infrastructure. It should also be man-centric. Man should be at the heart of everything. Of course, we know that all cities compete for resources. Urbanization is not the past of mankind. It's our future. It's going to continue. So cities compete for human resources. If you can't offer the best services, if you can't offer the best kind of infrastructure, if you don't develop your infrastructure the best way for the people living in the city, the best way for tourists, you can't win in this competition. So what does Moscow do? As far as digital technology is concerned, Moscow builds digital platforms. We create an ecosystem of services for individuals and for businesses alike. We have the mayor's web portal, mos.ru, and we have 14 million people registered with this website. That's because we have 380 services available in digital form there. This saves millions of man-hours. And, you know, the time is the most precious thing we have. Digital services enable us to save time. When you save time, this is what makes you happy. This is what improves your happiness index. So, digital services. It's not enough for the city to do it alone. That's why we have other digital services for collecting feedback from people. We've been doing that for over 10 years. Electronic feedback forms. Getting people involved in making plans for future infrastructure development, fixing mistakes. Sometimes we do make mistakes, and we need to fix those, so people help us with that. The entire digital ecosystem is man-centric in Moscow. The city appeals to citizens and asks for their feedback. So, digital services. It would be wrong to create those apart from what you do with the physical infrastructure. You know, Mayor Sobyanin spoke yesterday about Moscow, and he stressed one thing. He said, you can't develop just one area, say, education, or only healthcare, or only culture. You need to do all those things all at once. All the areas, all the different sectors, all the different territories have to develop at the same time. Then you'll have a level playing field. You won't have any disproportions in your development. What do we mean by that? We think that Moscow, considering we have 12 million people living here, and that's during the nighttime. During the daytime, we have 20 million people in Moscow. So Moscow should have its own identity. The city should have its own identity, and every borough should have its own identity. We want our people to be proud and call themselves not just Muscovite. No, we want people to be proud of the fact that they live in Izmailov or on Philly or in some other borough. And how do you get there? You need to create something that would help people identify with the borough they live in, create parks, public spaces, services, commerce, culture, libraries, etc., etc. All those services should be easily available. They should be accessible within 15 minutes for all the people, regardless of where they live. You all know about this concept. 15-minute city, right? We have a separate program, a special program, to turn Moscow into a 15-minute city. It's called My Borough. We create man-centric spaces in every part of Moscow. And you know what's important? We always ask what people think about our plans. We ask them, what do they think we need to fix? What do they think we need to improve? What kind of services they want us to provide? Starting this year, we moved on to co-planning. We have what we call foresight sessions, and we have had 13 of those already. We invite people, we bring people together and ask them what they think we need to do. You have to talk to the people actually living in a specific location to find out what they really need. Moscow is a city of entrepreneurs. Moscow is a city of jobs, so we need to provide good services for our business people. You don't just support people living here. You need to support companies operating within your city. That's why we create technology parks, physical locations where it's easy for companies to operate. Moscow is a city of innovations. We need to create physical infrastructure where business people feel supported, where they can launch their startups. Moscow is like a big accelerator, and the more we invest in this physical infrastructure, the more return we get. You invest 1 ruble in business infrastructure, and we get 3 rubles in return. We get 3 rubles from private investors. And eventually we get a return on this investment, and we have economic growth. This is how the city supports. We invest a lot in creating infrastructure for young entrepreneurs. We want to educate our young businessmen. If we do that, we'll get a powerful return from our young businessmen. And the economy will benefit from their startups and hopefully unicorns. In high-tech and other sectors. We're very proud because Moscow is the cultural capital of the world. We have arts and creativity. We have a large number of cultural venues in Moscow. These venues are interesting for people to visit. They entertain, but they also educate. We have one of the largest networks of free creativity centers in Moscow. We have a large network of cultural institutions where people can fulfill their creative ambitions. We have creative entrepreneurs who generate a new sector. They call this creative economy. Creative economy. What does it mean? This includes movies, filmmaking, architecture, design. So the more we invest in this creative economy, the more beautiful our city will look. It will be culturally diverse. It will be multicultural. So we do need to support creative industries. We do need to create infrastructure for these creative people. This is another priority. Next, tourism. Why do we think it's important to talk about tourism even today? You know, we have a saying in Russia, you need to get your winter sled ready during the summertime, ahead of time. So what we are doing today is we are looking for growth opportunities within Russia, since international travel is on pause at the moment. We promote domestic tourism within Russia. We've created a unique system. It's a government project. It's called Rus Pass or Rus Path. It covers the entire traveling journey. You look up, you can find an appropriate destination and get a package of services that cover your entire journey, your entire experience, getting an e-visa. We work with the federal government on that, of course. You can book your hotel, your tour, etc., etc. We have partnered up with a number of Russian provinces. We have one single platform where all those tours are available. Different provinces can advertise themselves. So if you want to travel around Russia, see all these different diverse places, you can pick the places you like and plan your journey. If your city is man-centric, if it's convenient for the people living there, it will also be convenient and comfortable for visiting tourists. You know, there's the Michelin Guide, and people from the Michelin Guide came to Moscow. They saw all the different restaurants that we have available here, and in October 21, we'll have a Michelin Guide for Moscow. This is a great achievement. We are very proud of that, and we hope this will attract many more visitors, many more tourists to Moscow. And actually, I believe that many people will decide to move to Moscow to enjoy living in our city. Okay, what would I like to say in conclusion? Being man-centric, services should be available in one click. But to do that, the entire administrative system, the city authorities have to be fully digital and customer-centric. Everything we do should be for our customers, for the people. It's very important to transform, to digitize the entire system of public administration. In Moscow, we use artificial intelligence in 1 out of 6 projects we do. I think we were first in Russia to do that. And because of that, we have people's trust, we have transparency. And it's really important to us, to the people we communicate with. We keep things transparent. We use all the channels of communication available to us. We want to be able to talk to people. We want people to talk back to us. We want people to be able to talk to each other. We use the most advanced digital technologies for that. We have voice assistants, chatbots, we have AI, and we use that for our communications with people. We understand that the more comfortable people are, the more happy they are, the higher our happiness index will be. This is something that they discussed in the previous session. And this means you will have more people living in the city, moving to the city, spending their money in the city, and this will make Moscow more competitive. Thank you very much. And I will be happy to take any questions if you have any later. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Goslow. I think that's very impressive, and congratulations on the Michelin Guide. I look forward to experiencing it in person. So with that, I'd like to turn to Mr. Luta, the CEO of Smart Dubai. And Mr. Luta, now, Dubai is very well known for having many digital platforms. Dubai Now, Invest in Dubai, UAE Pass. Perhaps you could enlighten us onto how these work, the impact they've had, and particularly how the pandemic has changed things and has accelerated or not the process of digital transformation. So over to you, sir. I'm afraid you're on mute.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be here with you, the esteemed panelists, and I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting us to participate in this event. My name is Wissam Luta. I'm the CEO of Smart Dubai Government, and it gives me great pleasure to take you on a journey of the digital transformation that's happened in Dubai over the last few years. So just as a quick introduction on Dubai, some facts and figures. So Dubai is the second largest city within the United Arab Emirates. Our population is about 3.5 million roughly. And it's quite a diverse city with over 200 different nationalities. We are well known for our world-class infrastructure, known for the tallest building in the world, and as well as one of the busiest airports in the world, with also, being quite well known for being a tourist destination. We also have 70% of the Fortune 500 companies that choose Dubai to be the regional hub, and home for the largest ICT in the region. So over 1,600 multinational companies also call Dubai home. So with this success and achievement that Dubai has had over the past few years, I wanted to kind of shed some light on the role of the digital transformation in the success of Dubai and its story. So Dubai Digital is actually a very new establishment. We were just restructured the Dubai Smart City program recently. With our vision and mission is to make Dubai a holistic and people-centric digital ecosystem. That's for the benefits of the citizens and residents of Dubai. Our journey in digital transformation is not new. We've been along this journey for over 20 years now, starting with the e-government back in the year 2000, with many stops along the way, whether it is transforming to a smart government back in 2013, or launching the Dubai Data Establishment 2016, and taking us all the way through to today in 2021. We are currently in kind of the end of this stage of our strategy that started about 2015, and we're currently working on the next stage of our digital transformation, aligning with the vision of 2030. I will be taking you through some of the examples of the work that we have done over the past few years, starting with our Dubai paperless strategy. So back in 2018, we launched the strategy to make Dubai government completely paperless by 2021. So we have a date that's set, 12th of December, 2021 is the last day. We will be celebrating the last piece of paper issued by Dubai government. We've done our study. We have about 325 million pieces of paper that's been used in the Dubai government in the different sectors. And so far, we've been able to reduce this by 91%. So giving back about 1 billion dirhams, that's about $0.3 billion annually back into the economy. More importantly, saving 13 million hours back to the citizens and residents of Dubai, and over 40,000 trees. That's almost 5 times the size of Central Park in New York. So we have financial benefits as well as environmental benefits from this strategy. Going forward, so this is kind of the overarching strategy in transforming and digitizing our services within the city. We've also opted for providing a one-stop digital channel for the citizens and residents. So this is what we call Dubai Now. So Dubai Now is the kind of go-to one-stop shop application, mobile application, where you can find more than 130 services, whether it's from government or private sector. There's over 30 entities that participate and provide their services through this channel. So whether it's you're paying your bills, topping up your SALIC, which is the toll system, paying your electricity, you're renewing your driver's license, even purchasing a home or a vehicle, all of these services, you can find them under one single application. And it's this funny anecdotal thing that, as you can see, you can pay traffic fines through this application. And we had one of our citizens, residents, tweet that he was never so happy to pay a fine, as an example. So even in such a, unpleasant thing as paying a fine, once you provide, excellent service, people appreciate this, and it turns into a happy experience. We understand for digital transformation to happen, there needs to be certain components within the city, certain building blocks that need to exist for the digital transformation to work. So one of these main components is the digital identity. So in the UAE, we worked with the Telecommunication Regulatory Authority and the Abu Dhabi government as well in order to launch a digital identity program. So that is anchored around the digital ID that we have. We have over 2 million people that registered within this program, with half of them having the highest level of assurance. With this, they can provide digital proof of their identity to avail services. So over 8,000 services now are available through UAE Pass from over 200 service providers. So with one single digital identity, I'm able to access all of these services. And the way we've also recently, in April of 2021, we made the registration even much easier. So it used to be that you have to go to a government location or a kiosk to use your biometric fingerprint to elevate your account to be a qualified account. Now, with just a selfie from your phone, with facial recognition technology, we're able to verify the identity of the citizens and elevate their account. So with this, they can digitally sign. So now you no longer have to be present in any of the service centers. You can sign any document digitally. We believe digital identity, digital payment, integration platforms are key components in this digital ecosystem for the transformation. Having something like this also, brings the services to the people instead of them coming to us within government service centers. We always believe in providing a choice to our citizens and residents. So for people who can avail the services, they have them through digital channels, but we also don't stop, having physical interactions in the government service centers. One of the examples I also wanted to give today on how we've redesigned our services to be customer-centric is an example of being able to invest in Dubai, being able to create a new company as an entrepreneur. So that service used to be very bureaucratic, and it would take sometimes weeks, if not more, to establish a company, especially if it is in a high-risk business activity. Now, with the launch of this new platform, Invest in Dubai, we were able to integrate over 39 government entities that participate in the issuing of the license. So now, with Invest in Dubai, and anyone here can go to this website, invest.dubai.ae, we can easily register and create a company within 15 minutes. With over 2,000 different business activity, it's all integrated, 0 visits, 100% digital. So that's kind of rethinking how government provides its services, offering a government not as individual silos of entities, but providing the service as one government that's integrated together to provide a customer-centric service. We're also working with our partners, not only in making the government completely paperless, but also encouraging the use of cashless digital forms for payment across the city. We believe that's good for the economy and also allows for the availability of digital transformation across the many channels. Finally, I wanted to end with this example of how digital technologies is actually helping government to design their policies. We've all gone through this, difficult times in 2020. And the government had to make choices on what to lock down, what policies to put in place, and how to ease and, at times when it's possible to do this while keeping the safety and well-being of the citizens and residents. So one of the things that we've done in Smart Dubai, in Dubai Digital, is to collaborate with the Command and Control Center, provide data that's coming from across all the healthcare sector, whether it's testing centers, whether it is hospitals, and clinics, and provide all this comprehensive data and easy to consume dashboards, along with using machine learning and well-known scientific prediction methodologies to understand how the pandemic and how the spread of the virus happening, and play different scenarios, whether it is if you decide to open up certain activities, how will that affect the spread of the virus? And we believe the government was able to strike a balance between keeping the safety and security and keeping the numbers manageable and low, while also allowing the economy to continue to operate and thrive. So with this, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Luja. Very, very impressive. And the environment thanks you. 40,000 trees a year. That is a very distinctive goal. But mindful of time, let me now turn to Hugh. And from Singapore, Singapore has been well known for being a leading edge urban environment, and services, planning and development, all first class. But now you're rethinking it at a district level. What is behind that? What does that mean? And then again, how does that play out for the urban environment, for the services you provide? I'd love to know more about Singapore.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and a very good afternoon to all of you in Moscow and to the esteemed panel. Thank you very much for the invitation to share. As many of you are aware, Singapore is a small island city-state, only 720 square kilometers, and we have almost 5.7 million residents here. This is one of the most densely populated places in the world. We have consistently looked for innovative solutions to create a more livable environment for our residents, despite the challenges of limited land and natural resources. So for Singapore, livability encompasses the quality of life, a competitive economy, and a sustainable environment. And this is underpinned by integrated planning and dynamic urban governance. Over the past 5 decades, Singapore has consistently turned to technology as an integral part of solutions for our urban challenges, starting off with a national computerization plan in the 1980s to the Smart Nation vision, which was launched in 2014. The Smart Nation vision aims to transform Singapore into a leading economy powered by digital innovation and a world-class, smart and sustainable city. The key components of the vision comprise digital economy, digital government, and digital society. Under digital economy, the aim is to digitalize industries for greater business efficiency and to create new jobs and opportunities. Under digital government, we aim to provide integrated and seamless government services and harness data intelligently for more efficient policy making and operations. And under digital society, the aim is to enable all citizens to access technologies, embrace them, and to use them confidently to connect with other people and services. These efforts have shown results. Some areas of urban services where our residents rate Singapore to have done well as a smart city include health, safety, mobility, economic opportunities, urban governance, and the quality of technology education in schools. Singapore is also recognized for providing strong national support to bring small and medium enterprises onto the digitalization journey and for its initiatives to enhance citizen-centric services. Now, we recognize that a smart city is not merely about having the most sophisticated technologies. It must be one where technology is appropriately harnessed to enable digitally integrated planning, development, and governance of our urban systems, to make the daily lives of our residents more convenient and to make the economy more productive. This is critical given the growing risks of new types of disruptions to a city's functions, and many of us have experienced this in the past 15 months, as well as the evolving needs of businesses and citizens. At the same time, a smart city framework must reflect the city's development context and goals, and prioritize the necessary urban systems and enablers to achieve those goals. There must also be a strong public, private, and people, 3P partnership to facilitate the effective delivery of smart urban systems to its people in an efficient, inclusive, and safe manner. So in 2018, Singapore released the Digital Government Blueprint to accelerate the digital transformation of the civil service and the delivery of e-government services to its people. Digital government is about being digital to the core, using data connectivity and computerization in an impactful way to transform the core functions of public service. The Singapore Public Service has been expanding the use of virtual assistants powered by artificial intelligence for more efficient service delivery. Just to share an example, Ask Jamie is a virtual assistant that was conceptualized in 2014. The chatbot is now implemented across more than 90 government agency websites and trained to be able to provide direct responses to citizen queries. In support of our no wrong door approach, Ask Jamie is also able to pull information from the relevant government agency and display the answer no matter where the query is posted. Vika, or the Virtual Intelligent Chat Assistant, was launched in December 2020 and is a next generation virtual assistant. Vika will be able to perform advanced analytics on chatbot content, which enables the chatbots to understand, learn, and interact with users better. It will eventually replace the Ask Jamie chatbots. To create a more human-focused e-service ecosystem, enlightened governments of smart cities can enable parts of the city to serve as a living laboratory for companies and public agencies to develop and test innovative urban solutions in a real-life setting before they are scaled up across the city and beyond. But this requires government and the technology developers to embrace an agile mindset and an experimental approach. This test and learn approach at a smaller scale encourages innovation to confirm the effectiveness of technology before applying it at larger scale. As part of efforts to develop smart urban mobility, for example, the Land Transport Authority, or LTA, collaborated with several companies to trial the technology for autonomous vehicles. In 2019 and 2020, the western part of Singapore has become a testing ground for AVs, with more than 1,000 kilometers of public roads opened for the testing of AVs. So companies such as ST Engineering, Comfort Delgro, and the American firm Autonomy are testing AVs in these areas. And these will support the robust testing of AV capabilities to provide inter-town services and longer haul journeys in a safe manner. Another example is found in the new and upcoming Tengah Forest Town. It's a public housing estate under the charge of the Housing Development Board and will be Singapore's first smart and sustainable town. Among some of the key sustainability features of Tengah is the provision of a centralized cooling system for the residential blocks. Residents in Tengah would have the option to utilize the CCS and receive cooling as a service, as opposed to privately installing a split aircon unit for their own apartment. The accompanying SP or SingPower Utilities app allows residents then to monitor their energy consumption, receive alert notifications if the indoor unit needs maintenance, and to see consumption data of the unit over time. Going on to digital literacy. This is important because residents need to have the digital know-how before they can embrace such technologies in their lives. Singapore has been initiating efforts to be digitally inclusive and ensure that no segments of our population get left behind. The Infocom and Media Development Authority, or IMDA, set up the SG Digital Office in May 2020. Remind you, this is in the midst of the pandemic, to accelerate our adoption of digital tools and raise the digital literacy of less tech-savvy individuals and businesses. For a start, the Digital Office recruited 1,000 digital ambassadors to help seniors and hawkers, basically who provide low-cost cooked food services, under the Seniors Go Digital and the Hawkers Go Digital programs. The Seniors Go Digital program was launched to promote digital literacy amongst the elderly through one-on-one coaching, small group learning, and online classes. We are setting up over 50 physical learning hubs across the island for senior citizens to receive Infocom training on topics such as setting up a good password, using e-payment, making video calls, searching for information online, and cybersecurity guidance to protect themselves from scams. Excuse me. The Hawkers Go Digital program was initiated during the COVID-19 pandemic in June 2020 to encourage hawkers to adopt the SGQR, which is a unified e-payment solution. Digital ambassadors were deployed to socialize e-payment solutions to hawkers and encourage them to embrace digital transactions. So as much as we encourage citizens to utilize e-services by placing people at the core of smart city development, most, if not all, government agencies and companies still do provide the option of walk-in services. And this is to ensure that those who are unable to transact digitally will not be left out. Every citizen must feel that they have a part to play in the smart city and they stand to benefit from it. Active citizenry is important to encourage wider adoption and the use of digital tools. The Municipal Services Office, or MSO, under the Ministry of National Development, developed the One Service app. It is an integrated feedback management and customer service channel for municipal services. It allows users to give feedback on the go, with feedback automatically routed to the agency in charge. And the app's geotagging and photo taking functions enable agencies to ascertain the exact location and the nature of the issue so that they can respond to it in a timely manner. To date, the One Service app alone has been used by about 340,000 users, and they have reported more than 460,000 cases to improve facilities maintenance in the neighborhoods. And this covers the whole of Singapore. Active citizenry has also proven even more important during the pandemic. Singapore launched the Trace Together app, a community-driven contact tracing app that makes use of Bluetooth signals to detect proximity between people, such that if a user has been in prolonged physical proximity with an infected person, he or she could be alerted to monitor their health, come for testing, or even be served a quarantine order. Our ongoing efforts in developing geospatial technologies for data-informed planning and enhancing quality of life for citizens have made us more adaptive to COVID-19, such as through the URA's Space Out platform and the National Park Safe Distance at Parks platform. We could provide information on crowd levels so that people could make informed decisions where to go safely during the lockdowns. In the long term, we expect that such integrated platforms will become increasingly important. Ultimately, trust is needed to encourage widespread technology adoption and usage. And being a smart city is not enough. We need also to be a high-trust city. And in order to facilitate this, we recognize the importance of trusted use of data. So Singapore upgraded its Personal Data Protection Act in 2020. To sum up, technology gives us many new possibilities for raising our game in city as a service. For technology to be in service of a city's residents, people have to be at the core of its design and development. And there are many opportunities for good public, private, and people partnership to bring this about. Finally, to achieve a smart city, there must be clear and consistent rules on data privacy to build necessary trust amongst the city's residents. You can find some relevant publications on this topic from the Center for Livable Cities via the QR codes. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Hugh. It's always extremely impressive. And in particular, the living labs strikes me as the integration of the digital and the physical. You are literally reshaping the city here. This will be fascinating to watch. We are at the end of our time, but I wanted to ask the panelists one question to each person. One question for each person to answer. And that question essentially is, what have we learned? What have you learned in the last 12 months about becoming a human-centered cities? What has been a new thing? And that last 12 months includes the presentations that were just made, incidentally. So if that comes to mind. But perhaps we could start with you, Mr. Koslov. What has you learned about being human-centered in the last 12 months?
Добрый день. Еще раз. Я работаю. Можно я
Hello once again. I would like to thank all the speakers and attendees of this panel discussion. And right now, Mr. Watzel, it's 4 a.m. in his place where he is, and he is still with us. Our colleague from Singapore, it's 7 p.m. Local time. The workday is almost over. And our colleague from Dubai is about the same time zone, right? About the same time of the day. And through the digital technologies, we're truly uniting the world together. I also would like to invite all of you, dear friends, to Moscow. Please come and appreciate the city once again and to learn more about the city. And I cannot wait for the borders to be open, restrictions to be lifted, and I would like to go to Dubai, Singapore, and the US whenever it will be possible. But answering your question, for over 2 years, some new services and projects in terms of the physical infrastructures have been developed. Like, what do? We do the conceptual design first, and then we do the fundamental research, and we do the focus group with the residents and beneficiaries of these projects. We collect the feedback, we correct our conceptual design, we work through all the clients' journeys and UX and design solutions, and then again we have the secondary discussions with the residents. We verify whether we've understood them correctly, like if we understand them right, and then we do the implementation stage. We build, and right after we build those services, we have the ongoing feedback loop to make sure that the NPS from this service or the project would be as high as possible. So it's kind of open type of prototyping and design. This is what at the cutting edge of the development of the city of Moscow. Thank you.
Learned.
Jonathan, there's quite a lot that we've actually learned from this last 12 months, but I will quote my colleague in the first session when he said that you have to prepare your winter sled in the summer. So I believe, the investment in digital infrastructure that Dubai has had over the last 20 years was quite a significant investment that paid dividends during the pandemic. Had we not had invested in our digital services, I cannot imagine how government would continue to operate, especially in the most difficult times in the lockdown. We also learned, during these difficult times when people could not leave their homes, that, you had to have proper investment in digital services. We were blessed that the city continued to operate, services were continued to open, people will be able to get their groceries, and our children were able to continue to receive their education digitally through online learning. All of this would not have been possible if we had not made the right investment in digital technology, in digital infrastructure. So I believe that emphasis will continue to be there. Our citizens and residents have, now have a higher expectations when it comes to digital services. I think this is just taught city administrators that digital infrastructure is just as important as physical infrastructure.
Thank you. Wise words. And now to Hugh, you have the last word.
Thank you very much. And I fully agree with my colleague from Dubai that the steady investment ahead of time was absolutely necessary. When the Singapore government decided to implement what we call the circuit breaker, that meant almost everyone who was not deemed an essential service had to work from home, study from home, operate from home. And the investment in the digital infrastructure enabled that to take place without so much of a hiccup. So that, I think, paid a lot of tribute to the investment that had been put in ahead of time. But the other essential lesson that we take away from this, which is a continuing point, is that we do have to make sure we are digitally inclusive. And that's making sure that businesses and citizens are all able to connect. Because if you want to build a solution around digital, then it really has to cover everyone. And the efforts that I shared about the seniors go digital and the hawkers go digital, this is only part of that effort to make sure that the services that we are putting out there are actually receivable and useful for everyone. And as they've been saying in the whole COVID environment, nobody is safe until everybody is safe. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you all. And Hugh, I look forward to having that digital hawking experience very soon. So a truly very smart panel. I am honored to moderate it. Thank you all. And back to the Moscow Urban Forum. Take care. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much again, Jonathan.
Спасибо участникам панельной дискуссии.
Thanks to all the participants of our panel discussion. In the matter of minutes, we'll continue our panel discussion. We'll be speaking about infrastructure breakthroughs, mega projects of territorial development.
1, 2, 3, раз, два, три.
Уважаемые участники форума, пожалуйста, занимайте свои места в зале. Через несколько минут начинается панельная дискуссия «Инфраструктурный прорыв. Мегапроекты территориального развития». Уважаемые участники форума, пожалуйста, займите свои места в зале и переведите мобильные телефоны в бесшумный режим. Совсем скоро начинается панельная дискуссия «Инфраструктурный прорыв. Мегапроекты территориального развития». Уважаемые участники форума, пожалуйста, занимайте места в зале и переведите мобильные телефоны в бесшумный режим. Совсем скоро начинается панельная дискуссия «Инфраструктурный прорыв. Мегапроекты территориального развития». Уважаемые участники форума, начинается панельная дискуссия «Инфраструктурный прорыв». Мегапроекты.
We start our panel discussion where we will talk about infrastructure. Our speakers are Deputy Mayor for Urban Development and Construction Андрей Бочкарев.
Председателя правительства Российской Федерации Марат Хуснуллин.
Marat Husnulin, Deputy Prime Minister. Tatarstan President Rustam Minnikhanov. Christos Passas, Zaha Hadid Architects. Elizabeth Merck, Head of the Department of Urban Planning and Building Regulation, Munich, Germany. Mikhail Dmitriev, President, New Economic Growth Consulting Group. Our moderator for this session is Natalia Trunova, Auditor of the Accounts Chamber of Russia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, our participants, both offline and online. We're about to start our panel discussion on infrastructural breakthrough, mega projects of territorial development. We have been discussing these subjects for 2 days now. We talk about major projects around the world. Yesterday, Mayor Sobyanin offered us a lot of examples how different cities form networks. He talked about agglomerations. He talked about Boston and New York in the United States. And we know that quite often the success of urban development depends not only on the initiative of regional or municipal authorities, it depends on national policies as well. And we have Marat Husnulin with us today. He will talk about the national government of Russia and their priorities in developing infrastructure in Moscow and actually throughout Russia. He will talk about the projects they have in their pipeline to make people's lives better. Not just to provide jobs, but also to ensure the high quality of life. Also, this strategy is very much focused on the environment. So let's move on to Mr. Husnulin and his report. We can't hear you. Mr. Husnulin, how about now? Yes, now we can hear you. All right. Good afternoon. I'm really happy that we are all gathered here. I'm very happy that Moscow has organized this forum. It's been over 10 years. Last year we didn't have a forum because of the pandemic, so I'm glad a lot of experts. Some of them are present offline, others connect online, and we see a lot of interest in this forum. I think it's a very good format. The pandemic presented us with new challenges. We got used to our old way of life, but the pandemic forced us to adjust. The cities had to adjust. We had to review the way we handle the issues of the environment, healthcare, etc., etc. So I think this forum will help us develop some new approaches to the way we handle all these matters. Today we talk about infrastructural breakthrough. There are a few things we do in Russia. In the fall of this year, we will continue the development of the concept of transport network. This will include roads. We have a goal. We want to create a network of roads that will cover the entire country. We have about 560,000 kilometers of roads. So this includes 6 federal roads. And then we have we want to set up a system of transport corridors. What does this mean? We need a west to east corridor, Moscow to St. Petersburg road, which will further go to Kazan, Yekaterinburg, and then on to Kazakhstan and China. This is part of the Silk Road. Then we have north to south axis, St. Petersburg to Moscow, M4, Krasnodar, Crimea, the Caucasus. So that's as far as roads are concerned. And even though we had the pandemic, we exceeded road construction plans for last year. And we are building new roads at a very good pace. I'm in regular contact with governors of various provinces. We have sufficient financial resources, so we are ahead of plan. Number 2, railroads. In the past, when we talked about railroads, we only considered freight trains, and our priority is to develop the Baikal-Amur line. Some of you may not know what this means. It carries about 100 to 120 million tons of cargo annually. Currently, we want to bring up this number to 220 million tons. This is a huge task, and we regularly visit this railroad. We have identified our key objectives. We have completed stage 1 and stage 2. We are now moving into stage 3 of this project. Another major project we have with the Russian Railways is developing railroads within city limits as a part of the urban mass transit system. It was extremely successful in Moscow. We built the Moscow Circle, Moscow Central Circle, and it's extremely popular. You know, I used to be in charge of the Moscow transport system, and I worked on the Moscow railroad system together with Oleg Belozerov, head of Russian Railways. This continues developing in Moscow. Now we want to build a high-speed line between Moscow and St. Petersburg. And you will be able to travel between Moscow and St. Petersburg in 2 hours, 20 minutes. So basically, this will be one city from now on. These 2 cities will be connected. Okay, since with MCC worked in Moscow very well, we want to do something similar in other cities as well. We are currently making similar plans for other cities together with the Russian Railways. We also work on with airlines to develop aviation communications. Only this morning I talked to Mr. Belousov about developing air transport in Russia, both airliners and smaller planes for local flights. Next, we want to improve mobility and concentration in agglomerations. We want to build agglomerations. This is what the whole world does today. We understand that this is where growth will take place. And we have two priorities. Number one, we need to develop the agglomerations that we have. And number two, we want to identify 2,000 or 3,000 key growth points. And number three, if we have cities or towns that are not included in the agglomeration category, and they're not part of the second category, we need a separate program for their development. We are also considering the labor market. We have special programs for attracting labor migrants, and we want also to bring back ethnic Russians living in other countries. We want to have an idea about population numbers that we are going to have. Also, we have a concept of a 15-minute city. You need to be able to travel from home to work or to other places of interest within 15 minutes. It's not an easy task, of course. I think many experts would agree. This involves a lot of problems with parking lots, with cars. We don't have a lot of roads, but we have a lot of cars. We have more cars than some of U.S. cities. On the one hand, it's not bad that people have their own cars and they can travel outside of Moscow. But you know, when I became a federal official, I found out that people started using public transport much less over the last 10 years, 19% less. That's a great threat, I believe. So we need to develop public transport. This is one of the biggest issues we face today. So I recommend that other cities learn from Moscow and do something similar to what Moscow has done. So we need to improve the mobility situation in Russian cities. And of course, housing and jobs. As part of our agglomerations plan, we want to move people living in decrepit houses to new buildings. We have collected all of our financial tools for development. We have a large number of funds, bonds, other financial instruments that we could use for these purposes. We think this will help us achieve infrastructural breakthrough. But of course, we are also looking for new sources of funding in addition to what the government provides. We are working on reducing investment costs. We want to reduce the duration of the investment cycle by 30%. We have prepared a number of legislative acts, and they were signed into law yesterday. So as a result of that, I really hope we can reduce the duration of the investment cycle by 30%. It may take another 6 months, but I guess we will get there. And I think it's a major achievement, reducing the investment cycle by 30%. We just need to make sure it happens. All of this is to improve the quality of life, improve living conditions, raise incomes for households across Russia. We looked at the tax base as a result of these changes, and we can definitely say we'll have more tax revenue, and This way, provinces will have more money for investing in infrastructure. I can give you a few numbers based on our performance last year during the pandemic. Even though some of our construction projects were suspended for a month or two when the pandemic was at its peak, still, we built more than we did in 2019. Even though our economy shrank by 3%. We were able to achieve that because we set up special task forces in each of the provinces of Russia, and governors personally oversaw their work. And you may have noticed that the president has been talking a lot about the construction sector recently. So we feel like we definitely have his support. And I talk to government members daily. I am in regular contact with Mayor Sobyanin, discussing all the construction-related issues in Moscow. And we are ahead of our construction plans, both in Moscow and throughout the country. I'm not boasting. I'm just telling you that we have a bright future ahead of us. We have achieved a lot, but we need to keep pushing forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Husnulin. We really hope that very soon various parts of Russia will see the first results of your plan. Let's move on to our next speaker. Many of the things that Mr. Husnulin mentioned are being implemented in the Republic of Tatarstan. You have your Republican strategy. You have 3 agglomerations in Tatarstan. They are developing dynamically. Yesterday we talked about Masdar city, and we mentioned that we have a similar city that was built from scratch, Innopolis, in Tatarstan. You also do pretty well with public transport. You're one of the best provinces of Russia in terms of public transport. What else do you have? Could you please share?
Good afternoon to all the forum participants. I would like to thank the management of the city of Moscow, Sergei Sobyanin, for the top-notch forum. It's a great platform, and thank you for being able to visit this place and to see what is being done today in our capital. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has tasked the government and the regional authorities to ensure that we build 120 million square meters of housing by the year of 2030. I would say that this is a very ambitious number. But as Mr. Husnulin has identified it in his presentation, we know what to do and what has to be done. Only in the Republic of Tatarstan alone, in the next 10 years, we have to deliver 31 million square meters of housing. And now the Russian government is finishing up the program of integrated territorial development. And speaking about building utilities and urban environment, it's a special program. We have already discussed it with the Russian regions. They have been supportive of all these developments, and the key element in achieving this goal, as Mr. Husnulin underscored it, this would be cities. Now, 75% of the Russia's population are living in cities, and this number is only set to grow, also due to agglomerations. It is no longer possible to consider bigger cities without the surrounding areas, metropolitan areas. And now each region has to identify what would be the growing points and prospective development priorities. Get our rural communities, because we have to make them comfortable for living. In our republic, we identify three major agglomerations. This would be Kazan, Nabережные Челны, and Almetievsk. If we take Kazan agglomeration as an example, we begin to build some integrated approaches to tie together industrial, transportation, and engineering projects all in one, and to provide jobs for the people. Speaking about the Kazan agglomeration, we have to identify that its share in the total volume of the housing under construction is 58%. This would be about 1.5 million square meters. We appreciate the Russian president and the government of the city, because now we have the new tools to implement this kind of large-scale infrastructure projects, and this would be the infrastructure bonds and loans and some other financial tools. And we are planning to provide transportation, engineering, infrastructure, and build some new communities and some new regions, which will provide by the year 2030 some ground for 10 million square meters of new housing. And also, we can develop some industrial capabilities in this part of agglomeration. We have the new legislation on the self-development of the territories. We have the potentials of intra-city development. In Kazan alone, we have been elaborating 3 projects with a potential of about 3 million square meters. And thirdly, we're launching national projects in Russia. And we are building social transportation infrastructure. We synchronize it with housing construction. In 2020, we've built 22 preschool facilities in 25 schools, and we've spent over 17 billion Russian rubles to this end. Being a part of the national projects, safe and efficient roads, we can improve the road network in the big agglomerations, and by 2024, we can reach an indicator of 85% of the normative conditions of these roads and highways. Implementing this kind of large-scale projects, like building the M19 highway and upgrading M7 highway Volga, will enable us to build over 260 kilometers of the roads and to introduce some new bypasses for the transit transportation, and to increase the throughput capacities of these automotive roads. We do realize that tapping into the potential of these nearby territories, we have to make sure that they will be provided with polycentricity to decrease the pendulum migration and to decrease the workload on the transportation infrastructure. And to this end, we begin building around these areas some industrial parks and logistical centers as well. We do have examples of cases like that with Wildberries and Ozone companies. So we have Sure, when building roads and building infrastructure, it's very vital. But it's also very important to work with people, improving their living conditions and environment. Our region of Tatarstan has initiated a large-scale improvement program for the parks and from the territories. We actually landscaped 464 facilities or areas in the cities and rural communities. We see that people change and their expectations change. And now the population has a totally different perspective on public spaces. Having such experience since the last year, we've launched very big yards and improvements, and in 5 years we would like to landscape and improve about 7,000 different yards in our republics, and this would be like communal spaces, and this will be impacting day-to-day life of our population. Basically, people people wake up every day and they go outside, right? So we have to landscape these spaces, and we try to make them more livable, more comfortable, and we introduce some music and sports and some other capabilities. Another big project, this would be the strategy of developing Kazanka River embankments, and this is the river that goes through the capital. We would like to build the major ecosystem of the kind of embankments, parks, which would comprise of 150 kilometers of the pedestrian lanes and bike lanes. There will be about 12 parks along the Kazanka River, and each of them will be unique. This type of a strategy has become the new way to develop the city, with an emphasis on the public health and environmental health. In this way, about half of the residents of our capital will be able to get some river access within the walking distance. Dear forum attendees, we strive to develop our cities of any size, of any scope, holding to the principles of balanced development and building opportunities and self-actualization of people all over our republic. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Rustam, for a very big picture of what's going on today in the Republic of Tatarstan. Unfortunately, it looks like Marat Kusnulin can no longer be with us. He has to disconnect. Thank you very much for being with us at this session and for bringing us up to date on your plans and on those activities which you do day to day, if not hour by hour. Let's continue our panel discussion. Andrei, the floor is yours. Let's talk about infrastructure projects of Moscow, and maybe some neighboring territories, about the greater Moscow, because we're speaking today about agglomerations and speaking about development of those territories which may be surrounding the city of Moscow. Thank you, Natalia, and good afternoon, everyone. Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today, and we have already deliberated at the previous sessions of what's happening in the Moscow today in terms of the large-scale infrastructure projects. Sergei Sobyanin, the mayor of Moscow, has been covering that in his speech. And one big topic of our forum is that whatever cities are doing today and whatever initiatives may be implemented today by the urban managers, everything boils down to making human life, making city dwellers more comfortable and increasing their feeling of happiness, of being content, and increasing their living standards. And of course, this would be a multifaceted challenge. And as I'm trying to show with these slides, and Sergei Sobyanin has been mentioning about that, along as many other participants were speaking about the comfortable transportation network, very comfortable housing, and this would be the self-sufficient communities where people are feeling certain identity of this particular community, of a certain locality where they may be born and may be living. Want to make sure that people feel great about these places and also see themselves in the future in the same places. We need a good healthcare system, robust education, preschool and school facilities, landscaped and improved yards and locations and spaces between the buildings, public areas, and you name it. And also offices and job locations would be in ideal situation very close to people are living. And we need some culture in sport infrastructure. I mean, all the things which are comprising high quality and efficient city today. But again, even though cities aren't the places where people are living and people make cities, but again, without very efficient infrastructure, where we see certain movement of not only people but material values and resources, it would be impossible to imagine, well, cities, good cities. And the city of Moscow, especially in the last 10 years, have been implementing many big infrastructure mega projects, and Marat Kusnulin is not with us. He disconnected, and he, along with Sergei Sobyanin, has been managing these very big projects like a subway and transportation network. And in the years to come, we are going to continue doing this, having such a big groundwork, so to speak. We're going to continue pushing forward those very big projects which we need in the city of Moscow to make sure that such a huge mega city would be very efficient and very comfortable for people who are living in it, so that they would be taking advantage of the very modern transportation network and different leisure and business opportunities. For the next 3 years, we've planned in our investment program about 750 big facilities. We will be allocating big funds, and about 70% of our budget of the city of Moscow, this would be the capital investment budget, usually has been implemented in rebuilding transportation framework of the city. And among such mega projects would be expanding Moscow's subway system. And in these years, we're going to double the network. Basically, we're going to build up on what has been built for previous 80 years. We've built up about 60% more. We've built 177 kilometers, and we're continuing. A huge work has been done on the road construction, and now we have launched the renovation program. And basically, we're reconstructing not only the housing stock, but also the landscape of the city of Moscow. At the same time, we're not neglecting children's preschool facilities and schools and certain culture facilities and centers and sport facilities. As for the transportation breakthrough, just one slide about building this kind of rail network. Before 2024, we're going to build about 1,000 kilometers of the rail connectivity and transportation. This would be also the subway lines and the central ring, central diameters in Moscow, and some other railway junctions and lines which will be the part of the single transportation framework. The program has been implemented for about 70%, 500 kilometers and have already been constructed, and also we will need to build the rest in 4 years. An extensive work has been done. About 1,000 kilometers of the new roads have been built in the city of Moscow since 2010 until 2020. We have to build 300 more kilometers within the perimeter of Moscow. We're going to build overpasses and tunnels and bridges, because we need to make sure that people drive their cars, and commercial transportation will be very efficient for the very effective movement of people and material resources. In the beginning of our forum, we've asked the BCG company to make a research, collecting opinions of our residents and what do they feel about living in the city. And this international group of BCG is saying that this very big metro development and the rail transportation development will result in the situation when, by its density level, Moscow will become among the leaders of this density of this transportation network. Over 95% of people living in Moscow, especially those who are living in the so-called central Moscow or older Moscow, they will have the rail stations and rail, transportation capabilities within the walking distance. And this is great because the mayor of Moscow and all of our divisions have been directly involved, and we were able to do this. And also, speaking about the Moscow subway system, we've built about 177 kilometers. We've had 300 kilometers. Just before that, we built 90 metro stations, subway stations, and the Moscow Central Circle, 60 metro stations, and 30 stations of the Moscow Central Circle. Before 2024, we have to add 57 kilometers of metro or subway and 24 stations. The key project here would be the big circle. This will be another 30 stations, and we're going to deliver, or we're planning to deliver, 10 more stations, and in 2022 we will make it one big loop. There'll be a big circle. It's a very, very challenging construction. Even back in Soviet Union, they were not able to do what we do right now, and so we've collected our building capabilities. We've even used the construction capabilities from the former Soviet republics, and we're continuing to do this work. It's underway. It's a big-scale project, and it's going to impact the life of the residents in a positive manner. We have the huge renovation program. We are going to build basically 40 million square meters of the real estate by 2032-34. We'll have to resettle about 1 million people from Moscow to the new apartments, to the new buildings, which will be built with the latest standards, and we will be dismantling their older or previous housing where they're living right now, which are exhausting their life cycle, because some constructive and design solutions are no longer viable in these kind of 5-story apartment buildings, because these 5-story apartment buildings will not be safe by that time, and they will have to be raised. So this kind of renovation or resettlement program will be another leap forward, infrastructure breakthrough, which is being carried out under the guidance of the mayor. We're confident that they'll be able to do this, and it looks like we have a command, or it's an outcome of the research by BCG. When they've done a poll among the Muscovites, it looks like the Moscow ended up in top 5 cities of the world, where people believe that they are happy by the quality of life in the city. And I guess this is an outcome of the work of the government of Moscow, not only when it comes to building new facilities and buildings, but according to all the areas of work, be it landscape and beautification, building the safety and security systems, and making the city safer, and also education and building physical infrastructure facilities for the people. The next challenge for the construction complex of Moscow will be not only working on the large-scale infrastructure projects and facilities, but it will be more like a fine-tuning, so to say, building the self-sufficient communities and beautification, and making sure that people feel that they're not only part of the larger city, but they're part of this local community. We're going to build a lot of social facilities, and according to the BCG company, Moscow is ranking number 2 by the quality and by the density of those social facilities, which comprise the social fabric of the city, like hospitals, healthcare facilities, education buildings, and sport palaces. But we're going to continue to do this anyway. On top of that, in addition to infrastructure, buildings and facilities, many buildings have been created, and they now are the backbone of those unique one-off buildings or projects, which are the star places, which are creating another dimensions of the city's perceptions, and this would be the sport buildings like Luzhniki and the whole cluster of Zaryadye Park, where we are right now, which is located in the heart of Moscow, is also the hotspot for the culture communication, for the spending your free time, and we have a lot of theaters, and we also have another program of building healthcare facilities and venues, and these would be the buildings which are not aimed at contracting COVID, but we would like to build the super multidisciplinary medical centers. One next step in dealing with infrastructure challenges, in addition to building these big venues and facilities, will be the new principles which we're developing right now. We would like to build new working capabilities, because the city is living. City is living as long as its economy is living and breathing, because people have to increase their content level, so to speak, not only because the place where they live is beautiful, but because they work and they create some values through their work. So we would like to build or create 1 million new jobs. So we want to give people new opportunities, to attract businesses, to stimulate the creation of new companies and new enterprises, and to attract investments, financial capital investments. as well as creating high revenue jobs to make sure that we ensure very high level of living standards in the city. So in this way, we will have very extensive tax revenue, which will enable us to work on many different social and economic challenges. And this would be the stimulating economic growth in political measures and social initiatives, but this also would be a very important part of the Moscow city government operations. This is what we have in our plans, and this has been blessed by the mayor of Moscow, and we're going to start calculating these models, which will become the foundations of the urban planning and development. Landscaped places. My colleagues have done a great job from the urban economy department. They've been creating these public spaces into something totally new, providing totally new quality of life and increasing the quality of these territories when it comes to building projects like Zaryadye Park and some other venues. A huge work has been done already by the government of Moscow and by Sergei Sobyanin himself and by my colleagues from the Urban Economy Department in terms of reshaping, reformatting those parks in the city and recreating a new quality of life in those public spaces. And along with that, I have to say that when we first began these operations, Moscow is one of the leaders in terms of the numbers of the green areas and green spaces among the global cities. Only one or two cities can compete with us on these parameters, and it's a factor of ecology. And BCG company is saying that Moscow among the leaders. It is very important to us because, once again, in addition to such big, grand, mega projects like transportation, it is very important that people would feel comfortable to live and work in this city. And this whole scope of challenges, of operations and investments, when we work on the city's efficiency and operations, all of this serves as a platform, and actually it's a platform to make comfortable city, to make convenient city, which will attract very high potential people to live in this city and to channel their energy towards very creative processes. And we are so happy that many things actually worked out well. People are very happy with what we do, and we'll continue to do this with the same speed, with the same scale and scope into the future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. And we are moving along. I would like to give the floor to Christos Passos. Christos, could you please share with us what, from your point of view, what kind of infrastructure elements will be critical for the city of the future? And you have been working in Moscow, and what attracted you to Moscow? What kind of projects you believe to be the most important? Like Andrei has been speaking about some kind of symbolic, landmark projects. What would be those landmark projects for you, which you may be working on or maybe planning to work on in Moscow? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this event. And of course, we have been involved in the dialogue about the development of the city of Moscow and Russia in general for more than 15 years now. And we have seen an incredible momentum, intensity of dialogue, and also a lot of intellect, serious decision-making going on all levels of government and society. Certainly, these are very challenging times, not only for Russia and Moscow itself, but also for the world at large, at a time when infrastructure becomes one of the biggest challenges in networking the world and giving everybody a place on this planet, a place of dignity, a place of fairness, and so on. In terms of your particular question, I am showing on the screen a few of the projects that we have recently been looking at, from three-dimensional tower districts for the Rublevo-Arkhangelsko area, where we're looking at technology and ecology as two complementary forces. We've recently developed proposals, a winning design for the Klenovy Boulevard as part of the Moscow metro system many other proposals, like for Sberbank's Cultural and Business Center. Unfortunately, we didn't win in this occasion, but regardless, it was a good part and, in a way also contribution to the ongoing dialogue. And of course, our engagement in build projects in Moscow has something to do also with the Technopark for Sberbank in the Skolkovo Innovation Campus, which is a project that has to do with the exploration of innovation in the workplace, making workplaces that are offering and taking care of the people throughout their working lives. We all know how much time we spend in the office and in our working lives, so offices need to become now upgraded entities. The ideas of public spaces, whether inside buildings like the Dominion Plaza on Sharikovo-Chipnikovskaya Ulitsa, or areas in like Kuzminki, where we participated in the renovation program, and most recently, in the phase of renovation, solutions for facades of buildings. All these elements of design are there to basically help us to appreciate the need for good quality design, for upgrading the quality of the urban environment, and we're very proud and very honored that Moscow has consistently been inviting us to participate in many of the different projects. But it's not also only Moscow. It's also been a pleasure to participate in the jury for the assessment of master plan proposals for the Kazanka River only the other day, and with a series of very reputable jurors, a big group of people, about 18 of us, have looked into several proposals about how to develop areas, the embankment opposite the Kremlin in Kazan. So all in all, I think this is an incredibly productive time. We need to be careful to cooperate positively and also to be able to deliver on the high design ambitions of the society, and to be able to give back a lot of this knowledge through continuing research and experimentation in these particular fields.
Thank you very much, Christos. We now move to Munich. Elizabeth Merck. Elizabeth, could you please tell us about your experience in Munich? Tell us about your... We know that your city keeps on growing all the time.
Inviting me, and let me say first that what I saw yesterday and today really impressed me by dimensions and efforts by Moscow city and by the government to improve urban development and life quality. I mean, Munich is small compared to you, but maybe key targets more or less are the same. We have long-term and short-term strategies for a growing city and a metropolitan area. And mainly we have 5 spatial strategies: access to develop, networks like mobility, transportation and cooperation, centers like build heritage to preserve and to strengthen, and then to highlight also, as Christos said, design and architecture. But I like to emphasize today our new strategy for green and blue infrastructure according to the Sustainable Development Goals, because we are convinced that maybe competing for talents and specialists, successful cities show that it needs a balance and really sustainable development to attract and to keep people, and also to be safe in their quality of life. So cities like Munich are working for the common good, for well-being and comfort or comfortable environment for all. And as such, green and blue infrastructure, as well as our social infrastructure, are very important as transport systems and mobility or affordable housing. And we are in line with the new Leipzig Charta, which was established by the government of Germany and then adopted by EU member states last year. This document highlights the transformative power of cities for the common good and asks for just the green and the productive city, and says that cities are places of pluralism, creativity, and solidarity. And cities are also laboratories for new forms of problem solving and for social innovation. And I think these environmental issues take part of that. And so we have a long-term regional cooperation in the field of mobility, but also in the field of housing and in the strategy of open and green spaces. We call it Green Spaces 2030. And we launched also overgoing frontiers, let's say, an Alpine network on the green infrastructure in the context of EU planning. And in this COVID year, last year and this year, we see that climate crisis asks for green and blue, for natural-based solutions. And people need really, as it was said before, on a little scale, nearby their apartments, a free space, green space, but also on a bigger scale, which is then like a green network in a whole region. And we developed this infrastructure in a strategic way to gain multifunctional benefits and ecosystem services. And this is to achieve climate adaptation and to reduce heat and to improve air, water, and soil quality, and also to create recreational areas and public space. So it's really addressed to some of these sustainable development goals, which are important and relevant for cities. So I think Munich can be successful since it combines all different types of infrastructure, and in this also the green infrastructure. And this is or refers to undeveloped green spaces, also agricultural land, rivers and parks, but also green roofs and the building tops or the technical infrastructure. When we build a new metropolitan line or our railway system, we need now to combine this technical infrastructure with an idea of green improvement. I hope I could give you an idea of this project with one, maybe the easiest to understand will be a regional park around Munich, and others are more related also to our microclimate or protection against flood, the Isar River, and the water resources coming from the Alps. In our case, and this is why this Alpine City Network on green infrastructure is also very important, together with Milan, for example. Yesterday we heard also a colleague from Milan. Thank you very much, and good luck for all your big efforts of transformation.
Elizabeth, спасибо. Маленький вопрос.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you. Yesterday we had your colleague from Berlin, and he mentioned the fact that there are 5 cities in Germany who claim to be star cities, superstar cities. These are the cities that shine for the whole world. So, what do you think makes Munich a superstar city? And what does it mean to be a star city today?
Yes, star city means today that you really have to take care for your citizens. And I mean, we have the idea of spatial cooperation for our cities on one hand, and an idea of participation with our citizens. So it's a big effort on these technical points of view, but also a very big effort in a cultural discussion. How will we transform and where will we go with our citizens, with our populations? Because it's for the people we do all these efforts. And Munich is, among Berlin and Hamburg, the biggest city on an administrational level, which is not at the same time a land in the federal system of Germany. So our efforts are really big. I told it yesterday. We have an affordable housing program, which is 1.5 billion euros, which is enormous by the money of the city itself. And we maybe among the German cities are the city which also on an economical level, our development was always continuously growing, which on one hand is great, of course, but on the other hand, it means that I'm responsible for affordable housing and never they are enough. And now I need this all green infrastructure, and never it will be enough. And we need, I heard before, these 300 kilometers of a metropolitan system and so on. I mean, it's really not only about money. It's also a big effort to implement all these nice ideas and strategies we are talking about. I mean, it's not enough to have good plans and ideas. You really must implement it on the ground, let's say. But on my point, really important is not to forget the participation of our citizens and a cultural discussion about the transformation of our cities. And of course, Munich is a star city, no doubt, on my behalf.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dmitriev, to you now. What do you think? We talked a lot about the agglomerations. Several of our speakers mentioned agglomerations. So, what is the economic effect of agglomerations? How they should be managed? Please. Well, it could generate tremendous effects, but let me point out something different first. What is happening right now before our eyes is a paradigm shift in administration. And this is what can help us achieve these results. We at the Economic Academy monitor these processes and various new tools very closely. Over the last 15 years, the most effective tool of strategic planning was a project-oriented approach. When dealing with Russia's national project, they proved to be much more effective than the strategic tools we used in the past. But then, as those national projects proved to be very successful, new problems arose. Many of those projects were implemented separately, and there was a lot of silo mentality. Different agencies acted independently. There was no proper coordination. So in times, it's like sitting between the two chairs, you know. You have different agencies not being able to coordinate properly. That's why this strategy did not quite work as was expected. I remember Natalia and myself working together on Russia's national development strategy for the period until 2024. And we came up with a new format for strategizing. We emphasized coordination.
between various projects. We started talking about territorial development. Unfortunately, this strategy was not adopted by the government. And then, after 2019, new national projects were designed, and again, they were all designed separately. This was not a comprehensive plan. That's why some of the experts were skeptical when the government announced its intention to design a new strategy for the period until 2030. So those experts said probably the new strategy will just repeat the old one, and it will fail to coordinate various national projects as parts of one big system. However, those experts were proven to be wrong. We were pleasantly surprised when we saw what the new strategy says about development. About 80% of the material in the new strategy talks about coordination between various projects, how all projects should be part of one big system. And infrastructure development should be part of the territorial development strategy. This is a highly strategic approach. You know, after 30 years of experience, I've seen a lot of different strategies, but the strategy we have today is different from everything we have had in the past. Like I said, it emphasizes coordination between various projects, and it's a truly comprehensive plan. And it covers a lot of things: roads, housing, jobs, IT, tourism, environment, etc., etc. Again, unlike in the past, the new strategy emphasizes institutional changes. And every segment of infrastructure has been assigned specific regulatory solutions as far as territorial development is concerned. It uses innovative administrative mechanisms and provides for flexible funding mechanisms, both governmental and private. In the past, we have never had that. So if the government manages to implement this new strategy, if the new approach really works, I think we are going to see major changes in Russia's territorial development. Mainly, I'm talking about two aspects. Number one, we have untapped potential for the second tier of agglomerations, and this is a huge potential for non-commodity-driven development. That's number one. Number two, making Russia's economic growth more inclusive. I'm referring to getting other territories that are not parts of agglomerations at this point included in economic development. These are the key elements of the 2030 strategy. I mentioned Tier 2 agglomerations. Their contribution to economic growth has been much more in recent years. Of course, Moscow and St. Petersburg developed quite well, but their contribution to economy is higher than their contribution to economic growth. What does this mean? This means that we can achieve much higher growth rates if we pay enough attention to the second tier of agglomerations, because we have a large number of people moving to Moscow and St. Petersburg, whereas the demographic situation in smaller cities, tier 2 cities, has been quite stagnant. And I believe this is the untapped potential that we really need to focus on. This was number one. Number two, I said our economic growth should become more inclusive. I don't think the new strategy takes advantage of all the opportunities that are there, but it's a good start. So what are these opportunities? 2/3 of smaller cities in Russia are in 3 federal districts: Northwestern, Central, and Volga district. These 3 areas are where most average and smaller Russian cities are. Many of them are not part of existing agglomerations. However, what we saw during the pandemic is that people can work remotely today. It's fine for you to be in a smaller town and work remotely for a company which is located in a big city. This is a game changer. Now, you can even be located physically 3 or 4 hours away from where your work is. And companies are looking for cheaper labor force. Workers are looking for cheaper housing. So it is possible that people will start moving to smaller cities where they have comfortable, affordable housing, pretty comfortable environment. They will not spend as much money on their basic needs, and still they will be integrated in value chains that so far have only been present in big cities. And many companies that used to work in big agglomerations can still remain there, but at the same time start working in smaller cities with lower costs. These are important opportunities for inclusive development, and this is already reflected in the new strategy. But to get there, we do need to develop infrastructure. We need to make sure that people are comfortable living in smaller cities. We need physical infrastructure, which will enable them to move pretty quickly between cities. So, we're not just talking about new areas for infrastructure development. No, we are very close to changing our system of administrating territories. We are on the verge of a breakthrough. So if we manage to pull this off, chances are our territorial development factors will help us develop non-commodity sector of the economy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dmitriev. You're right. Our concept of agglomerations is changing over time because we often use this range of 90 minutes. Remember, we did a poll recently on our key agglomerations, and you mentioned the tier 2 cities, smaller cities. So what's the comfortable time for getting to work? It varies from one territory to another. Moscow and St. Petersburg, people are happy to travel for 90 minutes from home to work. It's okay. If you move on to smaller cities, cities with population of about 1 million people, people there are only willing to travel for 30 or 40 minutes. In even smaller cities, it's only 15 to 20 minutes, not more than that. And, you know, I talked to some of my British colleagues some time ago. We had a discussion about the future, and they said the same thing. Say you live in Manchester. People are willing to travel, but no more than 40 to 45 minutes. 40 to 45 minutes may be too much, so they either move to another area to be closer to where they work, or they look for a different job closer to home. And this is something that Mr. Bochkarov mentioned. We need to create jobs closer to where people live, to make it convenient for people to travel, to commute from home to work. Or we need to offer affordable housing so they can move closer to work. So priorities change. The pandemic, of course, played a role. And we now have a large number of people. Some of the people live in the countryside. They travel to the cities. Sometimes this will generate new demands for the transport system. Some of the people have been doing this all along, even before the pandemic. We know there are a lot of small towns around Moscow and St. Petersburg. It's not just people who go to their summer houses. No, there is a lot of real estate that's available outside of these two big cities. You know about that. And now, after the pandemic, this situation is going to develop even further. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Dmitry, but I have a question for you. I would like to clarify something. Do you believe what the economic effect of this kind of development will be? It will be tremendous. Tremendous. Even today, 2/3 of Russia's economic growth is produced in our biggest agglomerations. And this sets the pace for the entire economy. Our economic growth will depend on how well Tier 2 agglomerations can develop and whether we can include smaller cities, smaller towns in this development. Thank you. Mr. Minikhanov, a question for you. The same one as I asked Ms. Merck. What about Kazan? If Kazan is a star city, and we do believe that Kazan is a star city, what makes Kazan a star city? Well, I think every city should be comfortable for the people living there and appealing to visitors. Like I said earlier, we care a lot about the central part of the city. We consider carefully what needs to be done there. But most importantly, we want to create nice places which our people would love to visit. We want to make our city more appealing, more comfortable for life, and this is what we are going to keep working on. In fact, we learn a lot from Moscow. We look at you, and you pave the way for us, and then we catch up with you and adapt it to our situation. Thank you. Okay, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. This was a very interesting discussion, and we really hope that next year we're able to meet face-to-face offline. And I just hope that our speakers who were here online will come physically and we'll talk face-to-face. Thank you all very much.
Спасибо участникам панельной дискуссии. Через несколько минут.
Thanks. In several minutes, we'll begin the panel discussion on the city for people, space of the megapolis as a part of the social domain.
1, 2, 3, раз, два.
Уважаемые участники форума, пожалуйста, занимайте места.
Dear forum participants, please take your seats and please put your mobile phones on the silent mode. We will launch the panel discussion. This city for the people will be initiated very soon.
Уважаемые участники форума, начинается панельная дискуссия «Город для людей».
We begin our panel discussion, City for People, Urban Space as part of the social sphere. And our speakers are the Minister of the Moscow Government, Head of the Department of the Labor and Social Security, Evgeny Struzhak. The Commissioners of the Ministry of Healthcare of Chicago, Alison Arwady.
Директор Центра здравоохранения.
Director of the Center for the Human Rights of the Harvard University, Mary Bassett.
Ректор российский.
Rector of the Russian State Social University, Natalia Pochinok. Coordinator of the program Champion Mayors for Inclusive Growth Initiative, OECD, Sena Sakbedji. And the moderator of the panel discussion, Senior Vice President for Innovations of the Skolkovo Foundation, Kirill Kaim.
Коллеги, здравствуйте.
Well, dear colleagues, good morning, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see you all. It looks like we are having more communication right now in offline sort of mode. I've even decided to take off my mask, but we had a lot of discussions today of how to fight the pandemic. There are no secrets. This is about our own attitude. Either we're going to stop this current wave or we're going to live somehow with it and are going to meet on a regular basis. But it is and overall the issue of the social development of a city. And I guess pandemic made this issue more acute because in many international cities we have the more acute situation with the social inequality, with the adequate access for the medical services to different layers of population, and also in the world over the social programs have been developing in different cities. And today we have to understand this area of development of social programs which we had the before pandemic. Is it going to change due to the pandemic situation today and due to the more clear understanding that this type of pandemic situation may occur in the future? There is no guarantee that this is the final pandemic in our history. So today we are together and we would like to discuss of how the online and offline are going to work. And today in our studio we have the representatives of the city town hall, Evgeny Struzhak, the head of the Department of Social Protection of the city of Moscow. And we're hoping that today, a bit later, we will be joined by the Burkhard Jung, the mayor of Leipzig. It looks like we have some technical difficulty because there is a storm warning in the city of Leipzig, and we're wishing them good luck to overcome this storm warning and join us. And we have experts in healthcare with us today, in epidemiology, the commissioners of the Chicago Department of Public Health, Alison Arwady, and also the head of the Center for the Health and Human Rights in Harvard University, Mary Bassett. Thank you very much for being with us today, dear colleagues. And since we're communicating and talking not only about health, we're speaking about social, approaches. We have Natalia Pochinok. She is here with us today. She is director of the Russian State Social University. And Sana Sakbedzi, coordinator of the program Champion Mayors for Inclusive Growth Initiative, which OECD had launched about 5 years ago. And today we're going to discuss some challenges we're facing now amidst the pandemic. But again, we should not forget that the city dwellers, the people in the cities are living their regular lives, and people get married, they give birth to children, they stay together, communicating, trying to solve their social or personal issues. And I guess now we can try to analyze this past year, which has been very tough for us, and try to learn some lessons and to think on what could be the new steps, what can we do to lay the groundwork for the future social policies. And Evgeny, I'm kindly asking you to be the first one to speak. If we look into the history of social policies of the city of Moscow, we've been through several stages and we have overcome some big challenges. But anyway, I was born in Moscow. I like living in Moscow, and I believe that this is one of the best global cities. And actually, many of our international colleagues would say that they agree with this. And looking at these tools and the strategies which social policies are providing us today, like what have you changed your social policies amid the pandemic? Are we trying to come up with some new social tools and policies? And what kind of initiatives are enabling us to integrate different groups of population, like citizens with different well-being, with different ages? How can we integrate them into the new social policies? This is your time, please, and the microphone is yours. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this conference. I would like to thank the Deputy Mayor Anastasia Rakova for representing not only Department of Labor in social protection, but also would like to share my own opinions. Yes, indeed, this COVID-19 pandemic deeply affected the projects we had been running. Some of them we decided to pursue even more, while other projects were totally new, some totally new lines of focus or lines of business which we did not do before. And amid our forum, we've been talking a lot that life is changing so fast, and the quality of life is changing, and the urban environment is being transformed today. And again, if you look at even at the photos of the past decades, you look at some things which we may have forgotten, and we realize how much our cities change, and they change in the urban infrastructure. They make us change, and they have to. They make us change the social kind of fabric, and even the structure of the modern city require us to change our approaches. And it looks like that the people of Moscow, they are now used to the high quality of service, to the great business environment, to the great services and banking services, and getting good insurance policies, and the great client service with great logistics and the great space. And Muscovites, they're expecting us to change our approaches for providing social services. But you cannot do it just quickly by the flip of your finger. It takes time. It's difficult to change those, social services, because we are living in certain boundaries, and oftentimes we work in the dilapidated infrastructure, in the older buildings. The social infrastructure in Moscow is huge, and you cannot just change it overnight. And while me and my colleagues have been discussing about this, we think, okay, we need to use some non-trivial approach, we have to use some kind of innovative approach, but to change our perspective, we have to look at where people are today, what is going on with people in our cities today. And sometimes it's much more sensible not try to change something within a certain social organization, but try to fall back on the developed social infrastructure. In our Department of Healthcare and Social Protection, we have gone beyond the regular framework. We have gone beyond the limits of the buildings and facilities we have been working in. Just to give you a couple of examples, one of the first such steps were the school and the school population and the students. They are actually studying now in online format, right outside of the walls. Now we have the school classes, in college classes, in museums, and different industrial and techno parks, and different facilities, and probably you cannot find any single school in real transformational centers which are taking advantage of the full urban landscape. Another example, 3 years ago we got the project, we built the new project Moscow Longevity, and this project is like the huge ecosystem, thousands of people and thousands of service suppliers which we have involved to provide infrastructure for classes with the silver generation, and we give them a capability to have some outdoors in the parks of Moscow. Even the project Moscow Longevity would not be implemented. It would not have been possible to do it without the whole urban infrastructure, because this whole city of Moscow would be our playground, so to speak. And as for the summer programs, they are not limited to the programs for the retired population, because we do the health checkups. In 2020, we've launched this kind of experimental program where you can go and do your checkup. Now we've even exceeded the federal standard, and now we provide a deep kind of testing which enables them to identify some very big diseases on the very early stages. You can go to this kind of little stands or kiosks, and if something very serious had been identified in terms of the disease, such a person is being supported and is being monitored by the local regions. This kind of program of health checkups has been suspended. It's become a great place to provide use in different locations, and you can get your vaccination not only in parks but also in shopping malls, in a special public service kind of pavilions, like wherever people are usually spend their time. And the practice of using the public spaces to motivate people take care of themselves, of their health, we're using it. Annually, we do this influenza vaccination. We do it right where people may be on their en route to work and from work, at the metro stations, in the mobile points, or at certain multi-functionality public services. Speaking about this kind of multi-function public services stations which we have all over the city of Moscow, in some of these public services centers we have stationed the special medical diagnostic units or machines. You can measure the main health indicators in these mobile stations and identify some issues, some violations in the health status, and to take emergency actions. I've given you some examples when we went beyond our own brick and mortar facilities, but as we develop this type of out of the walls or outdoor projects, we are attempting to transform our buildings and change infrastructure, even the perception of the space, and this space should become much more comfortable. We're trying to anticipate the needs of people and professionals, and to build this type of functional spaces we use three principles. Number one, this would be practical. Secondly, the benefit. The space should not only be ergonomic, but it should accelerate and not to slow down the process. The second principle would be comfort. I'm speaking about a comfort not only for visitors, for the clients, but also for the comfort for those professionals who may be working in these locations. It is very important for people to be in such a space where it's comfortable for them and people have some good emotions and good vibes. And the third principle would be a service. You cannot simply put people into nice offices, into nice locations without changing your working approach and without creating sort of like a sincere service principle. I would like to give you a couple of examples. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but one of the examples would be the social safety net. One of the most conservative field, it's difficult to change it because any changes in social safety net and social protection services, they deeply reflect people who may be vulnerable today. But to transform this kind of social services field, we need to use these aforementioned principles. And guided by that, 2 years ago, we decided to transform our local employment offices. You can see such an employment office where people are looking for new jobs, and this would be like certain departments which would register people for unemployment and also help them to find some new jobs. And the second part of the work, which is more important. And while previously this was simply a formal work, you come and people, you just fill in some kind of form and people would register you, but you basically could not find much work there. Having analyzed the situation, we decided to totally change it. And the functions of the initial registration and filling in the application, consulting, we handed it over to the public services centers. We have 57 of them in Moscow, and our employees are working with these issues on a totally different situation. But as for the finding new placements, finding new job opportunities for people. We've built these new centers. We named them My Work and My Career. This is what they look like right now. They're new centers. Basically, they provide you a turnkey solution for finding a work. And you come to this place. It's pretty comfy to communicate. It's an environment. It's a well-lit facilities. A lot of interactive places. Some zones for communication. And whenever you look and try to find your new employments, your new work, you come to a career consultant, and their job is to help you. And in this field, we have some comfortable zones. It's a very welcoming environment in general. The second category of people who would be very welcomed would be our silver generation, our retired population, senior citizen, and we have the project My Social Center, and we use the density concept. And whenever we speak to the senior citizen, it's about communication, right? It's about staying in touch. You cannot always do it outdoors, because in Russia, in Moscow, we have very harsh winter climate. It's very cold in the winter. So we've built this type of clubs for senior citizen. And this is how we work on the issue of a higher quality pastime for the senior citizen. You can play tennis, you can ping pong, you can play music and play musical instruments, you can talk to people and like-minded folks, and you can just be alone, reading a book, or you can even cook some stuff. There is a culinary master classes. It's a big scale reconstruction project which we are doing right now in the outpatient hospitals. 137 buildings of the children's and adults hospitals like will be remodeled by 2024, and this internal space has been reconstructed, refurbished. The great waiting areas and great medical offices as well. And with the new form, we will provide special medical equipment, and we will provide the medical personnel. We have 7 such hospitals which have been opened in the city of Moscow, and the same kind of changes will be introduced to the oncological or cancer centers. And what we do is a certain, and this is where we work with outpatients, and now we're also building very comfortable places where you can get the cutting-edge diagnostics, and there is a barrier-free environment. And also, in this, sometimes in these hospitals, every second counts, and we are providing multifunctional space. And we will use a certain a triage principle, when the new patients will be immediately distributed according to the 3 categories. Whenever it comes for emergency, the patients will be sent to the ER room, while other patients will be treated according to the principle the doctor comes to a patient. There is a waiting area, and all the other inspections and diagnostics and taking tests and consultations will be done at the bed of a patient. And this will totally change the approach to providing emergency and quick health services. Another example of this kind of renovation would be the HR Center of the Department of Healthcare, where we have the retraining and upscaling and the professional development of medical personnel. And this is quite a unique space, where we have the good routing, the good navigations, we have the certain simulation stations, some audiences, where it would become quite comfortable for the doctors to work. I can give you endless details and examples, beginning with those examples which we've implemented, like a large-scale infrastructure, like this kind of public services centers. And I could give you many other projects which are in the nascent stage. But the most importantly, that now, in terms of spatial development and urbanism, we understand today what is the most important, that we should not confine ourselves to one space. If we need to go to people, we need to go out, we need to meet patients right where they are and to be closer to them. This would be the main principle. Thank you very much, and I would like to ask you one question, if I may, something that concerns me. Sure, all these initiatives, they are important and they are great, whatever Moscow is doing right now. They are helping us in this current situation. We're speaking about the upgrading our medical health healthcare system. And of course, this epidemic or no epidemic, people want to communicate. But anyway, we are dealing with a pandemic now. We have to provide them the opportunity to stay in touch. But trying to have many people in one building, it enhances the risks of contracting a virus. Do you have any new tools like digitalization to avoid the mass, infection with the virus? Sure, we have totally different approach now on what's going on today and about how to organize this process. For example, Moscow longevity project, which I've already mentioned, this would be the most vulnerable situation because people of the 65+ age group, and we could not afford, neither back then nor now, to gather them together in one facility because we have this high pandemic risk. So we had to build from scratch our operations about the online classes. We have now tens of thousands of our senior citizens are taking up these classes. They're not isolated. They got the taste of it. They have online classes with certain consultants and teachers. They have used all these tools. They know how to work with these tools. And taking this project as an example, me and my colleagues are discussing the possibility that now we have QR codes in Moscow introduced for fighting the pandemic. We could possibly also use the QR code system even for these projects. Whenever you'll be able to go back offline, you could use the QR codes like to make sure that the people are not sick with the COVID. In this kind of pandemic situation, we underestimated receptivity of the higher generation, of the older generation, to use social media and messengers and all the IT technologies. Even among the TikTokers right now, we can see a lot of people in the older age groups. My next question is to the Dr. Arwady. Dr. Arwady, you've made many efforts to make sure that we can level up the access to medical services and to provide equal access to the medical services to different social populations in Chicago. And of course, pandemic made the situation worse. And my question is, fighting this COVID-19 pandemic, how did it affect to your company in terms of providing inclusivity, inclusion in the field of medicine? And what kind of goals the Chicago is setting out for the future, especially given the pandemic situation? Thank you.
And thank you so much for having me be part of this panel. When we think of the many ways in which COVID has impacted Chicago and all of our cities, we are very much trying to see where we failed, where we did not have good structural systems in place, and where already existing inequities were heightened by the pandemic. And so specifically in Chicago, we've done a lot of prioritizing of our work, even who was available for vaccine when, thinking about who we were hiring to work on our COVID outreach, all of this with an eye toward the neighborhoods that have the long history of disinvestment and not having a lot of economic opportunity. And so as we're looking ahead, and I'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about this, we think that being prepared as a global city for whatever is coming next is not as much about do we have the materials, although that's important. We had masks stockpiled. We had needles stockpiled to do vaccine. But to really have an infrastructure of organizations that are neighborhood-based around our city that are working on social issues. So our organizations that work on connecting people to affordable and supportive housing, our organizations that work on connecting people to food needs where they have them, our organizations that work on connecting people to digital or education, specifically pairing those with the primary care, the healthcare services in a neighborhood-based way, and then providing resources to a network that can have the work on the inequities that predated COVID, really invest in a way that resources do not go across the whole city. They go specifically where they are most needed. And I think COVID has given us an opportunity to make some of those harder decisions. And I'm happy to talk a little more about that.
Thank you very much. In fact, we have another guest from the USA, Mary Bassett. Dr. Bassett, she was a commissioner of the New York for Health and Human Rights from the years of 2014-2018. And now we're speaking about the COVID. The COVID is something scary, but even back then, in those years, Dr. Bassett, she dealt with the problem of the contagious diseases, and she was fighting the outbreaks with the Ebola and Zika and Legionnaires' disease. And I guess even back then, you were able to learn your first lessons of fighting these epidemics. And thanks to your efforts, Dr. Bassett, you've opened the regional healthcare centers, the local healthcare centers, and some medical and social services have become much more accessible to different layers of population. But it looks like we always need some kind of crisis in healthcare, right? To be able to level up this social inequality and injustice. What would you advise? What kind of specific programs megapolises, megacities have to develop so that we would not this type of big issues whenever we have like a next pandemic and we have some kind of difficulties like that? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for asking me a very big question. It's a real pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to follow on Chicago, which is our third largest city. I'm going to talk a little bit based on my experience in New York City, where I led its health department between 2014 and 2018. I wasn't there for COVID, but for all cities and for the entire nation of the United States, the COVID pandemic really kind of pulled back the curtain on existing inequities in our society, many of them based on the enduring racial hierarchy in the United States. In New York City is the only sort of mega city in the United States. It's the biggest city by far. And I thought I would just say a little bit about who lives in New York City. Everybody thinks of it as a very wealthy city, and it has some of the wealthiest people in the United States, but half of the population lives at or near poverty. It's also a city which has no majority racial ethnic group. The largest group are people classified as white, who comprise just over a third of the population. There's no group that comprises half of the population. Together, the Black and Latino population comprise over 50% of New Yorkers. The Asian population is rising rapidly. And what we saw during COVID and was seen everywhere is that the risk of mortality, the risk of infection, the risk of hospitalization were much higher in the Black and Latinx population compared to whites. Nationally, that proportion runs 2 to 3-fold, and I expect it's the same in Chicago. Not only were people of color dying at higher rates, they were dying at younger ages. So the life expectancy loss that we're going to see related to this pandemic will approach 3 years for the Black population in the entire United States. Whereas for whites, it'll be under 1 year, and the country as a whole is going to lose a year of life expectancy. But that was not the beginning of the United States problem with life expectancy, which had been declining for several years since 2017, and which departed from the trajectory of other wealthy nations way back in 1980. So one of the things that I really worked on resonates with comments made by Dr. Arwady, is thinking about how health departments begin to tackle the problem of racism. And one of the issues was always an unwillingness in the United States to recognize this aspect of our history. And so that was part of what we have to do in countries in the United States. And the other is to build much stronger ties with communities. Health isn't something that is done to people. It is something that has to engage them, in which they have to be viewed as participants who should care more about their health than the people who are suffering excess burden of ill health. And also getting away from the concept that these neighborhoods, in New York City is one of the most segregated cities in the United States. Chicago is also highly segregated. neighborhoods that are Black and Latinx are often seen as comprised of people who are irresponsible, who don't look after their health, who don't seek care when they need it. But instead, and I noticed Dr. Awada used the word disinvestment, we have to begin to talk about the policies that rendered these neighborhoods so underserved, and not only in lack of health services, but many of the things that we need for a healthy life. So I'm sorry to say that we, in order to ensure the health of our residents, need more than health care. We need to have people with decent housing. We need to have people with access to healthy recreational spaces. We need paid sick leave, which is not guaranteed in the United States at this time. We need to ensure that people earn a living wage and so that they can afford to look after their families without multiple jobs. We need people to have educational access and ensure that they have access to attainment and reduce the really shocking levels of incarceration that exist in the United States. So that is the task. And it's a big task. I often think that people say we shouldn't pick up what we can't carry. But in order to see the changes in health that people need and deserve, all of us in public health have to get out of our lane and start talking about the inequities that exist more broadly in our society. So I'd be happy to talk more about all of these things. I suspect we're running a little behind schedule. So I will just stop there. And I'd be happy to talk about the ways as commissioner I sought to build a health department that was not only more inclusive, but decidedly anti-racist in its programming and promotion of policies.
Thank
you very much. You're right. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but I have a question for you and Alison. Public health care system are rather complex and face a lot of issues around the world. Who will pay for medical services, insurance companies, or patients themselves? This is a highly complex issue. So you're facing the problem of inequality right now. So what's the problem? Is it a systemic problem? Something's wrong with the system, or something's wrong with society? Is it a society issue? Or can you just fix the public health system and then people will have equal access to healthcare? All you need is digital technology and proper administration of the healthcare system. Let's go to Mary first.
I'm unmuted. So this is increasingly we hear the word used in the United States that problems are structural. So they're not just related to people making bad decisions or to the healthcare systems being having people who don't respect certain types of patients. They're structural. And in the United States, of course, we don't have universal access to healthcare. It's better than it once was, but there still are something under 30 million people who lack health insurance. But that doesn't mean that the United States isn't spending a lot of money on its health sector. We probably, in fact, I know that we spend more than any other nation on healthcare. It's approaching 20% of our GDP. And we spend twice as much as the nearest country in and yet we don't get the kind of outcomes that we deserve and for that expenditure. So the money is there. The issue is how it's spent and the ability of people to access healthcare. The government is spending enough to pay for a national health system in which every individual has assured access to healthcare services. But we have such a fragmented system, much of it based on profit, that we aren't able actually to deliver that care. I think during this pandemic, seeing people's health insurance tied to their jobs was when people were losing their jobs, should have made it clear to all of us that this is not a good way to arrange things. To have people have no health insurance in the midst of a pandemic and afraid to go to the hospital because it may bankrupt them was not a good plan. But this is an issue that my entire working life as a physician, I've confronted, and the United States hasn't solved it yet. The answer, in my view, is that healthcare should be a right guaranteed by government.
Спасибо большое. На самом деле, слыша цифры, которые вы называете,
Yeah, I listened to the figures you mentioned, and I started questioning whether we have a perfect system anywhere. Because, I mean, you invest a lot of money, and still your system malfunctions. Alison, do you agree? What's the problem here?
Agree broadly. I want to put a little bit more context around a couple of pieces that Mary said. I didn't have a chance earlier to give you a little bit of background about Chicago, but broadly, even before COVID, we had a 9-year life expectancy gap between Black Chicagoans and white Chicagoans. And so across the whole city, someone who is Black in Chicago lives 9 years less long. And between particular neighborhoods in Chicago, that gap increases to 17 years. As a health department, even prior to COVID, we had focused all of our work on trying to close that life expectancy gap. The biggest driver of that gap here in Chicago, and I am sure around the world, is chronic diseases, almost half of that gap. And that is partly about access to healthcare, but it is also a lot about the other factors that go into health. We're very lucky in Chicago and in the United States to have some of the very best hospitals, tertiary level care. And in the pandemic, especially early on, it was very unnerving to be worried about, potentially overwhelming these amazing hospitals. But as you go down from there, partly because of the way healthcare is reimbursed in the United States, we don't have as much access to the primary care that tends to do more of the preventive services that can build health, as opposed to just treating people after they get sick. And the investments, so much of things like life expectancy and people's health overall, most of it is not about access to healthcare. It's about, do they have access to safe and healthy environments? And so where I think about, we saw in Chicago big differences between where people were likely to get tested and diagnosed with COVID versus where people were likely to be hospitalized and die of COVID. And what we found was that people who, for example, were not documented, were immigrants, but couldn't access some of the safety net U.S. healthcare system, or didn't feel that they could, would wait to seek healthcare, even if they have COVID, until they're very, very sick. And then we saw a much higher death rate from COVID. We also saw much higher hospitalization and death rates. And the hospital care was good, but everything that went into it before, I think, is not in place. And so we were trying to use COVID here. We've made investments in very specific gaps across Chicago, and I know other cities have done this too, where, for example, we now have primary care embedded in all of the homeless clinics, and we've seen the cost go down, right? If you can do some of this more preventive care and work on increasing people's access, that really matters. And the last thing is that the vaccine campaign has been so unusual for the United States because it is truly free. Even if people are insured, not insured, they cannot get a copay. The government set up a fund if people don't have insurance. And yet we find that when we're going out and trying to give vaccine, many people in Chicago still think the vaccine is expensive and they don't want to get it because they're worried they can't pay for it. And when I see how different it's been to be able to promote a health, something in health to absolutely everybody without that cost barrier, it's a totally different conversation. But also, people don't trust that anything in health and even health promotion, I think, will not cost them. And that's because of the long history of the way we've set healthcare access up in this country. And it is part of the inequities.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. That's amazing, because Russian people are accustomed to having free vaccines in Russia, but we have different kind of problems here in Russia. We have to persuade them that the vaccine is safe and that it's public good. You know, when you get vaccinated, it's not just your personal matter. This is for public good. This is for beating the virus. And for all those watching us right now, I can just mention that the vaccine is free in Russia. Get vaccinated. Okay, we talked about healthcare, but social matters involve more than just healthcare. So let's turn to Natalia Pochnok right now. You're a leading Russian economist. You're overseeing social policies in Russia. You are the rector of the Social University. And social life is all about communication. So very often we have problems of miscommunication. People don't hear each other. Like with vaccination, people can't hear what the doctors say. So how to ensure we have a proper dialogue between people, between social entrepreneurs, between the government and the people? How do you adapt the urban environment to make it work for everybody? Well, Moscow's social sector has been developing dynamically. Our model has changed. Like the minister said, we need to offer services to the people of Moscow and those visiting in a timely fashion. To have a clear dialogue, you need proper staff. This is actually my university that produces specialists in this area. We offer education for future social workers and doctors and job centers. All these things. This is what we specialize in. And we produce specialists who know how to use digital technology, how to work with people, how to talk to older people. Our university is an ecosystem. It's like a platform. We have a large number of disabled people studying at our university. We are open to all the segments, even children, because we set up a unique center at our university for children, and they can learn the most advanced skills, offline and online. And we have programs for older people as well. So you can say that our university brings all age groups together. We offer education programs to all sorts of people, all age groups. We integrate society. We promote diversity. And our campus, it's part of the open urban environment. Our building is located at a historic place. This is the place where the office of Comintern used to be, the office of the Communist International Organization. It's a historic building, and now our campus is right next to VDNH Expo Center in Moscow. So when people visit Moscow, they can go to the Expo Center, and right next to the Expo Center, they can take a tour of our campus. Today, when we talk about social matters and integration, it's really important to mention education. During the pandemic, our education system was able to offer accessible and affordable education services. We had to digitize our education system quickly. And take education to where our people were. People got used to receiving educational services, and we were able, of course, to organize that. So, right now, our social infrastructure looks like an accomplished ecosystem. Moscow has a lot of best practices it can share with other parts of Russia. And even other countries are eager to learn from us. This model that we have created in Moscow really works. What we did with the infrastructure, with the personnel training, and our online support services. People get access to services 24/7. And this is really important. So, our role as a social university in a big city, we have a big role to play. And one more point I would like to mention. Social entrepreneurship. We educate people about social entrepreneurship. We help social entrepreneurs to set up their business. We help NGOs to act as the last mile, so to speak, for people who would like to get involved in this business. Let me ask you about this. This is something I'm really interested in. In Russia, we all know that many people had a very negative attitudes toward business people. Today, the situation changes little by little. People are more favorable these days toward business people because many companies are more socially oriented today. There is a little bit of contradiction here. On the one hand, companies are interested in making profit. On the other hand, you do something good for society. How do you get people interested in social entrepreneurship? Well, let me tell you that now we have a special law on social entrepreneurship, and this is a big help. There is an official status of a social business, socially oriented business. And these kind of companies enjoy certain benefits. The government helps them with some infrastructural matters. So it's very convenient these days. It's easy to get registered, and the government offers a number of support mechanisms, especially during the pandemic. And we have a large number of social entrepreneurs in Russia today. And this movement is growing. Our university has been offering a special contest for social projects in recent years. And we were able to reproduce many of the most successful social projects. They're replicated across the country. So we do have a good number of very effective social entrepreneurs. And I have to tell you, women play a great role in this matter. 68% of social entrepreneurs in Russia are women. These are well-educated women holding one or even several degrees. Women with a lot of experience. Quite often they have a lot of experience of working in government, and they come up with ideas. They have a program. They know they can help with a particular issue, and they care about people. So the government and the municipal authorities help them a lot. So they are properly motivated. They don't care about making money. Well, it's both. They make money, and at the same time they help people. But money is not their top priority. Thank you very much. It sounds very noble. And I'm sure that all these initiatives that we have in Moscow for social entrepreneurs, this really helped the city during this difficult time. I think this is a public-private partnership with a multiplier effect. Okay, let's go back to international matters. We're talking about sustainability and making city a comfortable place to live in. OECD has a number of initiatives in this regard on sustainable development, and Moscow has been part of some of programs related to that. And Moscow ranks pretty high on gender equality, sustainability, partnership for sustainability. So Moscow is pretty well positioned. Ms. Sekbedzi launched a program a number of years ago. It's called Champion Mayors for Inclusive Growth. This is an association of mayors, city managers who promote this kind of growth. Ms. Sekbedzi, could you please tell us more about the key factors of inequality? What causes inequality in the world today? What stops us from coming together as part of inclusive growth? When you launched your program 5 years ago, were you able to accomplish everything that you planned 5 years ago? Have you accomplished your goals?
Thank you. That is a great question. Well, thanks everyone. My name is Sana Sekbedzi, and as introduced, I coordinate a Mayors Coalition at the OECD called the Champion Mayors for Inclusive Growth. And it's a coalition of 65 mayors from around the world who have put tackling inequality and advancing inclusive growth at the center of their policy agenda. So it started 5 years ago. We're in our 5th year. And if you know the OECD has typically worked with national level governments. And this inclusive growth was a corporate agenda that started in 2012 at the OECD on how to tackle the rising inequality in OECD countries. You know, the top 20% of income earners were earning 9 times that of the bottom 20%. And the growing inequalities the gaps were widening over the last 30 years. And in this study, they found that actually, when they looked at inequality in our OECD countries, in most cases, inequalities in the cities, and the larger the city, the higher the inequality, was happening. Inequality was higher in cities than, or had an average higher than at the national level. So that triggered the start of looking at inequalities in cities and figuring out what are the best ways to tackle them. And it went directly to mayors. And in particular, we identified 4 policy areas where mayors have a unique permit to be able to advance inclusion and really tackle some of the drivers of inequality and how they manifest. So they work along the lines of housing affordability, around the housing market, who has access, the urban environment in general, how neighborhoods are invested in. They work along the labor market, how to make it more inclusive to women, minorities, newcomers. They work on how to distribute public services equitably and how to build infrastructure that advances accessibility and connectivity. And also around inclusive education systems, how to build them. And while a lot of mayors around the world don't necessarily have within their portfolio, their school district, they do work a lot on early childhood development and care and lifelong learning through vocational programs and training. So we found these areas, housing, labor market, the education system, and public infrastructure and services to be ways that mayors, if making the right decisions around economic development and their social policies, a way to tackle some of the inequalities in cities. And really at the heart of it was how to increase well-being for residents and how to make growth work for everyone. So it's the intersection between the economic policies that were happening in cities and how to distribute the benefits so that everyone can succeed. What the goal was, of course, was to decrease inequality in cities, but it was also to spur more and more cities to try and build inclusive growth agendas and to help mayors share the best practices, things that were working, things that weren't working, and the lessons learned, to be able to tackle some of these perennial issues that were being brought about by mega trends, demographic changes in cities, climate change, which has also seemed to exacerbate inequalities in cities. Of course, we've learned very well the health crisis had social and economic consequences as well. So it was a way to be able to inspire and help cities aspire to more inclusion. And I have to say that over the last 5 years, we've seen and we've been working with over 100 mayors in the last 5 years. It's much easier to get mayors to subscribe to the notion of inclusive growth now than it was 5 years ago. Their inclusion and inclusion policies are at practically every global conference that I go to. There is a topic around building more inclusive cities. And so did it work? In a sense, yes. There's more, I think, subscription. There's more buy-in globally around the need for inclusive growth. There is certainly more work to do. We have seen the consequences of building cities that are unequal, certainly with the pandemic. But before, in 2017, we had some of the highest cases of climate hazards and climate events across the country. And we know that low income or residents that live in lower quality housing, that don't have social safety nets, that don't live in places where they can withstand the events of a climate event, also have some of the issues that we're experiencing now with the COVID aftermath. So yes, there's still work to be done.
Можно? Очень интересный вопрос.
Thank you very much, Sena. I believe that it's a quite a universal organization. You've attempted to exchange new best practices within the OECD and also develop some maybe factors or guidelines to decrease inequality in cities. You have identified those patterns, you've offered the programs, but my question is, do you have to adapt these programs for each city and for each country, or do you think they're quite universal and they can be applicable basically to any country or city? Thank you.
Sena?
I think
Sena?
at the crux of it, hello? At the crux of it is the I think, desire to increase resident well-being. And
But I do think that there are some universal policies that we know work, and when they don't work, we suffer the consequences. How our housing affordability and supply was critical in the pandemic response. It's been critical in climate response. It's been critical in how cities develop and how neighborhoods are function. And so there are certainly areas that transcend all cities and all nations, but the nuance is how the community wants to be engaged and react, and how and who are being left behind and why. And I think that's where you, like the doctors mentioned, you invest in getting to know the residents, interacting, co-creating solutions. We've seen that a lot. Using innovation, we've certainly been experiencing an uptick in public sector innovation because of the pandemic, and the move to a more digital facilitation of governments and cities, certainly. But we've also seen that the digital divide has also created some inequalities and hardships for school-age children who are not connected and weren't being able to be connected and go to school during the pandemic. So the problems are universal. The solutions, some of them are transferable and scalable, but the people and their experiences have to be dealt with on an individual and a community level.
Спасибо большое. Я вижу, что к нам
Thank you very much, and I can see that Mr. Burkhard Jung, Mayor of Leipzig, has joined us, and I'm so happy that we're able to overcome technical difficulties. Could you please say that within building the social sphere or social fabric of the city of Leipzig, we would like to know how can we build this social infrastructure accessible to all the residents of the city? What have you been using in Leipzig, including the digital tools and instruments which are playing ever important role among the pandemic, and how these social tools or toolbox have been affected by the pandemic? What kind of ideas and solutions have you been using to tackle off and fight the pandemic? Thank you. I am hoping that you can hear me. Hello. Everyone, I've been told that I can speak in German, and hopefully we have translation going. Well, in the city of Leipzig, we have the following situation. Indeed, we are going back and forth from one, from one tip of scale to the other. For quite a long time, we've been losing residents. People have been migrating away from Leipzig, and now it looks like the pendulum swung and we're moving to a different stage. And now it looks like the city is growing back and people are coming in. And this is indeed quite an unusual situation for Germany, with all the consequences thereof, because we need new daycare centers, we need new schools, we need more space for the town hall and so forth. That is, we needed to expand the spectrum of our services as the administration. Can you hear me again? I'm just concerned that maybe my sound is not coming through. Yeah, it's okay. Wonderful. Well, this has been the central challenge for us, especially when it comes to the primary and secondary school education, because the birth rate has really increased in the city, and we had to build 59 new schools, or expand the existing schools, for that matter. It has been the case within the 10 years. It was quite a big challenge. It's topic number one. I mean, at first you lose people and then you have influx of people. It's quite a big task, and we've actually set our priorities in such a way that we were going to do everything we can for the children, for the school age population, and for the teenagers and young people. In this year alone, we had to spend about 300 million euros, which we've spent on schools and on the school system. It's my point number one. How can we make public services more available or accessible to the citizens? We decided to get down to earth, so to speak. We decided to go to different communities and districts of the city. In each district or in each area, we decided to build a special bureau or an office where local residents can come and offer. It's like a single window, one-stop shop. They can offer or get all the services. You can get your passport, you can get your ID if you need to change one, you can get your birth certificates, all the way to getting your driver's license in this kind of local public services shops. Also, we're trying to build our digital capabilities in terms of providing public services, and we are attempting to identify some target groups within our city population. For example, one of them would be senior citizens, and one group would be the socially vulnerable people, people with disabilities and unemployed people. And then we try to offer these cohorts of people certain services, tailored especially for them. It is very important to have some offices to support pensioners in each district of the city. We need to provide some employment opportunities for people. If we fail to do that, it is important, I believe, to provide this kind of offices in the mobile form or factor, again, to be closer to people. Yet another and quite new situation for us, that back in 2015, you may be aware that there was an influx of immigrants and refugees which came to Germany. Not many of them spoke German language. We had to provide them the roof over their heads and provide them the food and initial kind of amenities. And again, it points towards being able to work down to earth in the very hands-on manner, and orientation on the special targeted groups, and also language competences, linguistic support. The issue number 3 is the COVID-19 pandemic. What kind of outcomes we can see after having amassed this experience? I believe that it was important to build a cohesive, or streamlined work, and to attract experts in science and experts in practical medicine from hospitals, some police experts, the fire brigade, firefighters, and also to join our efforts and making very balanced decisions and trying to explain to people what is really going on. It was a huge challenge for the city. We've tried to work it on the municipal level, and now we have built a certain system all the way from the federal center of Germany down to the federal lands in Germany and down to municipalities. That is, that this system is operational. We've seen that we have a high-quality medical healthcare system, and we've realized that we also need to be an example when it comes to hygiene rules and self-defense rules in the city, and we needed to be much more proactive in vaccination campaign. And it's also important to try to convince people who are quite skeptical about vaccination, maybe to use some kind of mobile teams which would be able to go out and do the vaccination right where people live. And hopefully by September we'll be able to vaccinate about 75% of the local population in our city. And we're assuming that this is absolutely the must. We have to do it. Yes, scientists are saying that 85% will be even better, but I guess it's something that we have to look into the future. What is important here is that we have to again be very, very practical and make it easier for people to get access to public services. And my final statement is that given the pandemic, we cannot forget about those who are needing our help today. I'm speaking about homeless people, I'm speaking about a younger generation, and those senior citizens which are now today in the in the nursing homes. And what else is important is to work with families, especially with the socially vulnerable families in our city. We know that there is such an issue as domestic violence, which is happening against women and children especially. And I'm confident that we absolutely must not forget about it. And we must not forget about those conditions where people are living in nursing homes. They also should get the capability to get vaccinated. Thank you. May I ask you one more question, which would be, I guess, more like a global or a strategic question? You've told us in the very beginning that right now, before the pandemic, you've seen the increase in birth rates and influx of people coming into Leipzig. And this is why you've initiated many initiatives in Leipzig. Actually, the pandemic has changed a lot. It's changed people's psychology when it comes to big cities and people where there is a mass group of people. Are you expecting that people will be living in big cities and the population of big cities will be shrinking, in fact, after the pandemic or during the pandemic? You know, I would say that, yes, we were assuming that, but in fact, we see quite the opposite situation, at least in Leipzig, because we can see the both. It's like a two-way street. We can see the both trends. We can see certain, like a rural area or land where people are living, going back to like rural communities, and quite the opposite. Leipzig and Munich are the cities which are growing. They're attracting young people and young talents, and people come into the cities. Well, it can be explained because here in Leipzig we have quite a decent situation. We have been less affected by the pandemic compared to other places, and that's why I believe we're still an appealing city for many people and people coming in. And of course, it has certain consequences for the public transportation system and for developing our social infrastructure. We are expecting some growth, at least for Leipzig. It's interesting, you know, I thought that Mr. Jung actually mentioned that the main goal of main challenge which the government of Leipzig was facing is coordinating different services. When we speak about the social inequality, usually sometimes we have like a malfunction of the system, of the managerial system, where the system is not really functioning to its full potential. Like in the city of Moscow, we've been saying that in Moscow we have some initiatives. Like, what kind of mechanisms do you have to have the equal access for the whole population? What do you do in Moscow? Yeah, you've been raising very good questions about equal distribution and equal access to public services and to social services. Speaking about the Moscow, the whole philosophy of the urban management is built upon this premise that it's about coordination. It's a mayor of Moscow and the government of Moscow. And throughout these decades of the Moscow development, we have been aiming to provide the equal access. Even in 2019 or 18, we initiated a special program called My Neighborhood. It was the idea of Sergei Sobyanin, the mayor of Moscow, to become certain attraction points or magnets, especially in the bedroom communities, so-called bedroom communities or sleeping communities of the Moscow, so that we would be able to build like a certain architectural domination points, like a centers of social services. And I believe that in Moscow we do not have such a big problem in terms of the accessibilities of such services as the social protection, healthcare and education, and digital components or digital services and things like service sectors. It's all serving the purpose of equal distribution and equal access to these services. And the mayor of Leipzig mentioned the nursing homes and older generation, people may be vulnerable. I would like to give you one example, because 97% of those people who are living in our nursing homes have been vaccinated from COVID-19 by the Sputnik V. It's a two-component vaccine. And thanks to that, we can be proud that our nursing home will be a COVID-free zone. And on the next week, we had been discussing with our management that we are beginning the revaccination, because it has been 6 months. And we're going again to vaccinate our senior citizen staying in nursing homes, and this will be absolutely free for them. Yes, I guess this is very unprotected social groups, and this is the great initiative. Hopefully, we'll be able to do this not only in Moscow, but also in other cities. Well, dear colleagues, thank you very much for being with us. The time is up. I believe it has been very interesting discussion, and those ideas and statements provided the very big focus and very complex pictures. We can see what is happening today. It's a pandemic and the issues related to pandemic, and I guess we're able to take a very comprehensive look at how the social policies and social infrastructure of cities will be changing in the future after we will be able to conquer the pandemic, and the pandemic will go away. And obviously, these many initiatives related to protecting different layers of population. We have the inclusivity or inclusion issue, and I hope many initiatives which you have launched right now will be extended into the future, and we will be able to deliver even better projects in social entrepreneurships which will help us to protect those groups. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Благодарим участников панельной дискуссии.
We'd like to thank all the attendees of this panel session. In 10 minutes, we will continue our foresight session, Some of Innovation. We'll be speaking about synchronizing our experience and solutions for the smart transformation.
Уважаемые участники форума, начинается форсайт-сессия. Сумма инноваций, синхронизация опыта.
We start our foresight session, the sum of innovation, synthesizing experience and solutions for smart transformation. Our panelists are Aisha Hanna, futurist, author, AI expert, co-founder and CEO of Edo AI. We have Alexei Parabuchev. We also have Greg Lindsay, Director of Applied Research, New Cities Foundation. Carlo Ratti, Professor of Urban Technologies and Planning Director of Sensible City Lab. Evgeny Kuznetsov, CEO of Orbita Capital Partners. Ivan Ashgikhin, Senior Managing Director at Rusnano. And our moderator today is BCG Director Ekaterina Shapochka. Good afternoon. This is one of the closing sessions of this day of the forum. It has to be very active because we'll be talking about innovation. And of course, this is a subject that a lot of people are interested in. Cities are very good platforms for developing and introducing innovation because of the density of population, the density of business, and demand and high expectations of the residents of city dwellers. During the pandemic, cities accumulated a lot of data, including personal data about their residents. And now we can capitalize on all this data if we do it the right way. And all the cities, at least all the major cities, are now going to become smart cities. Otherwise, they won't be able to continue. So, in this session, we'll be talking about technological solutions that will be popular among cities. What kind of synergy will produce the greatest effects in creating man-centric cities? We'll talk about post-pandemic innovation. What kind of innovation will be in demand after the COVID-19 period, and what kind of regulation we need to help these innovations to be put into practice as fast as possible. We have a very strong panel today. I will introduce them first. We have Aisha Hanna, futurist, author, an expert in AI. We also have Alexei Parabuchev, Greg Lindsay, co-founder of New Cities, Carlo Ratti, Professor of Urban Technology and Planning Director at Sensible City Lab, MIT. And we have Evgeny Kuznetsov, CEO of Orbita Capital Partners. And we have Ivan Ashgikhin, Senior Managing Director at Rusnano. All right, I give the floor now to our first speaker, Aisha Hanna. Please, the floor is yours.
We can't hear you. Sorry.
My word, we do precisely this for some of the largest government agencies and corporations around the world. Now, if we go all the way to China, we can look at what they call the city of the future, which is Yong'an. And they have a lot of investment going into their city. But one of the interesting things I find over there is that they're designing smart cities that will be resilient to future pandemics. And one of the ways they're doing this is by building hyper-local cities or cities within cities, so that everything that you need is very close to you. So this is usually would be considered a city block, but it's really kind of a resilient neighborhood. In it, you find co-working spaces where you can work. You find maker spaces that you can use in case you have any kind of malfunction in your house. You also have greenhouses where you can grow your own food, and spaces that can be kindergartens in the morning, but can be other kinds of recreational facilities in the evening. In other words, you have a fully functioning, resilient neighborhood. And that is really what we want to do. We want people never to be stuck, again, without supply chains disrupted because of a pandemic or any other crisis. Now, in order to do that, you do need technology. You need to put in a digital layer on top of your physical infrastructure. And people refer to this as a smart city. But if you go a little bit deeper into it, I'm going to give you some examples of how we can expect things to change in these smart cities. And one of the ways is that every city is not going to be built from scratch, like the one I showed you in China. The majority of them will be retrofitted. And they'll have to be retrofitted now for safety, multi-use, and sustainability. These 3 towers in Tokyo are being retrofitted. And one of the things they're doing over here is they're making the movement across the building completely contactless, so that when you enter a space, using artificial intelligence, computer vision, facial recognition, voice recognition, biometric recognition, you just pass through security. You even talk to the elevator. New elevators now that are being made where you don't even touch a button. Everything is coated with antimicrobial coating. And the reason is not only security, but also health safety. And more, the administration of buildings will be done by artificial intelligence. And this is the next evolution in the so-called building management systems. Now, the buildings themselves will be more than just places that we live in or work in. One of the things that matters a lot is food security. Now, by 2050, it's expected that 10 billion people will live in cities, and 80% of all food will be consumed in cities. So we will have vertical farming, where the buildings will actually have farms, as we know, but also even inside the houses, we will be growing more and more of our own vegetables. The only way to do this is to use sensors and artificial intelligence that is able to give the right amount of water and sunlight or any other source of light to the vegetables. In Singapore, if you go to some of my neighborhood grocery stores, they actually have hugely fresh vegetables that are made in precisely these kinds of containers that are available for me to pick kale and spinach from, for example. Now, why is this important? You know, in Singapore, we import most of our food, and we now have a determination to have 30% of our food grown locally by 2030. And the only way it's possible is by using technologies like this to enable it. As a parent, we've seen education has really gone online. But it hasn't been a great experience for everyone. It's very lecture-based. But now new technologies are coming together, such as this new platform by the co-founder of Coursera, one of the world's best-known online platforms, on how can we make education more interactive and more interesting for students. This means that you log on to a site, but then you can actually have the ability to form small tables and have seminar-like conversations, and the teacher can come to each of your tables. Now it's all virtual. Of course, one misses the in-person interaction, but whether it replaces the normal education system or I believe it augments it, enriches it, the fact of the matter is education is now going to become hybrid. And the reason it's very important is because the majority of the world lives in growth markets like India and Bangladesh and Nigeria and Brazil. And for them, having good quality education at a lower price is very important. And any city that gives them the kind of infrastructure with 5G and the kind of facilities to have this kind of education will really attract the best talent. Then you come to work. Again, we are seeing this debate happening right now, where some banks, I believe it's Morgan Stanley, the CEO is saying they must come back to the office. But then many other companies like Facebook, Twitter, even Microsoft, they're all considering the fact that we can work remotely. And this means people have a lot more freedom to work in Bali, to work in the Caribbean, Hawaii. But how can we make the experience of working better? Now, Facebook is working on a new kind of platform in which virtual reality and augmented reality will be used. As you can see, usually if you go into virtual reality, you just see avatars or cartoon-like characters of each other. But now, these two people are speaking to each other and they see their facial expressions exactly as they are. Not only that, using artificial intelligence, when they hear a voice in a meeting, it comes from either left or right or exactly where they're sitting around the table. And finally, they are even one day able to wear haptic gloves so that when they shake each other's hand, they can feel it in virtual space. But even more than virtual reality, augmented reality is going to become a reality sooner. The reason is because Apple has made it one of its next big things. And Apple has 1 billion devices in the world out there right now. iPhones that will all have augmented reality in their operating system. This means that finally now we will have this ability to use AR to convert our spaces into something that is multidimensional. And here's an example. A lot of us really missed working out and going to the gym. But with a home gym like Tonal, and there are plenty more like this, you can actually have something like looks like a mirror in your apartment, and you pull it down, and it has digital weights. And all of us who've had trainers know that the trainer will watch your form, they will push you to do progressive loading and improve your muscular strength. But the artificial intelligence will use computer vision to actually observe your form and will change the weights to push you further. Now, this is an example of just a gym, but you can imagine that a lot more can be done in a space. And all of this points to the fact that the more convenient and near your kindergartens are, your education is, your gym is, even your grocery store is, the more higher your quality of life can be. This does not mean you don't need people. It just means that you don't have to sit in long commutes when you don't want to. This is a building of retrofitted design for adding potentially terraces for drone deliveries. And again, it uses artificial intelligence once the laws of the country or the city allow it to guide the drone to actually come down and deliver it. And then a robot such as Starship from Estonia or Amazon's Prime can take it from this terrace and bring it inside. This is the future smart city. And even though we're not going to have super highway, very fast flying cars anytime soon, in Singapore, we have been working with the German startup Volocopter for over 2 years. And this was last year when it did one of its pilot taxi drives. And of course, it's being done in the Middle East and some other cities as well. But in 3 years, we can expect that these kind of aircraft will be flying in Singapore. And they're sustainable and would have a drone that carries up to 2 passengers. This is very important to Singapore because we have a couple of things that matter to us. One of them, as I pointed out, is of course the fact that we want to have our own food security. We want to have sustainable transportation. And another thing is because we are an aging country, like many of the developed world, we also need help, such as this robot by Boston Dynamics that was patrolling a lot of the parks. Now, I'll talk about this later. It's not everybody's cup of tea to actually have a robot patrolling and providing public service. But in Singapore, it was fairly well received. And the Singapore government is consistently thinking of more ways to make life easier for its citizens. And one of the ways it's doing this is by now creating an artificial intelligent assistant for every citizen. So for example, I would, or my children or my grandchildren, whenever I have them, from the moment they are born, they will get a personal AI assistant from the government. And not only will this AI assistant be able to help with all the government services, such as the app you have in Moscow and other cities, but it will even be able to predict what you may need and be able to personalize services to you using artificial intelligence. And the whole point of this is that people don't want to go through the bureaucracy of the city. Everything that I talked about is to increase the ability of people as citizens to live higher quality lives, not in any way to have this kind of very isolated, automating living. In fact, in Singapore, we call ourselves a smart nation. And the reason we call ourselves that is because we want to build a place where the human spirit thrives. This is not only for the developed world or very rich countries. When you have new technologies, you can have help nearby, even in places like Africa. Instead of going to a hospital that may take you a day or 8 hours, you can now have a nurse's assistant run an ultrasound on your body if you're pregnant, or your child if you suspect he has a tumor, with a handheld ultrasound called Butterfly Q. And this child is being seen by a nurse, and the artificial intelligence in it is also helping detect any issues that may lie in the body. Again, this reduces the time to service. This democratizes access. And one of the most important things, especially that we have to value, is people's time. The more you free up their time, the more they can explore endeavors that mean something to them. Now, that brings me to work. What are we going to do about work? What are we going to do about that time in a city? Well, the World Economic Forum said that automation, artificial intelligence, robots, all of these things I talked about, they're going to take away jobs. They're going to take away 85 million jobs, but they're going to bring in 97 million jobs. To be honest, I don't know whether they will bring in more or less. It's a question mark. I do know that automation is changing jobs, and we and cities and citizens have to adjust to it. I'll give you an example. There's a new area of digital therapeutics. You know, if you have a heart attack, the chances of your getting readmitted to a hospital are actually quite high. So you go home and then you might be readmitted because you have some kind of issue. Now, a company called Bioformus from Singapore has developed a monitor that looks at 20 medical parameters, and it's been collecting nearly 10 million data points from different patients. And it can alert doctors before your condition gets so bad that you have to come back to the hospital. This area of a software or artificial intelligence playing the role of a doctor's assistant is known as digital therapeutics. And actually, one day, there will be no doctor needed for it. In fact, it is approved by the FDA it needs approval by the FDA to actually become completely automated in changing the medicine of the patient without having the doctor involved. So what is the doctor going to do? Well, the doctor is still needed. The doctor is needed for the operation. The doctor is needed for the care, for the strategy of how to address the patient, how to take care of the patient. But the doctor needs to learn how to work with a platform like Bioformus. This is the reality of jobs. This is the reality of what I do for clients every single day when we go in and we build AI platforms. In fact, according to the World Economic Forum, 50% of people will need to find a way to upskill themselves. Because what that Bioformus does is not a bad thing. It helps people. But the doctors and the nurses now need to upskill themselves to work with it. And here Singapore has created a lot of schemes. I'm a big fan of this gentleman. He's actually in his 60s. And he recently lost his job as an engineer in an airline engineering firm. But the moment he lost it, he said the government sent over a career office to everybody who had been made redundant by automation. And they gave him a number of options, including joining a large German 3D printing company. And they said, we'll give you an internship. The government will pay for it. And after 6 months, if you do a good job, there'll be lots of options because this is a growing area. So I met him for coffee. And he's learning a lot. He does realize that his pay may not be likely as high as it was before, but he's comforted by the fact that there is a path forward, that the city has not just left people on their own, but is providing a path forward to deal with this friction that comes. And that is so important. You introduce technology, whether it is in the economy, or whether it is to make people's lives easier, but you have to help them along the way. And this brings me to the last part, which is there are always risks of digital technologies. You lose jobs, privacy, hacking, cybersecurity, scams. All of these are risks, and we have to manage them. If you don't manage them, if you can't manage them, then you have no business using smart city technologies, which are essentially Internet of Things, computer vision, artificial intelligence, etc. I would highly recommend that you watch a Netflix movie called Coded Bias, because it really shows how the data that you enter can so vastly skew the results of the algorithm. And here, especially if you are from different races, you may find that you're being stopped by a security guard, an immigration officer, a police officer. This is one of the reasons the European Commission has some new guidelines around AI and the risks that it has. And companies that don't comply with it will be fined 6% of their annual revenue. And we know that in Amazon, this certainly happened, where they were using artificial intelligence and the AI kept picking men over women for technical jobs. Now, let me tell you, I am CEO of an AI company, and women are just as good at technical jobs as men. So there was something very wrong with the AI, and they discovered that the data was biased. And in fact, that's often the case. Data governance is a big part of what we do. My co-founder's PhD is in identifying bias and is used by the judicial system of some European countries and is in the IBM open source library. This matters to us. And you have to ask your citizens, are they okay with the technology? You know, New York had the same dog that I showed you in a park in Singapore. But New Yorkers said, no way. We don't want this dog running around our city. Some people said it hadn't been explained to them properly. Maybe you should ease it. But maybe they just don't want it. And if they don't want it, you have to respect it. And this is what a social debate is all about. It's very important. A smart city is not technology. It is a new contract and understanding between city residents and the companies and the government agencies that provide technologies that are supposed to help them. And they have questions about it that must be answered about their data privacy, about their data security, and generally how comfortable they feel with these technologies. The European Commission, I'm actually a fan of some of the stuff the EU does, whether it's related to data or guidelines for AI, and they're just guidelines right now. It's important. They do set a precedent on how to do things responsibly that is then picked up by other countries. Now, I'm going to end with something very close to my heart. I'm going to show you a picture of these girls. They're all teenagers. I have a charity. I teach AI to girls in Singapore. You know, they don't know technology. They're from business, accounting, legal, like students. And when I interviewed them, they said, we feel very nervous. We see this world of AI, robotics, virtual reality. We don't know where we fit into it. And then it just took 10 weeks, 3 hours every Saturday. We just taught them some of the basics of AI. We connected business problems with AI solutions. And we told them about how to use AI ethically. Everybody doesn't need to be a data scientist, but you need to work with one because the future of all innovation rests also on data and AI. And look at them here. They're so confident. And we must remain confident when we have technologies. We must have agency as residents and creators and builders. And so I'm so excited to be part of this panel and forum and to talk more about this. But I hope that all of us will welcome these technologies, but do it in a really responsible and transparent manner. Thank you.
Aisha, большое спасибо. Хотелось бы...
Aisha, thank you very much. I would like to ask you questions, but unfortunately we have only 30 minutes and 5 more speakers, so I have to move along our agenda. Thank you. It's a very inspiring presentation indeed. Many new and interesting insights, and hopefully we'll be able to see these innovations in our cities. I have a question for Alexei Parabychev. Do you envision Moscow in this future, or do you think Moscow is somewhat different, and what are the Moscow plans when it comes to innovations? Well, thank you, Yekaterina. I believe that Moscow has been fully reflected in all the points of this presentation. I've been keeping my notes, especially about the point number 1. It's COVID-proof cities. That is the cities which will be somehow guarded, safeguarded from different elements of the pandemic, and the statements about the contactless economy, autonomous systems, and the systems which would increase the level of competence of those people who, for obvious reasons, are amid the situation of economic transformation. They are losing their employment, and they have to adapt to these new formats. Drones and all these other elements, those are what has become the subject of very proactive testing or implementation. And I believe that, especially the final item in Aisha's presentation, it's managing AI systems. It is absolutely relevant for Moscow today, because Moscow is a huge center which is aggregating tons of data. And these are the data about the growth of the urban economy and different transactions which are taking place in the city. And the management system, data-driven management system, incident-driven management system, I believe that these would be the very next steps which will be made on the path of transformation. I got it. What do you think? What could potentially slow down or could become the barrier for the very proactive development of digitalization and innovations in the city? I have a couple of options. Maybe they will not be right. My first comment is that the one bottleneck could be finances, because I believe that still one of the main problems of developing the smart cities, we do not understand who is going to pay for it, because it will require very big investments, but who is going to pay, consumer or somebody else, that remains open. And second is digital trust. Are we ready for this new landscape? The landscape which will be provided by the big data. Well, I believe that the second point is much more relevant, because in this sense I always provide very kind of down-to-earth example of whether people are ready for innovations, and I believe it's one of the key aspects, especially in Aisha's presentation. She's been speaking about the autonomous cars, which are already on our streets. And it's a question, are people willing to take up these services? It was a great example when first we initiated experiments on the paid parkings in the city of Moscow. At the east of the city, we had installed the first like a parking stalls through which you could pay for your parking. After the first night, we've seen that this like a pay parking stall had been broken down. It's kind of lootism of the 21st century, when people seeing innovations and all the new things is first causing people's aggression. That means that we, as those who are innovators within the Moscow government, we need to do the right communication. We need to carry across to people these ideas. We have to work with different categories of the Muscovites, and to show that this is not a threat, but rather an opportunity. We have to provide them the capabilities to take advantage of these new innovations. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Carlo Ratti. Mr. Ratti is not only an architect, but also the head of the Sensible City Lab, which is an innovative laboratory using digital technologies and big data for developing analytics and solutions. Mr. Ratti, could you please say just to what extent it's easy, or maybe not easy, for you to mine for data in this modern situation? How do you get this data? How do you use the data? And what could be the problems and solutions in working with data? Thank you.
It
looks like, Mr. Ratti, it looks like we've lost you. At least we do not We do not hear you. We do not see you. But let's, for the sake of time, let's introduce the next speaker, and then we'll go back to you. We'll come back to you for sure. Just a second. Oh, okay. Then next is Greg Lindsay. Greg, can you hear us? You're also one of the very well-known people in the theoreticians and practitioners of developing cities, especially smart cities. In your view, what are the potential capabilities and barriers and opportunities for developing smart cities now? Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. Thank you for the wonderful presentation by Aisha. Fantastic, as always, hearing from her. I'd like to take a small piece of the incredible suite that she had in her presentation and focus particularly on sort of the aspects of the pandemic that I thought were interesting. She mentioned early on China's interest in creating more resilient neighborhoods. One of the projects that I've been studying over the last year or so in terms of thinking about future directions of smart cities is looking at the various bottom-up collectives that formed during the pandemic. In the United States, they were called mutual aid groups. In China, they were called, I believe, Xiaoqiu. These notions of basically just citizens banding together, using the communication tools and software at their fingertips, whether that is text message on WeChat, whether that is productivity tools like Google Docs or Slack or various other tools, to basically create these emergent organizations to help their neighbors, to deliver food to the elderly who could not leave during lockdowns in the United States and Italy, to deliver medicines, to ultimately run vaccination clinics in their neighborhoods. And this to me is quite interesting because when we think about the smart city, of course, we think often about what solutions can the private sector bring or what regulation can the public sector bring. But this was an emergent group. These were citizens on their own, forming their own kind of smart city while they were physically constrained, of course, during lockdowns and quarantines. And I've been very curious in studying about sort of what we can learn from these in terms of what it means in terms of accessibility, in terms of the evolution of the tools. I mean, one thing I found in interviews with various groups in the United States is that often the smartest city tools available to them were as simple as phone numbers or of course, Facebook groups, you know, being a ubiquitous tool there. Using the most simple tools available to ensure accessibility, and from there collecting that in to use in, you know, larger tools like Airtable and others. But it spoke to me that the notion of what can be done in terms of sort of organizing these capabilities and how they might evolve. I think often, you know, in a United States context or Canadian one, that immigrants to the United States a century ago from Russia, from Ukraine, and from elsewhere would form their own sort of mutual aid societies in localized institutions where people could come and seek resources having just arrived in places like New York City. I start to think about what the smart city version of that will mean when we can start to bring together products, insurance, or other things of this nature that, you know, that will allow people to have access to the kinds of resources, to the kinds of reskilling and things that Aisha talked about. So how can we create sort of new civic society institutions? And this is a project that I'm currently exploring with my team from MIT's Future Urban Collectives Lab. We have an exhibition in the Venice Architecture Biennale present right now, exploring what we call open collectives. And our premise is that, that once collectives used to be sort of totalizing institutions, the kibbutzim of Israel, for example. But now we have the opportunity to build collectives that are both physically close, architecturally constructed, built in the form of cities, but also digital networks that would allow us to connect to people beyond our physical scope. And how do we create both the digital tools and the physical architectures that will enhance both of those? That's our current project as we look at these mutual aid groups and others. And so that to me is a very interesting trajectory. It's one that we haven't really spoken about in the smart city discourse over the last decade. And it's one that the pandemic has exposed, I think, as a potential avenue for us to explore outside of both the classic public and private dichotomy. So I'll pause there. Hopefully we have a chance to return.
Thank you very much. And do you think somehow the governments or the federal governments, the municipalities have to build and develop these groups that you've mentioned about it? Do they have to foster development of this kind of, I guess, informal networks or semi-formal networks which are helping to one another in developing technologies and sharing the information? Thank you.
Yes, quickly, absolutely. And there are several cities that have quickly realized this, that if they provide the tools and platforms available, that citizens will help themselves. I've had the opportunity to interview members of Code for America, which is a great civic technology organization in the United States that is helping local groups and urban governments build out these tools and understand the various issues for that. And there's another group formed, I forget their name off the top of my head, but founded by former deputy chief technical officers of the United States federal government that are providing these tools as well as open source, freely available, but providing them to government. So yeah, I think absolutely that very smart city governments will quickly create these kinds of platforms themselves, municipal versions of these platforms, so that citizens can plug in and use them.
Thank you very much, Greg. Unfortunately, it looks like Carlo Ratti will not be able to join us today. But I failed to introduce one of our speakers. This is Robert Louis Lettington, the head of the Housing and Asylum section in UN Habitat. Would you please forgive me for missing that, but I'm going to give you the word later. Now, Ivan Ozhegikin is the next speaker. You're introducing Rus Nano Company. And the company is famous for developing and investing in applied technologies, and in particular, I believe that healthcare, public healthcare would be one of the very, very relevant topic for you right now. What do you do as a Rus Nano company? What are your new developments? Thank you. Yes, hello, Ekaterina and dear colleagues. Thank you for making me the part of this panel session. Like Aisha has mentioned in her presentation, of course, healthcare and all the topics revolving around technologies and all the capabilities aimed at improving the quality of life of our population. These are the technologies related to the medical industry. And before engaging into answering the question, could you please launch the video, about 50-second video, which will show us the main trends, the main technologies which we are having today in our portfolio. Medicine of the Future 2021. Telemedicine, wearable devices, artificial intelligence, personalized medicine, cyber prosthetics, it's a transformer hospital beds, preventive medicine, and gene therapy. Innovation pharmaceutics. Medicine of the future begins today.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you for that video. And sure, the year of 2020 and 2021 gave a big push to the development of all kinds of technologies related to the telemedicine and all type of remote services and communication. Today, when we speak about telemedicine, it is not only that the doctor is being able to see their patient, but telemedicine would be the whole ecosystem enabling with a certain hardware and software appliances for a doctor to diagnose a patient in remote channel and using AI technologies. I would say AI as the decision-making support mechanism to provide a diagnosis and then to do the monitoring if we have to treat the patient also. So we are making this medical assistant accessible to a patient. And today, if we are able to diagnose certain disease early, we can provide much more capabilities for treatment and for the prevention. And medicine of the future would also be about preventing certain illnesses and diseases. And in this case, involving citizens in these technologies of the healthcare technologies, I believe this is also very important. And the whole urban ecosystem should be working to this benefit. And today we've seen this in different presentations. To give you one example, building certain parks where people can walk, can jog, can cycle, like Aisha was saying, even if there is a confined space. These are the technologies enabling people today to be involved in these processes more. Another factor is right after and if our patients have to get assistance in offline in a smart clinic. It should be a smart clinic. It should be home to hospital or hospital to home technologies, and it looks like we have the seamless path of a patient, and throughout the whole period of medical assistance, they should be given high-quality assistance, irrespectively of where they are physically and what kind of point in the city. And I believe that in the near future, it doesn't matter where you are on the globe. And after you've received the medical assistance, you need to go through rehabilitation. And it's about AR, VR technologies, which are providing additional capabilities to our patients, to the city dwellers, to receive help and assistance within the city's infrastructure. We can build these zones where people will be able to obtain this help. And we have had a previous foresight session today, and someone asked what it means to be a superstar city. To be a superstar city, that means to be such a city which is taking maximum care of its residents. And when you provide the whole sum of infrastructure, be it for safety or be it for the quality of life, and in this sense, I believe that Moscow is indeed one of the leaders of such star cities in all aspects. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I also have a very short question for you. When I was checking out the Aisha's presentation, she had mentioned the case about the delivery drones, which are changing the shapes and the forms of our housing. And I thought, hey, again, we have to change our building codes. We've just changed building codes in Moscow, but if we are to have this kind of drone landing pads, we again have to change our landing codes. Do you think we need to overcome some kind of legislative barriers to develop these tech? Absolutely, because today when we introduce any innovative solutions and products, it is very closely tied to developing our legislative frameworks and laws, because any new product, of course, will not be a part of the existing legislation. But in this regard, at least today, in the Russian Federation, we already have certain tools which enable us to implement these kind of legislative novelties very fast. Like we have the tariffs for telemedicine services through the insurance companies and you name it. But we should not stop at that, because this is an ongoing process. If you have a new product, if you have a new solution, you have to build new legislative framework. And of course, this should be a personalized approach, because now we're speaking that each patient is a person and they should get customized medicine, customized service, not just a one pill which everybody gets, but it should be something which is tailored to their needs and to their physical situation. Maybe it will be a custom-made medicines and drugs made just for you. I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. This is Evgeny Kuznetsov, CEO of Orbita Capital Partners, and you are representing Corporate Venture Fund. But at the same time, you are a famous futurist and thinker, for that matter. From your point of view, Evgeny, and speaking about your corporate fund, venture fund, and what is the main driver to build new cities, the smart cities? What kind of barriers we have to overcome, which we had been facing before in this process? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I really enjoyed the previous presentations. When we speak about this topic, we as investors, we take action on all these items at this point already today. Like you've been showing different examples and precedents, and I was like, as you were delivering your presentations, I was thinking about the startups which we have for each of these points. Like we have a diagnostic startup. In a couple of one a year ago, in a couple of weeks, we've we've made a startup for the diagnosis of the patients with the lung issues, so when they contracted COVID, and we deployed it in Moscow to do the very timely diagnosis of COVID patients. Another example was the AI in virtual reality. We have a startup which helps patients to recover after a stroke using VR, when people have like imaginary movement, and they train their brain. It's amusing, but actually this is very good even if you're totally healthy. If you're an athlete, you can do certain practices at your football, soccer field, and then you can do the virtual trainings at your home. Several European soccer clubs actually signed up for our startups. And this tech is not some kind of distant future, it's our reality today, and what we have to do as a city, I believe, to be the pioneers in implementing this tech, because as a matter of fact, my idea of a smart city, it is some kind of a city which is super efficient in terms of its competition globally and making projects a reality globally. Smart cities are global cities, and it is not enough to make a good environment for your local people. It's very important for them to see how do they measure up compared to other countries and cities. One example, in China, they have the whole culture or subculture. They call it Taobao winch something. These are some kind of villages, and sometimes there are hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. And using e-commerce, they are part of the global market, and they can be actually the drivers of certain events on those global markets. One of such Taobao village is providing a huge percentage of the global masquerade in the theater costumes, and another village is processing stones for all kind of things. It seems like a fantasy, it's like a sci-fi, but every industry, every city, every area, they should be global, right, in nature, in their thinking. So when we speak about competition between the smart cities, we're speaking about competition of solutions and implementing these solutions. The city of Moscow, however surprising it may be, has become a global leader in delivery services. Not only we've had one of the best delivery services which helped us to go through COVID, because last year everything was stopped and you could get everything delivered to your door very fast and cheap, like you could get it from other services. However, Russia and Moscow have become a supplier of such companies. Like we got about 5 companies which have come from Russia, in London, in Africa, in Japan. Russian teams are building delivery services because they've learned how to do it best, and better than anyone else, they know all the pitfalls of this business. So I believe that smart cities are the ones who are the first one in testing out solutions, in building global and scalable companies, and they are beginning the trendsetters. And I believe that on one hand, in Moscow, we have really good examples because we have great financial service, we have good online settlements. Basically, you can do everything like cash-free without even banking cards. I'm not having my credit card. I do not need my credit card on me in Moscow. However, there are some areas where we're really lagging behind, like Alexa was speaking about the drones. Like several years ago, we've been thinking about the drones, how can we push it, and Moscow was ready to implement the drones, and the federal government is still pushing us down and is saying, no, you cannot fly stuff on the air, because now in Moscow we cannot even do some pilots, which would be like the global phenomena, like a project for rescuing people on the water. We had this project, I think it was #1 in the world, but we had to stop it due to the regulations. So we need smart regulation. It's a very key component of the global competitiveness. If we'll have a smart regulation and we'll have the city as a space of opportunities, people will get like tons of opportunities to build new tech, new companies, and of course all of this will make it not only more applicable, but they'll be more trusted, right? Because all those communities, they want, in a sense, they want to support what they understand and like. When it's like top-down approach, when it's like people tell you, the government is telling you, go do this, it's one thing. But when it's been done from the bottom up, it raises trust, and there is a huge enthusiasm. So I believe for smart cities now we have very, very big prospects and a very big opening for the deep transformation. We are coming into the stage of the superstar or big cities becoming becoming even bigger and larger, and the city's economy is basically the global economy now, and these are the cities which, better than anyone else, can provide this kind of platform-based approaches for entrepreneurship, high-tech entrepreneurship, and they can lose competition by the speed of implementing different solutions. Moscow has quite good chances due to good education, good scientific potential, but we need to accelerate, we need to become much more bold, and maybe to have like a very, very rapid implementation. For example, the first infrastructure from the drone deliveries, we got it about the same time we got it in Shenzhen in China, because we had been experimenting this kind of drone deliveries. But in Shenzhen, they continue with this experiment. In Moscow, we do not continue. It was again frozen because again there is no trust for the drones by our regulators. If Moscow will be able to become such a global platform for testing out new tech and will be able to quickly change and adapt its regulation for this new tech, then in terms of quality of ideas and quality of technologies, Moscow can become among the leaders on the global scale, and it could be like in the top three cities of the world, not in terms of ideas, but in terms of how many of these ideas have become a reality. I have a very short question for you, Evgeny. You, as the person from the Corporate Venture Fund, what kind of area, what kind of development area would you support in innovations in Moscow? Where would you be willing to co-invest? We have already been doing that. We invest in the certain management systems for building and venues. We invest in smart logistics and medicine. We have already done that. We have 11 companies, and these companies basically cover this whole segment. I did not do a special selection, like what is the percentage will go to smart city, but to give you an idea, in sustainable development goals, we have about 60% of investments. So we are deeply involved in it, and we are willing to boost our investments. Thank you, Evgeny. I'm giving the floor to our next speaker, Robert Louis Lettington, head of the Housing and Asylum section in UN Habitat. Mr. Lettington, UN Habitat is known as a very significant, very important humanitarian organization, which has done a lot to work on the issues of equality in cities, infrastructure provision, providing services. Could you please share your point of view? What should be the next developments of smart cities in the world, and what has to be done in terms of correcting or changing legislation? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, my specific field is both the side of housing and shelter, but then also my background is legal, so I'm often working on the policy and governance side. I think obviously from the housing side, I mean, I think already some of the previous speakers have hinted at the kinds of things that we may be looking for. We're looking at improvements in services, we're looking at improvements in the qualities of materials, where smart materials in houses that are more energy efficient, that may solve particular public health issues, as well as energy inefficiency and space problems. Basic service delivery is also obviously very heavily affected by smart technologies, water and sanitation, different things like that. And I think it's important to note that it isn't just the high end where this is an issue. It's also these technologies and these solutions can be available and can be a major advantage for even the very poorest in the very poorest countries in the world. Access to different forms of property rights, different forms of access to basic services, water, power, things like that, can all help people on very, very low incomes access these services in a way that they couldn't. So I think we're looking at quite profound opportunities across a range of areas. Looking more in my own area, I mean, a lot of our questions are looking at how should governments and public policy respond to technology. Obviously, at least for the last 200 years or something like that, we've been in a fairly constant process of technological shift. So governments have some understanding of what goes along with that. Even in the 19th century, we saw significant shifts in how jobs were spread around society and what kinds of skills were required for those. So there is some historical experience, but we need to think about what does technology do? And I think from the examples that have been given, whether that's in health, whether it's in delivery technology, whether it's in access to services and commercial activity, there are a certain number of elements that are common threads. Technology very frequently is focused on increasing efficiency. It also frequently gives people the opportunity to increase the scale of what they're doing quite quickly, more quickly than they would have done traditionally. Related to that, it allows for a greater impact, both for good and ill, but you get a greater impact quicker through technological options. The nature of technology also tends to provide shifts in investment and to drive particular trends in economic activity, which is something we need to be aware of and to follow. And sometimes, not as often as you might think, it creates totally new possibilities. But I would argue that most of the options that technology opens up are how to do things we're already doing, but to do more of them or to do them better. So that leads to some of the consequences of thinking about the fact that technology is obviously hugely beneficial, but there are some caveats and some warnings that come along with it. Technology tends to redistribute wealth to a very significant level. As we've heard, one manifestation of that is that the nature and the overall pattern of working life and jobs changes. Some jobs will disappear, some other new ones will reappear. The historical trend is that a big technological shift tends to create more jobs than it destroys. But as was said by Aisha, the jury is still out on that, and we'll have to see what the evidence is as things move forward. But that is only one manifestation of how wealth moves around. Very often, there are now hugely profitable companies based on facilitation and service provision. They're taking a very small transaction fee on a huge number of actions, and that is shifting wealth. So, for example, if you're looking, you can open up the opportunities for entrepreneurs at a very local level that weren't there before, but the network power will generate quite a lot of wealth for whoever controls that network. That also tends to lead to another phenomenon, which is the concentration of power. Technology has a tendency to, at least in its early stages of revolutions, to concentrate power to a certain degree, access to networks, access to the ability to push services through, and that can prove controversial sometimes. Technology, unless we make a very solid effort against it, it can exclude people sometimes at a variety of levels. At an individual level, at the moment, if you don't have a smartphone, you're going to be excluded from a number of different technological options. That scales up right to a country level. And also, as we've discussed with cities, if cities don't have the ability to introduce certain levels of infrastructure, or they don't have the ability to negotiate and attract some of the corporate interests, then they're not going to be able to access some of the technological solutions that might be useful to them. We also have to watch out for path dependency. The idea that you can get locked into particular technologies or approaches because of some of the early choices that you make. So there are quite a number of initiatives. Open and Agile Smart Cities is a good example of looking at interoperability and ensuring that we maintain a very open approach to adopting technology. Technology can also be very expensive at a capital investment level. That raises a series of questions around management efficiency, around even corruption, and the question of government budgets. There is sometimes a tendency to think that, for cities to be attracted at the idea of spending a large amount on a technological solution. But that is obviously going to have to come at the cost of other things that may need investment. There's a feature that technology frequently tends to be in a hurry and need a quick return on investment. Very often that is because of upfront investment costs. It's very often because technology companies are highly dynamic and very rapidly evolving. So they may not necessarily have an enormous amount of investment capital behind them. Of course, there are very obvious exceptions to that as well, where you get very, very heavy upfront capital investment. But even then, the investors are looking for when the business can start to turn around and show that it's getting that return that it needs. And also technology, along with these questions of scale and impact, can increase the speed and the cost of harm that can occur. It's certainly, as with everything in life, it's very much the exception, not the rule. But when it does occur, it's something that we need to be able to adapt to. So I think from a government point of view, what we're looking at encouraging governments to consider is first, when looking at technological solutions, to look at a respect agenda, to look at the technologies that they adopt, the way they adopt them, the way they promote them, and to take the greatest care that they can that this does not contribute to discriminatory outcomes or to the violation of rights, whether at an individual or a community level. As was highlighted by some of the speakers, some of the challenges that we've witnessed over artificial intelligence algorithms and the bias that can be implicit there. That's not that there's anything wrong with AI. It's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with the way we're applying the technology. It's just in the process of applying it, we haven't looked at all the angles. And as we learn, we need to make sure that we do that as much as we can. There's also another area of government responsibility to protect citizens' interests, and particularly, as has always been the case, to look at how we protect those who face the greatest challenges and are the most vulnerable, those who have the least choice about their commercial and technological options, or those who have the least information about what's going on. So the state needs to look at, well, how should we be intervening to prevent third parties, whether they're individuals, companies, whoever, to prevent them discriminating, exploiting, or abusing the advantages that technology may give them. And then perhaps most importantly, public policy needs to look at how it can encourage. All too often we run into situations where that doesn't happen, but governments almost everywhere in the world have the greatest capacity in any state to create opportunities and to maximize the incentives for those to be followed. The governments can look at how to spread costs and benefits. That can be through research grants, it can be through taxes and fees, it can be all sorts of things. But they have many, many levers of how to do that. They can create direct opportunities to innovate, but they can also encourage others to do that. It can be through competitions, it can be through incentives, it can be all sorts. Even just sometimes for national governments, the issuing of work permits, making that more easy in a number of instances can spur innovation by spurring freedom of movement and interaction. And then of course, looking wherever possible to focus those efforts and to encourage people to focus their efforts on the poor and those who are facing the greatest vulnerabilities. And then just to end to really on what we want governments not to do and for the law not to do is throughout history we've seen that law and public action have often discouraged or created unfair burdens for technologies, and they've ended up influencing the directions that we go. As much as possible, that shouldn't happen. We should let the technological advantage and the social benefit that creates determine what the outcomes are, rather than have regulation determine that. We shouldn't have government regulation encouraging or facilitating unnatural monopolies, i.e. creating a situation where companies are able to protect a first mover advantage. This is often a risk with how information moves around, and one of the advantages of open source, that if you can have many, many actors working on a particular approach or technology, in the long run, that will probably benefit society. And I think also finally to say that it's not government's job, and it's certainly not the thing that government is best at, is second-guessing developments and opportunities and the aspirations of people. We don't know what will be the next big thing, and we don't know what will be the thing that will create the most amazing benefits. I frequently talk with colleagues and say, if you told me 15 years ago that I would happily spend $1,000 on a phone and I would use all of the functions I do on a phone now, I would have laughed and said, that's ridiculous. A phone is just a little thing that sits in the house and people call it. But that's totally changed. And I think only a very few visionary people saw that coming. If we'd left it to government, we probably would have had something that is a fraction as useful as they are today. So definitely letting the technology sector drive the innovation, drive the paths forward, and then have government focusing as much as possible on how to encourage, create space, but protect and ensure that benefits are evenly spread as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to stop now. I have a very brief question to you, though. Robert, what do you think about the things that Aisha talked about? She mentioned that algorithms could malfunction. Do we need to have a government audit for algorithms?
I know you're out of time. I'll be quick. I would say I wouldn't go for a government audit. Again, I think that's probably going to be too heavy a hand. But I think what we need to do is look very carefully at what the consequences of mistakes are and how we track and spot when mistakes occur and how we respond to them. I think if we try to do a sort of full overall audit and protect, I think we will come in too heavy-handed and we'll probably get it wrong. But I think we need to look at very carefully at who is responsible for what and how that should work going forward, and how we respond, how we fix problems when they occur, because the world always throws up challenges and problems. Our trick is how do we adapt.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of our panelists. This was a very interesting discussion. We painted a picture of the future. And in conclusion, I would like to say we talked about technology being a means to an end. And the end is tapping into people's potential. We have to consider how people are going to use new technology, why they should use them, and how this technology will benefit people. This is what our entire forum is about. And this session was called the Sum of Innovation. I would say the Sum of Innovation is the sum of benefits for all the key stakeholders, people, municipal authorities, and businesses. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you. We thank all the participants in our Foresight session. The business program of the Moscow Urban Forum has concluded, but the Moscow Urban Fest will continue for another 2 days. And tonight at 7 p.m. we'll have a lecture by our star speaker on landscape design.
Раз, два, три.
Фестивальную программу форума продолжает лекция звездного.
And we continue with landscape architect Marta Schwarz, professor of Harvard School of Design, founder of Marta Schwarz Partners. Marta Schwarz, moderator, architect, Architecture Today, contributing editor, Ian Follner.
Good evening, and thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Ian Vollner. I'm a journalist and critic and a contributing editor at Architect Magazine in the US and at Architecture Today in the UK. I am very honored to introduce this evening one of the keynote speakers of this year's Moscow Urban Forum and Moscow Urban Festival, Martha Schwartz. Martha Schwartz, besides being a professor at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, is also a landscape architect responsible for some of the most memorable urban environments created in recent years. She's executed projects as far afield as Ireland, Lithuania, China, and all around the United States. She's also worked, as I believe, right here in Moscow. She executed a small Best Pocket Park as part of the city's My Streets program, and in a slightly more indirect but no less influential way, she was partially responsible for the very park in which this year's Urban Forum is taking place. She was on the jury for the international competition that ultimately selected Dillers, Guffidio, and Renfro to design Zaradya Park, where we sit even now. As it happens, Martha, I don't know that you recall, but the very first time I think that you and I ever met in person was here in Moscow. We were not far from the present site of the park, and we went to go get a coffee. It's remarkable how much the process of going to get a coffee in Moscow has changed in the intervening 7 or so years since we did that. It's easier to find good coffee, and it's a heck of a lot easier to get there from the Kremlin area. Just crossing the street has become easier, in no small part because of the improvements like Park Zaradya that have taken place all over the city and made it so much more a livable city, a walkable city, and a comfortable city, which is the main theme of the speech we're going to hear from Martha this evening. Comfort sounds like a small value, but of course it isn't. It's perhaps the most kind of bodily expression of the idea of livability, such an essential prerequisite to urban existence and to making cities appealing to the people who live in them. Moscow is indeed a more comfortable city. Many cities over the last 2 decades have found innovative ways to adapt to become more comfortable for those who live in them and those who visit them. However, that comfort and comfort as an objective can hardly allow citizens or the people who design for them to slip into any sort of complacency. The livability of cities is threatened by changing conditions ranging from climate change to social iniquity, social instability. Addressing those changes, expressing why comfort is important, how it's achieved, and how it can be protected in a fast-changing world is what I'm hoping Martha's going to tell us all about now. Martha, you're joining us from New York. Thank you so much for being here digitally. I think we're waiting for a little bit of audio on you, Martha. You might hold one moment. We've all become accustomed over the COVID year to technical difficulties. The folks here have done really heroic work. There you are. You're with us now.
Yeah, no, I'm a disaster when it comes to IT, and I have an aura around me, which makes it all very, very difficult. And now we have a street sweeper right in front of us, but it's New York City. But Ian, hey, I want to really thank you so much for including the profession of landscape architecture in this forum. And I'm saying that because I have really come to realize that in the state we're in terms of climate change and what we need to do to change the world, we have to regenerate the earth because we screwed it up so badly. So I really appreciate you inviting me. So thank you so much. And I definitely remember Zaradya Park because Peter Walker and I fought viciously about who won it. And I have to say, I prevailed. Okay, so, and I'm glad about that because I think it's an amazing, amazing park, and it's amazing that it got built. So I guess I'll start here. Oh, let's see, let me share the screen just again. On there. Yeah, thank you. Not yet. All right, okay. Let's try this. So the word comfort has many definitions, and when thinking about the comfort of a city, we need to assess the context and scale of the area so to evaluate the present condition that may or may not create comfort. It used to be easy to predict and create comfort, and it used to be easy to predict, let's say, what the weather or the seasons are going to be. as the weather and the seasons used to be stable and predictable, but in the era of climate change, this no longer holds true. And we have inadvertently geoengineered the Earth so that its climate is no longer stable, and global warming will continue to rise for at least another 50 to 100 years, even if we were to stop emissions today. And this is something that most people who are interested in climate change, they don't understand. I can explain it later if anybody has any questions, but we will continue to warm up even if we were to stop emissions. So what does that mean for comfort? And in order to understand comfort for Moscow, we definitely need to look into the future. It was a difficult topic for me, so I really kind of had a problem, but I looked for definitions that would fit the question. So creating comfort at a city scale, I said, is difficult because when the climate is changing, what do we do about that? But I came across this interesting graph of a motivational model, which is based on the needs of people, which seemed logical to me and fundamental to feeling comfortable. Like, what do you need? And if you're satisfied, you can be comfortable. The first 4 bottom needs are essential. And without them being fulfilled, it would not be possible to be able to feel comfortable, even in your own skin. But this graph has defined 2 major inputs for comfortability. The 4 bottom needs are essential physiological needs, and the top 5 are inessential needs, which are shaped by our personal, mental, and psychological conditions. So let me do this. The topics I will hit on will be the urgency of climate change impacts on Moscow, solutions to climate change, and the reframing of Moscow for comfort and a new way of living. We are currently at about 1.1 degrees centigrade of warming above pre-industrial levels, and even 1 degree of warming causes wild variability. And it won't take much to get to 1.5 degrees. And according to the IPCC 2018 report, at 1.5 degrees centigrade, there would be increased risks to health, livelihoods, food security, water supply, human security, and economic growth. So let's see, beyond 2 degrees, that's where we are. Scientific studies suggest that as the climate heats up, the risk of abrupt or reversible changes increases as the magnitude of warming increases, hence the 2 degree tipping point that we don't want to reach. But given recent reports, they're wrong. Tipping points are actually happening now. So this is an article, tipping points that could be triggered by climate change. And scientists are always telling us things about may and might and this and the other, but in fact, there are tipping points that are actually happening now. Evidence that tipping points are underway has mounted within the past decade, and domino effects have also been observed. I'm going to flash through these quickly. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time with them, but what I'm saying is that climate change is happening more quickly than the assumptions have ever been. So I'm sure you're aware of the melting permafrost and the carbon that is coming up from the permafrost, which is 28 times more powerful than carbon dioxide, and would actually it is starting to create a negative feedback loop, which actually makes the climate to heat up more and more, which melts the permafrost, which actually starts to put up more into the atmosphere. So this is not a good thing. So the Amazon rainforest dieback is a major loss because it's putting up more carbon dioxide than it's taking down because they're cutting it down so much. So there will have a loss of a major carbon sink. This is one of the places on Earth that really could take down a lot of carbon dioxide. There will be the loss of the most varied ecosystem in the world, and the loss of indigenous lands and indigenous cultures, the loss of plants that could be incredibly important to new medicine for human health, the loss of atmospheric oxygen. We're going to be short of oxygen for other reasons as well. The transformation to savanna lands that can't regenerate the forest. So 3 degrees centigrade is the lowest level of warming that might trigger it, but it needs much higher warming and increasing rate. So this is a situation that could have an effect on Russia. These are global problems that we are all going to be facing. Nobody's going to be safe from this kind of degeneration of the Earth's systems. This is how climate change will bring about social instability, because when people show up needing food and water, it's non-negotiable and it will be a life or death situation. So those are also kind of social issues that I'm talking about, and also something that is likely to affect Russia. So as a result of climate changes, the temperatures are rising faster than anywhere else in Asia and on the Tibetan Plateau. And the effects of these changes are becoming more evident in the form of melting glaciers, increasing desertification of the Gobi Desert, and the degraded grasslands, which is creating a real problem for China and their ability to produce agriculture. The Tibetan Plateau covers about 25% of China's surface, and it's home to the largest store of fresh water outside of the North and South poles, feeding the water into Asia's major rivers, which supply water to over 1 billion people. The vivid transformations on the Tibetan Plateau have important ramifications, not only for China, but also for the rest of Asia, as climate patterns change across the continent and fragile communities are threatened. All rivers that feed India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Vietnam, and most of Southeast Asia all come from the Himalayas, which are melting. And 60% of the glaciers will be gone by 2050, meaning that there will be no snow melt to water crops in the springtime. In short, by 2060, this says that there could be 2 billion climate refugees by 2100. So this is a major population shift. At the same time, the world's landmass will shrink as rising sea levels swallow coastlines, displacing an estimated 2 billion people, according to this new analysis from Cornell universities. And countries will have to find a way to accommodate those displaced as they flock inward on remaining land mass and determine how to provide food, water, and other necessities. So that also is going to be an issue for Russia as people come up north to find sustenance. So scientific consensus says that no amount of adaptation or resilient planning at this point can lead us to a stable, secure climate future, that we just did not act fast enough. And even if we were to stop emitting today, would the Earth cool down? I would love to see your hands. If everybody who thinks that if we stop emissions, that is going to help us with climate change. And yes, it will help us with climate change in the future, but the immediate future, it won't. And the temperature, the answer is no. The temperature will continue to heat up and rise up for the present future for a number of reasons. I'd be happy to talk about that afterwards if you like, but scientifically, global warming will continue to rise, even if we deal with emissions. So most of the scientists actually believe that we are going to be looking at a 3-degree world by 2050 because things are happening so quickly. So let's just talk about climate effects and how they affect cities in general. So we are, cities consume 2/3 of the world's energy, and they are key contributors to climate change, as urban activities are major sources of greenhouse gas emissions. And estimates suggest that cities are responsible for 75% of global carbon dioxide emissions, with transport and buildings being among the largest contributors. It's essential, therefore, to make cities an integral part of the solution in fighting climate change, and many cities are already turning to renewable energy sources, cleaner production techniques, and cleaner regulations or incentives to limit industrial emissions. Cutting emissions will also reduce local pollution from industries and transport, thus improving urban air quality and the health of city dwellers. It's essential to make cities an integral part of the solution in fighting climate change. And that's why it's so important for us to be thinking about what we can do to contribute to climate change. So This actually comes from the C40 group of mayors who are working on cities, including Moscow, to actually make them more climate ready. And urban density presents a greener way to live. So the idea of densification and being more efficient on many ways is really what we need to do in order to get back on track and figure out how we can live in balance with what the earth offers. So climate change largely impacts urban life, increases the number of extreme weather events such as floods, droughts, and storms. It increases the spread of tropical diseases. All of these have costly impacts on cities, basic services, infrastructure, housing, human livelihood, and health. And this is true for Moscow. So effects of the urban heat island. So cities will suffer heat island effect as the temperatures within cities can be up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than the outskirts. It is considered as one of the most harmful climate effects on humans and has a profound impact on both human health and energy consumption. A professor from Georgia Tech says that extreme heat tends to be more deadly than hurricanes or tornadoes or earthquakes, or even all of those things combined in any year in the United States. And so heat is quite dangerous and deadly. Most large cities in the United States are warming at a rate that is double that of the planet as a whole and double that of the surrounding countryside around the cities. The good news is that there are many solutions that cities can implement to reduce the health risks of heat waves. So the heat island effect impacts human health. Historically, it's heat waves that causes the most weather-related deaths in the U.S. cities, and often much harder than the rural areas around them, as I said. And therefore, urban residents are at greater risk. So here's the list of effects: worse air quality, worse water quality, respiratory illnesses, children and elderly are more vulnerable, nighttime temperatures are warmer, risk of heat stroke, use of more energy for air conditioning, strained energy resources, stressing native plants and animal species, and new vector-borne illnesses. So what are the drivers? I won't go deep into this, but it's very interesting learning about what the drivers are of the urban heat island effect. Heat absorbing materials, what we make our cities out of, how we build our buildings, how we put our roads, what we build our sidewalks. This could all be changed, but that's a big issue about what makes cities so hot. Urban geometry, how we space the buildings, how we position the buildings so that you're not creating, kind of urban, I would say, mirrors that kind of bounce back the heat as opposed to kind of letting it go. Waste heat from transport, human activities, weather and geography, and loss of tree canopies. But taking down trees is a problem. So that's not a good thing. So let's go to Moscow, okay? So we're currently at 1.1 degrees of warming above pre-industrial levels. And March 2020, although we've already had terrible heat waves now here in the United States, it was the second highest temperature in the 141 year record. And as I said, it's not going to take much for us to get to 1.5. So here we go, Moscow. So here are the effects that you can pretty much count on in terms of what you'll be feeling. So there's heat island effect, as I said, more energy, more waste heat, extreme heat, extreme cold, hot nights, because what happens is that the nights get hotter because the embodied heat that they have absorbed from the sun during the day releases. And people who live in poor conditions, they often have to leave their buildings in order to survive. So you're looking at extreme weather events, stormwater management issues, the spread of diseases and epidemics, the loss of economy, cost of severe events, frequency of heat waves, inward climate migrations, and access to food and water. So don't feel too sad about it. Almost every city is going to be facing these things. Extensive rainfall will be causing major flooding, high temperatures, massive forest fires. Lake Baikal has a small percentage of water inflow now due to lake temperatures and evaporation. Animal species are being pushed to extinction. We are in the grade 6 extinction. An infestation of pests, such as dangerous ticks, have moved to new regions in Russia. That's creepy. We deal with them here in the United States. And this is more concerning statistically because 1 out of 1,000 ticks carries encephalitis. So that's a problem. And then due to the urban heat island effect, the degree of climatic favorability is especially high in Moscow. For the season for mosquitoes will last 25 days longer in the central part of the city. And the study contains an alert regarding the risk of malaria resurgence in the Moscow region in the case of importation of cases from abroad. That's not good. So the Ministry of Natural Resources and Ecology has estimated that by 2030, climate change in Russia will result in an average loss of 1.2% of the GDP per year, and in some regions, 4 to 5%. Estimated the damage to Moscow alone will reach 4.3 billion per year. Actually, that's a drop in the bucket compared to what we're paying in the United States per year. But these metrics will go up and up as we face more and more climate change events. Okay, by the way, Moscow summers will get hot. So here are some solutions. Here are some ideas. The word comfort has many definitions, and I think that most of these ideas are really going to be based on the landscape. So we need to design actually for a new planet as though we've landed on Mars or something else, because we lost our wonderful stable planet of the Holocene, which was stable for 10,000 years, but we screwed it up. So we're going to be designing for human health and wellness. This is a big change. Design for proximity. In other words, we need to densify for, in order to be, really efficient. Efficiency is a very big issue. Design in balance with nature. We have to do that. Design for the quality of life and design for change. So the public realm landscape, when you think about it, although it is heartily ignored by the IPCC, the UNFCCC, nobody gives a shit about the urban landscape because it belongs in the United States, it belongs to the public, which means it's not really supported. But it is the largest infrastructure a city has that actually can be shaped. We can rethink it, we can re-engineer it, and we can redesign it to actually make cities climate ready. And that's what I teach at Harvard, is how do we prepare our cities for climate readiness, because we can do that. First thing, of course, is green infrastructure. Everybody knows about green infrastructure, but it's still hard to describe. But it's defined as an interconnected network of open green spaces that provide a range of ecosystem services, thus creating healthier environments through landscape projects that deliver sustainable return on investment. So that tends to actually be able to save a lot of money from destruction. Green infrastructure makes sense for the people, planet, and profitability. It also gives back by bringing our communities essential environmental benefits. In other words, green infrastructure is working with living systems. That's what landscape architects do. We work with living systems and integrate them into other places and work with them. So it's a very different thing than building buildings, because we're actually working with live things. So these are the benefits. Now, everybody, we just have to green as much of our cities as we possibly can. We've gone through the climate effects in Moscow that we'll be facing, and as I said, a lot of them are very typical. And you'll need to deal with too much water, not enough, with too much heat or not enough. And in the future, if we continue on our business as usual trajectory and do not bear down and make the necessary and drastic changes in order to bring down our emissions, you will need to make sure that within the city, people will have access to food and fresh water. The most present and dangerous of the many issues that you'll be facing is the heat island effect and stormwater management. Those two things are key. And the only thing that will help you with this is to green your city as much as possible and rip up as much concrete as you can. So why is green infrastructure important? It's essential for community health and well-being and for maintaining the natural ecosystems upon which we depend. It reduces the impacts of climate change and underpins our economy in areas such as health, livability, and industry. In dense urban environments, the urban heat island effect can cause terrible effects. And this is really the only thing that we have that can actually deal with the urban heat island effect. The built environment can absorb, trap, and in some cases directly emit heat due to the prevalence of heat-absorbing materials, as I said. Green infrastructure also reduces urban heat island both shading and evapotranspiration. Temperature decreases of even 1 to 2 centigrades can have a significant impact on reduced heat-related morbidity and mortality. Greening the city can also help to protect waterways and reduce flooding through improved stormwater management, improved air quality, and reduced energy costs. Green infrastructure supports biodiversity, enhances livability and community well-being by connecting people to nature, which is fundamental to the physical and mental health of every person. So I am talking about more robust and radical approaches, which is to actually rewild our cities by inserting functional ecosystems back into them, which means we need space to do that. We can't do them in little corners and in median strips in our streets. We have to make a concerted effort to find the space in cities where we can actually do this. The landscape is no more an amenity, a nice thing. It's an absolute necessity if we're going to actually be able to make our cities livable. We need to insert working forests, not only in our parks, which have been inserted into cities as little bits and pieces and amenities. Our landscape must function much more, as I said. We have to understand it as part of our lives that supports life itself. And we need to figure out how to create productive greenery that can provide food and habitat for biodiversity and for humans. And the integration of green infrastructure means that we now must focus on greening our whole city. Every place you can put it, on top, on the side, on walls, in tiny little pockets, and no amount of blue or gray infrastructure can actually do this. So this is really important for people to understand that the landscape is something that is living upon which the city sits. And now we have to actually put it into action. What we describe as green infrastructure often is actually a hybrid structure where living systems have been constructed along with technical and material components introduced to make the system work within a city. Here you see a sort of hybrid green infrastructure. Our mission is to regenerate nature any way we can. Eco corridors are super important as natural systems are by definitions connected. They're connected to each other. They actually impact each other. They are cycles. Nature works in cycles. It's not linear. And systems interact with other systems, and these corridors allow for animal migrations and thrive by the support that these systems provide. They also provide maximum ecosystem services, which are only derived through working ecological systems. I like this image a lot of a whole neighborhood that has built a jumble of greenery, which both cool the buildings, so it doesn't need air conditioning, while being playful and full of different spaces that people will enjoy. In other words, we can design these things to actually be beautiful and useful and fun and really be part of our culture, as well as being able to deal with the climate. And this approach to green everything you can on a building is a great thing to do. However, it doesn't really count as green infrastructure, as they are bits and pieces that are not connected and work as a system, but they do help a lot. So urban agriculture is going to be more and more important. Of course, having a green vegetable garden on top of your house does double duty by cooling the building and the city and producing healthy foods without fertilizers and pesticides that we've all eaten. So this, of course, is somewhere in Europe, which is always miles ahead of everybody else, but it makes the experience of walking along the trolley so much better while helping to cool the air and allowing water to percolate back into the soil and be able to go back into the aquifer. You don't have to be picky about where you plant plants. Find little bits and pieces all around the city. Put some seeds into it. After a while, the city will become green. And increasing the albedo of cities is very important, as the dark colors of materials, as well as their density, holds heat from the sun and re-radiates it during the evenings. If we can lighten the materials in color and density that we build our cities with, it would make a vast difference in turning down the heat of the city. So cities are learning that holding back the water and really trying to contain nature isn't going to work, especially since we have global warming, which has created a lot more water to be in the atmosphere. So everybody's going to be getting a lot more water and dealing with really intense storms. So many cities are opening up their stormwater infrastructures, allowing the water surges to release their energy in a way that is not dangerous to people and is controlled through shaping the land. Not only that, it creates beautiful areas and areas that actually support more ecosystems and provide more ecosystem services. So opening up these water areas is really starting to happen all over the place. It's too much water. Streets around the world are being redesigned to be able to catch stormwater to avoid flooding houses. We are slowly taking nature's way of working on board and going with it, and not against it. Thus, we are slowly learning to live with nature. So, of course, what about our street trees? They will do quite a lot to cool down houses and streets and also create beautiful spaces and places for urban biodiversity. However, planted one tree at a time, without their roots being connected, they will not provide the level of ecological benefits as a true forest. I just want to say that I was very lucky enough to get a 2-year Harvard grant that I've proposed to really look at how we can start to reforest our streets. Because as we actually have, let's see, automated vehicles, new transport systems, we'll be able to harvest areas from the streets. We would be able to actually put in linear forests into our streets, which would be able to be done at a scale that would make a big difference within a city. So in 2 years, I'll come back to you and tell you what the tests actually show. So here are the green solutions that we can deploy for the urban heat island effect. As I just said, a linear urban afforestation, which we're working on now, green infrastructure, planted surfaces versus concrete or asphalt, plant parks, shaded walkways, emergency parks. We need spaces all throughout cities so that the people who have to get out of their buildings in heat waves have a place to go. Green roofs, green walls, green underutilized public spaces, private open spaces, and also increase surface albedo. So here's redesign for proximity, meaning densification. So let's talk about designing for a new planet and cities of the future. Here are some metrics that we all should know. 70% of emissions are caused by cities. By 2100, the global population will be 10 to 13 billion people. By 2050, 70% of the global population will be living in cities. We have to build cities in order to keep up with the global population and people migrating to cities. We have to build cities the size of New York City at a rate of 1 every month for the next 40 years. This was from Bill Gates. And by 2050, 40% of urban populations will live in slums. So if you get a picture of what city life is going to be in the future, it's grim. And climate migrations will be in the billions, with migrants heading to the United States, Northern Europe, and Russia, because we are the lucky people who live in the northern part of the Northern Hemisphere. So the places we live, as we know, have a direct impact on our health and well-being from the time you were born. And by creating well-designed walkable neighborhoods that are connected through a mix of land use housing types and access to quality public transport, we can create a more healthy, livable community, as well as responding to the climate change crisis by living more efficiently. And while many of our established areas have some built form features for a 20-minute neighborhood, they are not always walkable and may not offer affordable housing options. So the science is in. The healthiest neighborhoods are both walkable and green. Given the impact the cities have on climate, it's clear why so many global cities are looking for ideas to reimagine their cities. They need to reduce emissions, but also need to create more efficiency in transport so to provide a healthier lifestyle. There is a strong movement by cities around the world to rethink and reimagine a different way of life that can be sustainable, fair, and can take humanity into the future. And I believe that the wealthier nations must take this challenge seriously, as it is our frenetic leap into industrialization and hence our wealth that has created the climate situation. And we owe the global South a new way of thinking. The momentum behind this new way of building cities is based on solving a number of issues. Our transport system, as I said, based on driving cars fueled by hydrocarbons, have taken precedence over almost everything else, including human health. Sorry, it's New York.
You're still coming in. You're still coming in fine here.
Okay, it's New York. Oh, okay. So the need for cars has given us amazing choices, fueled our economies, created a freedom to go where we wish. However, it has taken a toll on our cities and our quality of life, and is a big participant in damaging our earth, which we are totally dependent upon. Rethinking our transport infrastructure is a necessity, and taking the grim situation we're in is also giving us a moment to ponder the mistakes we have made. But we are also coming up with ideas that can take us forward in a better way, while acknowledging that societies cannot go forward in a business as usual fashion. We must learn to live in balance with nature. It's not a choice. And we have to really design for human well-being, happiness, and health above all else, if we are going to get through the climate crisis we have caused. So the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals calls on countries to commence efforts to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I won't go through them over the next 10 years. And the goals address the needs of people in both developed and developing countries, emphasizing that no one should be left behind. The agenda addresses the three dimensions of sustainable development, which are social, economic, and environmental, as well as important aspects related to justice and effective institutions. Creating cities of 20-minute neighborhoods actually aligns with these sustainable development goals. What we are trying to accomplish is to reorganize our transport, which is a key factor in making cities efficient and more humane. It is a core reason for looking at ways to change our transport system, to enable us to reimagine a whole new paradigm or framework for our cities. And for me, this is an opportunity to create the space we will need to insert working ecological systems into our cities that will create amazing benefits to our health and happiness. Of course, this transition depends on new ideas for mass transport. The use of individually owned cars is diminished, and transport as a service, or TaaS, is the alternative that is now sprouting up, which will be a flotilla of electric-powered automated Uber-type vehicles that will transport people efficiently, and no more one car, one person, according to algorithms to make trips more efficient. So let's talk about the 20-minute city. Thank you. Yeah. So the basic idea here is that our typical way of thinking of cities is to prioritize cars, which you see on the light. So you see on the light pyramid where there are a lot of cars at the bottom. And walking is the lowest priority in designing a city, where there's one guy at the very top. The 15-minute city is just the opposite. We are prioritizing people on the top and cars at the bottom. That's the magic formula. So the fundamental concept is to create decentralization of cities, to improve quality of life by creating cities where everything a resident needs can be reached within 20 minutes by foot, bike, or public transit. Research shows that a 20-minute walk, 800 meters, is the maximum time people are willing to walk to meet their daily needs. The emphasis of the 20-minute city is to give preference to people, as I said, and to enhance the quality of life about living locally. It describes an aspiration for more vibrant, convenient, connected, and equitable neighborhoods, ensuring that residents of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities can meet their daily needs locally. This includes community scale education and healthcare. All these different activities around the circle are all the activities that are hoped to be included in one of these neighborhoods. So there are grocery shops, pharmacies, parks for recreation, working spaces, and more. Cities built of complete neighborhoods where residents can find most of what they need locally generate more responsive local growth, vibrant neighborhoods, stronger communities, more viable local businesses. Actually, it's good for businesses and commerce, and lower emissions and more attractive travel. In each district, the features it needs to support a full life. So, designing for a new planet. Cities within a 15-minute city-style visions and plans include all these different cities that are working on this idea, and including the C40 cities, which include Moscow. And the C40 is a network of the world's megacities committed to addressing climate change and support the collaboration and sharing knowledge and drive meaningful, measurable sustainability actions on climate change. So these cities are looking to figure out how to make cities better. Now, we are in a time of massive change as the northern and industrialized countries are now finally focusing on the climate crisis and its urgency. And there is something that Winston Churchill said about the United States, that when in a problem, we'll try absolutely everything until we have to finally do the right thing. So this is what's happening in the United States. Everything is really popping. It's clear that our economies will move forward due to the frantic activities and inventions that are bubbling up out of science and industry like crazy, coming up with solutions to the climate crisis. And honestly, I have never experienced in my life as much creative energy that is flowing around the world. It's an incredibly exciting time. But even more difficult than really figuring out our cities is figuring out how to change our own behaviors and our own cultures. But it's crucial to our survival. So we have to learn, actually, how to live within the resources the Earth has. We will run out of resources. We cannot continue to base everything on consumerism because we won't have enough resources to make all this stuff we make. Here you see, this is a great data visualization. If everyone lived like Americans, like myself, although I try not to be as piggy, it would take 4.5 Earths to supply the resources. Life as we knew it in the 20th century has to change. And it needs to be changed very quickly. So those who re-examine how cities can evolve, leaving the 20th century behind as soon as possible, will be the winners in this race to save our planet and humanity. And the ones who are not really looking into the future will end up being the losers. So in summary, so what can, as builders of the environment, we who are all sitting here, what can we do to make our cities climate ready? There are many, many ways we can participate and at any scale. And I think that entertaining how cities can reorganize and rejuvenate themselves isn't an option if you want to ensure a city's future. We have to do that. It's a requirement. There is no going backwards now, and we all need to look into the future to make the right decision. We will be taking risks by doing things we haven't done before, but we are in a risk time where if we don't take risks on trying new ideas, the risks of not trying will be even worse.
Martha.
And perhaps, yeah?
Oh, I was just going to say that sounded to me like a call to arms, and perhaps the most pointed summary statement you could make. I'm certain that there was some more specific steps you wanted to point us towards, but unfortunately the 20-minute city actually provides us slightly more room than, to operate than the remainder of the present session does. And before we go, I wanted to see if I couldn't fit in just a couple of questions, if that's all right, and perhaps we can tease out in the process.
Sure, I'm actually done. This is my last slide, so let's do it.
Oh, great. For a session on the subject of comfort, Martha, this was a most discomforting summary of the present situation. And so I wonder if I might ask a still more discomforting question. In the pursuit of, well, in the attempt to try to explain to the average citizen how significant and how pressing the crisis of climate change is it possible in the design of public spaces to imagine a formal response that, rather than aimed at merely allaying the public's feelings of anxiety, might actually be expressive of some of the nature of the crisis? That is, do you feel that rewilding, the other kind of techniques you were talking about, do they impress, do they have a didactic quality that you think actually can make people understand how pressing these problems are, or there are other ways to create landscape architecture that has a communicative quality that conveys how pressing the crisis is?
Well, I don't really have an answer to that. I just know that typically people don't react unless you whack a board across their heads. And that's when they actually understand. We did not, as a country, understand climate change. We denied it until forest fires, tornadoes, hurricanes, people died, they got hurt. All of a sudden, it's costing us money. And now we're going into action. And I think that I also believe that if you don't really understand the cause and effects of climate change, it makes it more difficult to really come up with solutions. And I think that if we understood, in terms of the landscape, if we really understood how the landscape and how nature works and why it's so important, I think that it will just keep on being seen as a decoration. And we can't afford that now. I don't know whether I answered your question. I'm not sure I even understand your question.
I think so. I think certainly in looking at the kind of proposals you suggested, it's impossible for even someone unaware of the scale of the crisis not to come away from looking at a park that attempts to integrate nature to the degree you've suggested they must, and not conclude that these kinds of spaces are being provided to them for a reason, that they are, in that sense, they come away from these kinds of public spaces in a position of better understanding than they went into them.
Well, a lot more appreciation, because, we have not monetized nature. It's just there for our taking. And that was our big mistake. Now, we are monetizing nature. We are monetizing ecosystem services and how much it will cost to put them in and how much it will cost if you don't put them in. So finally, we're being able to, speak in the language of money. Otherwise, planting plants in cities were just kind of, they cost money and then you had to maintain them. And then birds shit on your cars. It just isn't actually an alive topic, really.
Well, hopefully, with the kind of solutions you're proposing, it will become so in future. Cities will have those qualities you've discussed. I certainly hope it continues on this track in Moscow so that we can enjoy it here again sometime in the future, having coffee in a greener, shadier environment. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a real pleasure, and thank all of you for tuning in both here in Moscow and around the world. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here.
Второй день работы.